Check 1, 2. Test, test.
Testing one.
Testing 1, 2. Okay, we've got some live mics here. About 5 minutes. Before we do that, I would like to invite all of you to get your coffee and last-minute conversations, and we'll start with the First Nations Power Authority video very, very shortly. So at this time, just show you a short video of sort of the years past and the current year's activities and what we're looking forward to in the foreseeable future. So let's roll it. Tony. Thank you very much, and good morning to each and every one of you this morning. To gather here at the Dakota Dunes Casino and Resort Hotel, my name is Guy Lonechild. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the First Nations Power Authority. And on behalf of all of our friends, relatives, industry members, Indigenous members, and everyone across Turtle Island, we want to greet you to one of the most beautiful parts of southern Saskatchewan here at the Whitecap Dakota First Nation. And so this morning we started in prayer, in a pipe ceremony in our way, to greet each and every one of you this morning. And so and then over the next couple of days, we will be talking about renewable energy opportunities as they are occurring in many Indigenous communities across the country and around the world. And certainly Indigenous-led opportunities through FNPA, through First Nations-led initiatives, and Indigenous-led initiatives is certainly an ever important aspect of the conversation that's evolving around national circles and international circles today. And so it brings me great pride to be here in the capacity as CEO. On behalf of all of our board of directors, we'd like to introduce a short video clip just to take a snapshot of the last year's events and activities. So before then, before the speakers, we will go to the video. Okay, maybe in lieu of that, what we will do is we'll go to the welcoming address from Elder Joe Cuisance. Elder Joe has been an important leader in Saskatchewan and across Canada, and served as former tribal chief of the Saskatoon Tribal Council and chief of the Yellowquill First Nation. And so without further ado, if I could welcome Chief Joe Cuisance to the podium mic for some welcoming remarks. Chief Joe.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the elders that started this morning. I want to thank you to all of them for what they're doing today. Thank you very much. First of all, I also want to thank you to the chief that is here with us, that have worked many, many, many years for the things they have done in our life. In my life, I guess I've been a chief a little part of my life, and I knew that many of our people have gave us some things that today, as you see, the First Nations power authority began a life. We're a First Nation in our life, and this is one of the reasons we're here today. I want to say thank you for many things that, for all of us, as we get older as I am. I want to thank you to the elderly, younger people, to make us what it is today. I also want to thank all the people that made it what it is today. The chiefs that are here today, I see that some of the young chiefs that are here before me and the chiefs that are here today. I think it became because of what we had to do in our life. We had to make it work for many, many, many of us, many of you people too, to make it what it is today. I just want to thank you for many, many years that you've done for me in our life. I just want to also just thank you in our life for that you're going to do. Thank you very much.
And to give us our breakfast greeting as well, I'd like to introduce a young fella that is the chief of the Cowessess First Nation. This person makes me extremely proud to be his friend and relative, and I've watched him grow up over the years and has a profound effect on not just myself as a person, but I think on the entire country. And the reason I say that is because of what troubles that we have had in the most recent past with the discovery of unmarked graves across Canada. And so Chief Cadmus Delorme has been that strong voice for many people, many of us, and many of those who cannot speak for themselves. And so at this time, I would like to welcome Chief Cadmus Delorme from the Cowessess First Nation to the podium. Mike, please.
Nanaskaman. Thank you, my brother Guy. I give greetings. I thank the Kateak, the Oskapiaus, the Iskwewak, and everybody that participated in such a strong pipe ceremony this morning to start us off in a good way. I give greetings to my princess, Princess Mimi, Princess of Cowessess. That's my royalty. Yes, let's give it up for Princess Mimi. Just graduated grade 7. Is that correct? Oh, grade 5. All right, grade 5. And I give praise. I see Chief of Kiniston here. I see a counselor I met at the pipe ceremony, and all the elected officials, to the FNPA board, and to friends and family. I just want to deliver 3 quick things here before we get into the true agenda of the day. In 2007, on Cowessess First Nation, renewable energy was like speaking a different language. It was like speaking English to a French audience in Cowessess. It wasn't something normal. And at that time, the leadership and a gentleman that passed away not too long ago that we forever miss, Rook Sparvier, were talking about renewable energy. And so I'm going to say the word wrong. I call it a nanometer, but it's like a tower that you read wind. And we bought it. And it took a lot just to buy this one little tower to see what the wind was in Saskatchewan in 2008. And we put it up on the east side of Regina. From that little purchase, and with a lot of partners that are in this room already, Cowessess in 2010 created a one turbine producing 1 megawatt and 2 lithium storage batteries. And we entered the renewable energy sector with a PPA. And it wasn't an easy go. The airport safety was saying that it could have been a violation. We had to argue that. There was a lot of things that we would never know to get to that first ever PPA Cowsis has. In 2016, we realized our PPA wasn't at maximum of 1 megawatt. So we added 400 kilowatts of solar to make it truly 1 megawatt. This summer, Mimi, myself, and others are going to hit the on switch to 10 megawatts of solar around that turbine. In 3 years from now, Mimi and I and Cowsis, we're going to hit the switch to a 200 megawatt turbine site valued at $300 million in southern Saskatchewan. First Nations, yes, please give it up to everybody who has helped. First Nations in this province and our visitors, I know I met someone from Manitoba, we've always wanted parity. We've always wanted to be a part of the growth. Today, number 92 of TRC is that. That's going to advise and calls to action that all Canada help us get there. But how do you get to parity is through coaching. It's through trusting. It's through putting those shields down and having an uncomfortable conversations that as First Nation leadership, we manage poverty. And that's a tough thing to do as a chief and council. As we are talking business here, your chief and councils are trying to overcome some kind of mental, emotional, physical poverty back at home. In order to get to that true parity of economics of number 92, it is going to be First Nations power authority. As leadership, we want parity. Our elders and our youth want to be a part of this growth. First Nation Power Authority has helped Cowsis. First Nation Power Authority is open and wanting to help other First Nations in this province and even our cousins to the east to get to that parity. When I was a little kid, this is my last comment. You put a mic in front of me, I won't stop, but this is my last comment. As a kid, our CEO of First Nation Power Authority was a golfer. Guy was a golfer. Guy, at a time when not too many people were golf pros and golf enthusiasts, Guy went and made it. As a little kid, I looked up to Guy, and Guy coached me and helped me. And eventually, I won something in the province called the Mid-Amateur Golf Championship. And I was the first First Nation to do that. I did it. I'm not here to brag about golfing. In case anybody wants to play for lunch money. I'm getting to my point here. Guy has always been that coaching leader, not just in First Nation Power Authority, but he's always done that for Indigenous people in this province. If it was his role at the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, if it was his role as just helping one enthusiastic First Nation person want to strive in a sport called golf, today Guy and the First Nation Power Authority, the team, are ready to coach. They're ready to advocate. They're ready to open doors. So for the next couple days as we talk, we got to be able to put our shields down and have uncomfortable conversations in this room because Indigenous people want to be a part of the growth. Sometimes this is a different language to us, renewable energy, but we all know we're going to get there because it's a part of our stewardship and it's a part of economics in this province, and that's where we're going to go. I thank you very much for First Nation Power Authority and Guy for guiding Cowsis to where we are today. And we all look forward to helping all of you in what you want to prosper. Have a couple good days here in conversations. Nanaskamun, thank you.
What a phenomenal young leader. Just to be in the same room as Chief Cadmus is very awe-inspiring. So thank you very much, young brother. And to that note, we do have Mr. Eric Willier here, if you would stand and be recognized. from Sucker Creek First Nation in Alberta, one of the recipients for the FNPA scholarship, attending the Northern Alberta Institute of Technology, second year into the Renewable Energy Program. Give him a round of applause if you would. And thank you for making the journey to Saskatoon, and I hope you have a very fruitful couple of days. And there are others. There's many others that we want to reach out to across the country, not just in Alberta, but right across the country, BC, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, New Brunswick. I know many of the New Brunswick chiefs are on their way. Many people have delayed flights, but they will be here this afternoon, so safe travels to all of them. And before we get into the grand entry, I would like to introduce a very good friend of mine, actually two that are here this morning. They're former Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations executive members that have held the Lands and Resources portfolio, amongst many others, fought for justice for women, children, and many of the First Nations families that have suffered injustices in the justice system, and of course, being detached from their lands and their territories. And so these two, I'll first recognize Lawrence Joseph, former Chief and Vice Chief of the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations. If you could stand and give him a round of applause. And then the next speaker is a very good friend of mine as well, who is Lyle Whitefish, former Vice Chief, holder of the Lands and Resources portfolio. It's these people that really inspire myself and many of us as younger people who do not have their language today, but need to continue down that path of discovering it and rediscovering the beauty of First Nations languages in Canada. And so I want to have him tell a little bit of a story about the sun and some of the traditional teachings that we all maybe need to hear and enjoy, and reflect upon what the indigenous worldview is. Aside from colonialism and aside from Western views, we've had our ways of teachings and knowledge, and I consider my good friend Lyle a knowledge keeper. So if you would, Lyle Whitefish, please come to the podium, Mike.
Ano ako marantig, tatamskat noga kionotska gigsipag. No tinanas ko mau, kuhtawi no notska giska gimiasa kiskawi miguyak tisipi mamawiyak. Minano spoga nagaopenata notska gigsipag, Elder Radfoot. Nste nanas ko mo initagun anotska giskag. I also want to acknowledge our chiefs that are here. My brother, my family adopted Guy Lonechild, my mom and dad, as one of our little brothers. I always drag home, like a little child drags home little pets, and they adopt them at home. I bring young men to my house, and my mom and dad adopts them. So it's my little brother. So. Also at Chief Cadmus, I'm very excited to be here and to have in his presence as well. And Chief Joe Cusan, she's so happy to see him. I'm an old politician as well, and my Nimoshom Lawrence Joseph, he doesn't like me calling him Moshom, but he is my Mosh. Lawrence Joseph, Milton Tatusis, Felix Thomas, Wendell Head, Don Deranger, people that I've worked for in the past, and Jean Olette and all of our people that are here that are very supportive in this change. My name is Lyle Whitefish. I've been a principal in a school for the last 11 years since I've gone home from the Federation. And I was sitting in my office maybe about 6 months ago and then wondering, what can I do as a person that's so profound and changed the world today? As soon as I finished that thought, the phone rang in my office, and it was Mike Dasu from Evolve Solar. And, hey, Lyle, how are you doing? And blah, blah, blah. I pretended I knew who Mike was, because I've met so many people in my life, and I didn't know who he was. talking about solar energy and so on and so forth. And I said, hey, that's right up my alley. That's something that I want to get into and pursue. So we kept talking, and then he convinced me to join him as an advisory into the company. Part of that advisory position is that I teach the company about proper protocol, the spirituality side, and the approach to First Nations communities, because there has been so much exploitation in the past in our traditional lands and territories, and that respect hasn't been there in terms of the approach and in energy within our territories. So I was very honored to get a call from Mike. I was very honored to be able to meet Kinley and others, Derek, that are with the company. So my position and my role is to teach the spiritual and the protocol side of energy. If we can all think that, with today's energy and the extraction of resources, whatever you pull from the belly of Mother Earth is toxic after it's being used, like nuclear waste. I've been to the Bruce Power Plant in Toronto. I've seen the waste, and it's very dangerous. And when they talk about nuclear waste, they're talking about storing waste, and they're talking about the ice age, the next ice age, and it'll still be there, and it'll still be very toxic. When you talk about oil extraction, it leaves a tailing sponge of pollution. But when we begin to talk about clean energy, in the story of creation, in the Creator gave us 4 directions. 3 of those directions is what we harness and we see as clean energy. The first one is kisigaw pisim. The sun rises every morning, and we give thanks to the sun because it gives us life. And if we were to harness with solar energy, the chief talked about today, we have to give thanks and respect to that entity because God created that entity for us to warm us and to see us, and we respect that. To the south, we have our Ugumao Piso. And in the veins on Mother Earth that run through our territories is our water systems. And to the south, the water systems creates hydro energy. So we harness hydro energy to produce power. We harness the sun through solar panels, the solar for again energy. And also to the west, we have our winds. In the winds, it's people have harnessed through wind generation power. So if you can connect with what I'm saying is what you pull out of the belly of our Mother Earth, it's toxic afterwards, and it creates pollution. But when you harness whatever is on the surface of our mother, it's clean energy. With the sun, with hydro, and with the wind, with wind power. So those things I just wanted to share with you today, and this is what I teach Evolve Solar, is that we must respect those entities and those powers because the Creator has put those. So we need to understand those different types of energies in order to, this is the trend. It's coming, and we need our nations to jump on board. Through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we were given an opportunity, and there's grants available. And we seek those grants that are available, and it's in the millions of dollars, and now's the time. The trend is here, and we need to harness those energies to provide power source in our communities. Our climate is changing. Our water levels are getting higher. There's so much our elders can talk to you about our ceremonies. The ceremonies depends on the weather. The ceremonies we have today doesn't mesh with the weather patterns. Here's an example. April is Aigipisim, frog moon. We call it the frog moon. That's when we start to begin to hear the frogs in the spring. But you know what? We're not hearing frogs in April. It's in May, way later. So those are some of the things and the changes that our elders see. Our climate is changing, and that's why we're here today, to ensure that we recognize that and we begin to make that change, because First Nations people were placed on Earth to look after Mother Earth. Kigawi nawaski nagatokiak. So that is our role, and we must begin to start working to acknowledge our Mother. Whatever changes in our environment, it affects us as human beings profoundly. So I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad I was invited by my brother, little brother Guy Lonechild, to be here today. Kinanaskom no gakio no komantik. Hay git na chimi which marsi cho pidamaya mitaki api. Hay.
Thank you very much, my brother, and that brings it right home to me, right in my heart, in my spirit that guides me up above my head. Whenever I leave Turtle Island, and I most recently, as last week, went to the UK, and my wife said, I could feel not just you leaving physically, but your spirit. And so I said, yes, that's because I'm from this part of the world, of Mother Earth. It's our ancestors that we walk with. It's the spiritualness of being Indigenous that we walk with each and every day, and that's what Indigenous-led means to me. What does Indigenous-led mean to you? For some people, it means FNPA. For some people, it means the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society. It means for those who are advocating for those, again, who cannot advocate for themselves. And so that's the magic behind what the board of directors and the general members feel about our organization. We love this organization very, very much. And so in true style, this morning I would like to move to the next order of business. I feel like saying Mr. Speaker, but we're not there. Chief Felix Thomas is our chair of the board. We're going to start with the grand entry first, and then we're going to get into the introduction of our chair of the board, Chief Felix, and then hand it over to MC Milton Tatusis. So if we could get all sponsors, staff, board of directors, the First Nations veterans who are here, Saskatchewan First Nations veterans, Grand Chief David Gamble, and others to gather at the door. And dancers, we will do this in customary FNPA way to dance in our flags, and of course our very first Eagle staff that we had blessed this morning at the pipe ceremony. So if we could, we can get that assembled just outside the doors there. Samak, right now. Yep. Yes, thank you. Give these guys a round of applause if you would. They're so nice. A great way to start off a welcoming breakfast. And we'll take the flags out. So we need board of directors and sponsors, staff and consultants to carry the flags out. And then we'll have a welcoming address from Vice Chief Ali Bear from the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations. Okay, thanks very much for your patience in getting assembled. And to our online viewers as well, welcome. I was remiss to think that we were going to show the video here today, but that's for the online participants as well. We do have the promotional video that's being replayed on a loop. So again, at this time, in our customary ways, we would want to welcome the singers, the dancers, the chiefs, the leadership, general members, industry members, First Nations and Indigenous communities, and of course all of you as attendees here today. So I will ask the name of the drum? 391. The drum group 391, please take it away. Grand entry. Please stand. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your joining in this very momentous occasion this morning for all of us. And again, I just serve as a reminder to all of you and to everyone who is witnessing what is happening around the world in terms of atrocities on human life in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. It's important to note that our veterans fought for freedom, and they fought for the rights and the privileges and all of the things we enjoy today: the water, the sun, the earth, the moon, the sky, all those good things, the clean water, the clean air, and the clean land. And so that is why we do what we do here when we have a grand entry and an honor song, remembering those who have passed before in world conflicts. And so to all those children and families who are displaced, Indigenous people know how they feel when they're coming to Canada and they're looking for places to live and to prosper. Right here in Saskatoon, they're starting to arrive. And so pray for them, pray for their well-being and unfortunately their new place. They didn't want to be taken from their lands, but they now are settling here in Canada, and we welcome them. In 1919, the League of Indians of Canada formulated what is now the Assembly of First Nations. And again, the battle is not amongst ourselves with each other, because it's hurtful. And so I say to everybody who's in leadership, pay attention to the conflicts. It's not the battle within ourselves or us. It's to join in prayer in a united voice. We will honor our veterans this evening at a banquet. And so I ask each and every one of you to join in celebration of the victories that we've had and the defeats. We have to give thanks for all of those victories and all of our defeats, because it has made us who we are: living, breathing human beings, imperfect human beings. But if we do this and we continue on and carry on in these ceremonies and these celebrations, there will be many, many more generations that will enjoy. So I will now hand it over to our chair of the board, Chief Felix Thomas, if you could, carrying in the Eagle Staff. If you will, the very first FNPA Eagle Staff. Give it a round of applause, because it has spirit, it has a life. It couldn't make me any more proud to see our chairman of the board, a long-time serving Saskatoon Tribal Council, Chief Felix Thomas, and currently Chief of the Kiniston Saulteaux Nation, to carry in the FNPA Eagle Staff. Chief Cadmus Delorme, the Treaty 4 flag, give him a round of applause, if you will. Chief Ali Bear from the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations, carrying in the Union Jack. Mr. Bryan, carrying in the Canadian flag? Treaty 6 flag, give him a round of applause, please. Mr. Gamble, carrying in the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women flag? Canadian flag, give him a round of applause, please. Mr. Joshua Thomas, our engineer in training from the Kiniston Saulteaux Nation, carried in the what? American flag, give him a round of applause. Mr. GB, we call him GB because he's the other guy at the FNPA, Guy Bruce. Give him a round of applause. He brought in the Saskatchewan flag. You? And last but not least, the man who does not need an introduction anywhere he goes, Mr. Albert DeRocher, the award recipient for the Canadian Advancement of Native Development Officers, Can-Do Economic Developer of the Year in Canada, Mr. Albert DeRocher, also a board of director. Mr. Dave Cascarden, formerly of Saturn Power, who helped SaskPower and his company develop the first 10-megawatt solar project, utility-scale solar project in Saskatchewan, a brand new FNPA member. Say hello to Mr. Dave Cascarden, if you will. Louis Gardepie. Louis Gardepie from PPXs? Beardy's. So Beardy's, thank you very much. So, round of applause for Mr. Gardepie. Mr. Emil Highway, former Grand Chief of the Saskatchewan First Nations Veterans Association from Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. I've known Stephen for years, and when you get up on a podium and you can't remember names, it's a sorry sight to see. So on my part, Mr. Stephen Ross from the Montreal Lake Cree Nation. Give him a round of applause. And our dancers from Cowes First Nation, George Gordon, many others that have joined us here today. Where else from? PPXs. Piapot, Kawakatus. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, at this time, I'd like to hand it over to, sorry? Oh, Ali Baird, yes. A territorial welcome, Chief Ali Baird, if you could. Podium mic.
Good morning, everybody. Hahana Washte. I want to first and foremost give thanks to those that lifted the pipe this morning. So, to start us off in a good way. I want to give thanks to the Creator for this beautiful day that we have and for bringing us all together in a safe way because, a lot of us had to travel here today. And I want to acknowledge our leadership, all of our leadership that's here today in the room. It's an honor to be among such, a leadership who's accomplished such beautiful things and continue to accomplish amazing things. And I want to give thanks to Guy Lonechild, who is my uncle as well. And, for inviting me here to be here today. It means a lot. Apetu washte tue iohana achiapi tatanka skawi amakia peye wapahaska oyate tahawahi. Good day. My name is Tatanka Skawi. That's my spirit name. I'm the third vice chief of the FSIN. I'm from Wapahaska Oyate, which is right here, Whitecap Dakota First Nation. This is where I come from, and I'm very, very proud of who I am as a Dakota Winyan. And, so I want to welcome each and every single one of you here to my territory. And also acknowledge, though, my bloodline does go back to Treaty 4 as well. My mother is Anishinaabe from Cody First Nation. So I'm very proud of who I am. And my grandmother is also from Cowes First Nation. She's originally a Lara. So I have relations, I guess, with Chief Cadmus and Guy Lonechild here through that as well. So, and at the end, we're all related. And, find new cousins every day. I found a new cousin this weekend. I got to go and travel the beautiful prairies that we have here. I was all the way up in Buffalo River Dene Nation, and I haven't really gone that far north yet. And it was just a beautiful weekend. They're celebrating their treaty days, and that. And I got to go to some grads in Soto First Nation, Flying Dust First Nation, and it's just such an honor to see all the young people that are coming up that are getting educated, and because they're just a force to be reckoned with, and it just goes to show how resilient our people are. Because a long time ago we didn't have that many people graduating, and it's still an issue today. We still are trying to get those numbers up, but now you see these young people coming up, and they're taking their place, and a lot of them are taking their place in the energy sector as well. And it's so important because we need to learn our true history. You know, especially we have Canada Day coming up, and you know, what does that mean? What does it mean to be Canadian? Well, for me, I'm a Dakota Wiyan. I'm from Whitecap Dakota First Nation. You know, that's where I'm from. But you know, when it comes to resources and resources development, resource extraction, and talking about implementing treaty, well, treaties haven't really been implemented because there hasn't been any real sharing. That sharing hasn't happened. But now we're coming together and we're sharing our knowledge. We're sharing our knowledge and we're trying to move forward in a good way and implement the TRC calls to action, implement treaty. Because, you know, resource and that revenue sharing has never happened for us. We've been kept out of it as First Nations people. We've been put on reserves to be kept out of sight and out of mind and left out of the economy. And that was done intentionally. You know, there's things that have happened that I've studied, I've wrote papers on in law school about, you know, First Nations economic justice and what does that look like? Well, for me, it looks like, you know, looking at history and making sure we don't repeat that history. Because right now, the future is in our hands and the decisions that we make today. And yes, we have treaty rights, but we also have a responsibility because as First Nations people, we are stewards of the land. And that responsibility is not just with First Nations people, it's with all of us for our children, all of our children, not just First Nations children. When we think about climate change and how it's impacting our lives today, this is exactly why we're meeting and coming together. And I give thanks for, you know, Guy Lonechild to be, you know, able to be leading the way when it comes to First Nation-led initiatives, because it is First Nations people that need to lead that, because we are the stewards of the land. And you see that coast to coast. You see First Nations stepping up and protecting the land. And that's not just for us. It's for everybody. It's for your children. It's for their grandchildren. It's for the next 7 generations going forward. And so we need to be able to work together. And that's the importance of coming here today and for the next 2 days. And so it's not, I just need to think about what it means to be a First Nations person and what it means to have that responsibility to the land and to our children and to one another. And, you know, so, and, you know, and I think about these partnerships and looking at how we can reach out to other nations that are doing things. Like, I really look to the Maori and what they're doing in New Zealand, and they're giving rights to their rivers, they're giving rights to their forests and their mountains, and they're protecting them. Those are things that we need to look at implementing here as well for the next generations. Because I have daughters, and I want to make sure that they don't have to grow up in a world that's, you know, crumbling. So with that, you know, I give thanks to everybody who's doing this hard work in this clean energy sector. You know, it really, really means a lot to the future generations, and whatever I can do to help support that in any way, I'm here for that. And you know, and that's why I'm here today as well. But so with that, you know, I want to give thanks to each and every single one of you, and you know, I hope you guys have safe travels when you guys have to go home, and I hope you guys have a really great stay here on Dakota territory. And you know, we can maybe talk while we're here. You can come ask me any questions if you have any questions. But with that, have a great couple days here. Padameye matakoas.
Chief Ali Bear was elected in a very difficult time during a world pandemic to the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations. And the messages are very, very clearly articulated to all of us this morning, that there are many challenges and many opportunities. And what she says about not an equal sharing of the resources, the lands and resources, not just minerals that come from underneath our feet, but also the natural resources, the sun, you know, the water, and all of those things that are renewable sources of energy that can help to power our communities and help create a cleaner, better, carbon-free future. And so thank you very much for that. You make me so proud to what you represent, who you represent, and how you represent your young children and your family, your beautiful young family that looks to you for guidance and support. So safe travels to you, and thank you very much for joining this morning. And may your road be filled with good battles that are for the betterment of First Nations people in Canada. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our chair of the board, Chief Felix Thomas. And Chief Thomas comes to us from Kiniston First Nation, has served as our board of director chair for 6 years-ish. 6 or so, And so please welcome Chief Felix Thomas, FNPA Chairman.
Thank you, Guy. Good morning to the elders that are here, the chiefs, the veterans, and vice chief, and to the board members that could make it. Welcome. And on the drive here, I came with my wife, and so we solved all the world's problems on the way here, and mostly on reconciliation and stuff like that. And just for LJ's sake, I always tell people, you know, as a chief, I get paid by the word. So dig in, because I'm going to earn my per diem. The greatest gift of Gabber I know is Lawrence Joseph, and he's the original entertainer and philosopher and medicine man and that I know. Welcome to our 10 years of FNPA. I've been there for most of those years, along with Paul O'Byrne and a few others, and it's a volunteer board. And when we started through a little grant from SAS Power, and a lot of the people that came were there during the early lean years, and Milt was there 6 years ago, and we had our first one, and I think the room was maybe a third. There's a small room at the Travel Lodge, and a lot of lean years and a lot of growing years, and there was challenges there. But with those challenges became opportunities, and I think that's where most of the people here are embracing those opportunities and embracing those challenges. And I was wondering why do we need to go into renewable energy? Why is it important? As a First Nations person, of course it's important because we're the original environmentalists, or we should have been, and we still are. And everybody can see that every time they fill up their gas now. You want to know why? Well, there's a good reason. When you fill up your gas tank, you're buying into a product that is not inexhaustible. The earth is, and the sun and the wind, those are inexhaustible energy sources. Gas, oil, all of those, they're exhaustible. We won't have them eventually. And as First Nations people, I tell people that, because I'm in both worlds, that we make decisions not for ourselves, not for our children, not for our grandchildren, but 7 generations down the road. That's where we need to make decisions now, because they're the biggest. They'll see the impacts then. So that's why we need to embrace new technology. That's why we need to embrace old technology. That's why we need to do these things. And you look at the population increasing and the changes that are happening, the environments that are now challenges that we don't have and didn't have even 20 or 30, 40, 50 years ago growing up on the reserve. We never had a water treatment plant. We had wells. We used to have our dipper that we used to get the water from the river. We used to gather the snow and gunny sacks and use that for water because it was clean. It wasn't polluted. I have a dog now that has food allergies and other ailments. Who would have thought, Gene, who would have thought that, res dogs, we didn't have food allergies with our dogs. Those are the changes that have only come up in the last few decades. And if we keep going down that road, it's only going to get worse. It won't be our dogs, it'll be our kids and our elders and our people suffering. So these are the reasons why renewables is important. The other thing I wanted to talk about is reconciliation and how do we support that. Chief Cadmus talked about reconciliation and what it's got to be. I've had a number of people over the years that have come to me and asked me, what does our company need to do? I hear from them once. Then I don't hear from them after. There's no follow-up. Because as the chief said, it's uncomfortable language. And people want to do stuff that's comfortable. They'll do things that are uncomfortable for a little while, but it's not sustainable. And I always use the example of that balloon. And the dieting that goes along, you go up, you go down, until you find that sweet spot. And we've all had that where we want to lose a few pounds, and we can sustain it for a little while. But if we don't have it as our core business, our core activity, it's not sustainable. And that's where reconciliation has to be. Reconciliation has to be sustainable, it's got to be uncomfortable, and people have to invest in it. It's going to cost you, but look at it as an investment. Look at it, how do we get those young people working? How do we keep those young people working? How do we make those people successful? And I actually have a goal to say, how do we make those Indians rich? There's nothing wrong with a successful Indian. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with a rich Indian. If that's your level of success, and everybody's different. Now, when we talk about First Nations and the world view, this is one of we talked so much that we got down to what the root problem is. It's the world view in terms of Indigenous and non-Indigenous. Indigenous people, the wealthiest had the least because they gave away the most. Your wealth was measured by how much you gave away, whereas the colonial construct is how much you take in and how much you have, not only in terms of resources, but in terms of possessions. And I've told people, you can't have everything. For one thing, it's where would you put it if you had everything? You can't take it with you. I've got 4 kids. They don't want my shit. Because I'm a left-handed golfer. And they're all right-handed, so that's... But that worldview, it does things that's different, and we have to acknowledge that. We have to recognize that, and we have to learn the backstory. And we get this a lot from how does that worldview affect employment? A lot of employers, particularly in some of the resource industries, they don't know why First Nations will go work for a little while and then they'll quit. I didn't understand that, but years ago when I first went to, I was first elected, one of the first times I was elected chief, I went to our members that are sitting around the band office having coffee, and of course every election it's always about, well, we'll offer you this. We'll get employment's important. So I went to the major industry close to our reserve, Borgo Industries, and I said, hey, you guys need workers? I said, we got workers. And they said, yeah, we'll train them. Just get them to show up on Monday, we'll hire them. So I went back to the office and seen all the boys hanging around there, and I said, good news, guys, you can all start work on Monday. They thought about it for about 2 seconds. They said, no, that's okay. We'll wait for the slips, because that's when they're making inland grain terminals. So every 2 weeks they would go and they would work somewhere different. Then they would get 2 weeks off. Then they would go and work for another 2 weeks. Then they would get 2 weeks off. And there were 16-hour days back then, so that we knew they could work hard. But then I asked them, well, why don't you want to go? I said, well, that 2 weeks that I'm working, that's enough. I mean, I don't need too much. I mean, that's enough for me. So so they would say, I mean, I don't need a whole bunch of stuff. I just need, put gas in my car and get a boat or a snowmobile. They had what was enough. And it's because historically, as hunters and fishermen, and it still happens today when the fish are running in the spring, where people will go fishing, but they'd give all the fish away, or they would go hunting and they would give all the meat away, because they didn't need excess. They had enough. So that's the whole worldview, and the reason I'm saying that is because as champions, and you are champions, otherwise you wouldn't be here. These are some of the things that, in terms of reconciliation, in terms of what you need to do or what you can do, is, get some tips. You might have to change your employment structures, the workloads, the work plans, and make accommodations. We make accommodations all the time when we want. I make accommodations all the time, and my wife certainly makes a lot of accommodations because of who I am. But it's something that we both value, and that's something reconciliation needs to be valued, and people, and for everybody, you don't have to value reconciliation. If you don't want to, that's fine. That just makes it easier for First Nations that want to work with reconciliations with willing companies to do the work. Because I'm too old to waste my time, and a lot of people don't want to waste their time in getting involved in an industry or company or organization that pays lip service. We've had enough of those already. So as we move forward, we need to know who the partners are, who wants to do a reconciliation, who wants to become uncomfortable as we move forward. And I think those as our next steps, these are some of the things we need to do, and make sure that we have, as Ali said, that's why when we talk about sharing, that's why treaties were there, that we would share the land and we would all prosper. And that's why you have the big movement of land back, because people realize, when we shared this land, we thought we would have access to it, but now we only have access to less than 1% of Canada's land base. So we need to do other things, and making sure that we're willing partners, but we're also contributors. We've contributed with sharing the land, but we need to have some of that contribution back as well. So as we move forward in terms of reconciliation, these are some of the things that you can do. You can't hire a First Nation liaison person. You need to hire 3. And you need to give them specifics, and you need to break that glass ceiling there for First Nations executives and for First Nations women in particular. And why I say 3 is because only because I borrowed it from the U.S. government when they're doing the DO line up north, the distance early warning thing up after the Cold War. They found that one person can do the job up there, but they're isolated. That First Nation liaison person, they're isolated. They need 2 others there. And why 2? Because if there's 2 of them, they may not get along. But if there's 3 of them, there's always a buffer. And they found out that they can attract and retain people to work in that DO line, because they support each other. And that's how First Nations, any person or any organization, they need to feel that they're in a safe space and not isolated in terms of some of the things that they're trying to do. So that's one of the things that we need to do. And you got to get past this whole, we tried that hiring a First Nation and it didn't work. I was watching the NHL hockey games, and I'm sure 2 of you are in the same boat, but they're talking about Barry Trotz. Barry Trotz has now said no to the Winnipeg Jets as a head coach. And I was thinking, Barry Trotz is no different than any other NHL head coach that's shopping around and stuff like that. They fail all the time, but they get hired all the time. other than one First Nations coach that I know, he was allowed to make one mistake, has never been hired again. But other people get hired all the time. They get recycled and they make their contribution until they don't anymore, but they're giving another chance to make a contribution somewhere else. That's what First Nations, we're the same way. We screw up all the time. But we need to be in a safe space to be able to screw up and to be able to fix it rather than screwing up and you're out of here. And I think that's where we need to do. So companies have to commit to reconciliation or not commit to it and let it be public. And you have to be willing to ask First Nations for help. And I know a lot of corporations, institutions, they want to become indigenous. So they'll go and hire an indigenous looking person. But I have a friend that doesn't look like he's an indigenous looking person. He's my friend Peter. Now Peter, if you know him, has skinny little braids, whatever hair he has left, and a cowboy hat. Certainly doesn't look like he should know a lot about indigenization, but he's the most spiritual, cultural, knowledgeable person that I know, that I get advice from. A lot of times I don't like it, but he'll tell me anyways. And guys like Lyle Whitefish and the Guy Lone Childs and the Gene Oletts of the world and people with short hair, they look non-Indigenous to the outside. But Indigenous is how you think, how you feel on the inside. How do you use those 7 teachings? How do you make decisions for 7 generations down the road? That's Indigenous. Not that stereotypical, well, he's got a braid and he sings or he dances, then all of a sudden he's Indigenous. Different cultures, not everybody's a singer, not everybody's a dancer. We've never had powwow dancers. We always had sun and rain dance makers, and we do those kinds of things. So those are some of the things that people have to understand, that, when we, and the newcomers come in, we make accommodations, and we try and learn their background and try and learn their history. When we go to and do business in Japan, we learn Japanese or we learn Chinese. We do all of these. But for Indigenous people, we expect them to conform to us. And you'll never get a safe space for Indigenous people. And that's all we wanted right from the beginning, is that we wanted to be, we're part of Canada back then. Must have had a different word, I don't know what it is, but we're a part of that space. And we need to be a part of Canadian space now, and not just a postage stamp in this big country. So with that, I'll save the rest for tonight at our banquet, and certainly invite everyone to be here. And I just want to, give thanks to some of the people that were here prior to Guy. I mean, we had Leah Nelson Gay. I mean, it's over the course of the years. I remember early on we tell Leah that, yeah, we know we owe you money, but let's get through the fiscal year, and then we'd go and talk to the province, and guys like Joe Dunleavy would hear us out and give us a few dollars just to get it by, so we can get into April. And as First Nations, we're used to that, and that's something that we had to get non-First Nations to be used to that way of doing, and they did, and they stuck out with us, and it took a while for FNPA to be, for lack of a better word, responsible and accountable, and have the recognition that it currently has. It's one of the top First Nations consulting firms in Canada, and it's It's got a good reputation. And the reason why it has a good reputation is because it has good characters. The character of the organization is the people that it has working for it. And I can tell you that the board of directors and the character that they have recognize that, because they're all volunteers, and they hire for character. And so far we've hired right, and we see the fruits of our labor. And with that, thank you very much. And I'll introduce our MC, one of the first early champions for not only FNPA, but for First Nations everywhere, Milton Tusas.
Hey, miigwech there, Felix, Chief Felix. We have a habit of just calling each other by first name. We're not always hung up on titles in Indigenous communities. But I want to thank first the pipe carrier who lifted the pipe and led the ceremony this morning. Nenas kumau, ksi no kiksep kaupena tu spoagana tamskat naga kiontu temtik. Kaskiteumas kwan sigason, kani hiuigason mana, magagaga si mumana Milton Tutusas and sigategon, kiski kuman nauche. My spirit name is Black Bear. English name is Milton Tutusas, registered on the Poundmaker Cree Nation. And just want to welcome you, and just wanted to start by sharing some thoughts before we take a short break. And it wasn't until God, this morning I was just chatting with a friend, a college alumni friend of mine. We were talking about the Rio de Janeiro, the Earth Summit. How many people here remember that? You realize that's 30 years ago already? 30 years ago. And that's when it kind of like started piquing my interest in this, in terms of this conversation around climate change. And it was in 2015 when the Paris Agreement was signed by the international community, and that was also the first forum we hosted. When I was at the office of the Treaty Commissioner, I lobbied Leah Gay, is that her name? The first CEO. And who in this room was at that first summit at the Travel Lodge? Maybe Albert was there, you guys were there, eh? There's maybe 50 people. It wasn't a real hot conversation or topic, but the leaders in this room were there, and they knew that this is going to be an even hotter conversation. Then I went to Guy's conference 2 years ago, pre-COVID at Enoch. I couldn't believe the room. There's like, 400 delegates? And in Saskatoon as well. I was the one at Enoch, and I would say 2/3 of them were salesmen trying to sell me the coolest solar panels. Like, psst, Milt, come see these solar panels, right? I couldn't believe it. I thought, holy smokes, mama Scots, like, how do we vet through all these companies? How do we know which is the best solar panel? And that's still the challenge we have to this very day. I work for the Saskatoon Regional Economic Development Authority. I'm Sarita's first Chief Economic Reconciliation Officer. Oh, yeah, doesn't that sound cool? C-roll. Alex Fallon, you're in the room. Where are you? Please stand up. He's our CEO. Give him a hand. Alex is CEO of the Saskatoon Regional Economic Development Authority. If you want to learn more about Sarita, visit our website at sarita.com or pop him a visit and say Milton needs a raise. With that, drop the title reclassification. Just kidding. I just wanted to focus on the fact that at Sarita, we're very keen on promoting and advancing this concept of diversification. As an EDO for a couple decades now, I have a saying, and it's no offense to the First Nations community, but we've got enough, I think, we're starting to saturate casinos and gas bars and convenience stores and cigarette shops and even cannabis shops, I think. It's a little saturated in this province. We need to start diversifying. And this is one area that we see as an opportunity. one that is virtually untapped because we are a resource-rich, resource-based province, and the city of Saskatoon and surrounding region is very heavily dependent on traditional resource extractive industries. So we need to diversify. We've also learned that in the past couple of years during the pandemic, there were industries that suffered, including the hospitality sector. The casinos were in a little trouble for a short period there, but we were starting to rebound. But we've noticed in our analysis at SREDA that there were industries that actually surged and actually profited more than ever before because of the pandemic. So I would summarize that data as an indicator to the First Nations, to the Indigenous community, that we really, really need to think hard about diversifying into these more so-called recession-proof, if there's such a thing, industries, and I believe this is one of them. I'll close by saying that on Friday, Globe and Mail had an article. I don't know if you saw that, if I was the only one reading the Globe and Mail on Friday over coffee, but there was a recent report that came out and said the vast majority of governments and industries are missing those targets and will miss those targets. And the primary reason they're going to miss those targets, been set by the Paris Agreement, for example, is because of lack of investment. In fact, the majority are saying we can't go there because we don't have the financial resources to go there, right? With that, how many, I just want a quick survey, how many here who you say you're green thumbs and really into this movement, how many here are driving an electric vehicle? Hands up, just a quick show of hands. EV, you guys must be well paid, because I hear it's a little expensive to buy one of those EVs. How many here at least driving a hybrid vehicle, at least a hybrid, half gas, half electric? See, the vast majority are not. So we've got some work to do. How many here have solar panels on their rooftop on their house? I don't. I'd love to. I plan to. But I still can't afford to buy that smart green home that I've been marketing for a few years. Getting there. So we've got some work to do, folks. And just want to close by saying that a couple of administrative things here. Your barcode, I was told on your tag, if you point your smartphone to your tag, the FNPA agenda and some information will pop up there. The washrooms are through those doors to your right if you haven't found them yet. I understand the casino will open a little later on, and those washrooms will be available to your left as well. And during the presentations, please put your phones on vibe, and if you have to have a conversation, please take it outside into the hallway, because it's always, it amazes me, and I'm guilty myself, when we'd have side discussions while a speaker is presenting. And I think out of due respect, let's give those speakers the time that they deserve. And if you have to have a conversation, please take it outside this room. And there is a live streaming service in progress. There's 2 cameras there, just so you know. For the facilitators and the presenters, you will be on live, so be careful what you say and do up here. With that, I just want to say, let's take a short break, and we will be back here with our first panel. And if you're an engineer or an accountant, we might drive you crazy because we don't go by the minute at Indigenous conferences. We may be off a minute or 5 or 10 minutes off the schedule. So let's take 5. Grab your coffee, go get your water, washroom break, and we will meet you back here for our first panel. But before I do that, I want to announce, please, our major sponsors. Without their financial contributions, Natural Resources Canada and Nutrien. Let's give them a round of applause for their financial support. See you in 5 minutes.
Just to continue on that stream without acknowledging everyone, I think it would be fair. Ultra Safe Nuclear Corporation, the Saskatchewan Indian Gaming Authority, TC Energy, Gigawatt sponsors Graham Construction, Co-op, Pembina Pipelines, Terrestrial Energy, Enbridge, New Brunswick Power, Sask Power. Megawatt sponsors GP Jewel, First Nations Financial Management Board, Westinghouse, and Fluor. And finally, Kilowatt sponsors Peter Lucas Project Management, Global First Power, School of Environment and Sustainability at the University of Saskatchewan, the Petroleum Technology Research Center, and SaskTel. Thank you.
quick huddle just down there, just down there by where Guy's standing. Quick huddle and preparation for our first panel.
Flowing waters renew the spirit and adjust their paths. FNPA adapts to constant changes too. We engage in a wide variety of renewable energy projects. We eagerly pursue a cleaner future. And we keep promises alive for sustaining our people and for benefiting relationships for all involved.
Again, very proud to sit on the board of FNPA. Just as proud being a member of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council and working on this project. The clean energy aspect, the renewable energy aspect is very important. It's in line with the goals and aspirations of First Nations and our values specifically. You know, it's interesting that when you talk about the treaties state, you know, as long as the sun shines, the grass grows and the river flows, and you generate power from all three of those. I mean, in terms of the wind, in terms of the sun, in terms of the water through hydro, and in terms of the biomass. And so, you know, those are all values we hold in high esteem. The environment is very important to us as stewards of the land, and having the land so close to us in terms of our relationship to it.
If we could work hand in hand, SaskPower, First Nations Power Authority, the Meadow Lake Tribal Council, and First Nations as a whole, to produce that cleaner power, our world would all be better. I think that First Nations Power Authority is heading in the right direction for cleaner energy. SaskPower has, I believe, has got to take First Nations Power Authority more and give them the opportunity to produce more clean energy, because I know it is in the First Nations of Saskatchewan's heart to make cleaner energy. So our environment is cleaner, also helps out economically with the First Nations.
If you are a First Nations community who wants to explore energy sovereignty and security, let us help you achieve your energy goals. And if you're a clean energy company who is looking to partner with a First Nations community, please reach out and learn how we can help you with meaningful engagement with our Indigenous communities.
FNPA, the pathway to powerful opportunities.
And we will get started here in like a couple of minutes. Thank you.
good to go? Eko Oh, Pete Greg, Vecino. Pete Greg. Come on in. Sit to Gamatsu Ipengana, no? I'm going to invite my moderator and panelists to the stage. At this time, I want to introduce from the University of Saskatchewan, Elena Guillemette, who is with SENS program, and our first panel is titled Clean Energy Education, Master of Energy Security. Without any further ado, Elena Guillemette.
Hello, welcome. This is very, very exciting for me and for my group here. We're really honored to be here and to be able to share with you what we're doing and what we're trying to build and what we're trying to develop at the university level. We're going to start out with Ronalda, who is going to give a little bit of an explanation of what the program is that we right now are working on coordinating. Sit and talk or not talk? Okay, it's up to you.
Hi, my name is Ronalda Robillard. I'm from Hatchet Lake Denisohina First Nation, Northern Saskatchewan. I'm working with the University of Saskatchewan with the School Environment and Sustainability. As a coordinator, student recruiting and strategic partnership, I help SENS to develop and implement student recruitment and retention, also community engagement and stakeholder partnership strategies for the MSS energy security stream. I'm also working with the curriculum development to include my cultural perspective as a Dene person. I'm working with a 2-eye scene to the external committee and the partnerships, including like my knowledge as a Dene person with the land and resources, Indigenous knowledge and teachings into the master's program, because there's a lot of similarities with the teachings in Dene about the land, especially the spirituality. Like it's combining with science and the spirituality, especially in sustainability and clean energy, making sure the land is perfectly fine and making sure that all the Indigenous teachings are included to create that bridging, because language, especially in my language, and I know there's teachings behind it, right? So, and I know there's a lot of similarities with the modern industries put together, so we want to create that bridge. So I'd like to start my presentation for the 2022 and 2023 Masters of Sustainability and Energy Security. Next slide. The land acknowledgement. I like to acknowledge, well, I'm from Treaty 10, Denisohina, and thank you for having me. As we gather here today, we acknowledge we are on Treaty 6 territory in the homelands of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nation Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. When you choose to study at USask SENS, you become part of the dedicated community of faculty and alumni who bridge multiple disciplines across the natural, physical, and social sciences, as well as humanities and engineering. Our goal is to address the most challenging environmental sustainable issues facing humanity today. For SENS graduates, our ambassadors for sustainability and agents of change have a substantive area of expertise in keeping with the program of study. demonstrate collaborative leadership and professional skills in knowledge sharing, have research expertise, integrate a range of perspectives and ways of knowing, deeply understanding sustainability, and think holistically with an ethical intent. The mission of the Master of Sustainability is to inspire the next generation of leaders inspire the next generation of leaders and collaborative solutions to sustainability challenges. This is the diagram that I like to show you that one of the professors shared with me to share with you guys. So he has a better explanation with this diagram, but why energy transitions and well-being and reconciliation. You have to put the community energy in the center. With that, there's a process with deep engagement, and the other one is outcomes, collective benefits locally distributed. So with the participation includes planning, development, investment, ownership, and operation, the reconciliation to the bottom. So with reconciliation and climate change, from the speakers we heard today, like we are, for climate change, First Nation knowledge, and we're like the land keepers. We had that going, sustainability, for a longest time. So implementing Indigenous knowledge and skills with the organizations to work with climate change and reconciliation, and that way we can work together. So reconciliation potential resides on Indigenous traditional lands, right, usually, and for climate change, it's vast potential for renewables in Canada, such as solar, hydro, wind, and biomass. And the history of energy development and the Indigenous people of Canada, the first one was the no recognition. It impacts Indigenous communities being neglected once the companies or major projects coming to communities, and they end up leaving no leadership or transferring skills to the communities to operate by its own. And second is the consultation and accommodation, government obligation when impacts are expected. Third is the increased equality ownership. It is a key part for community development. The next slide. For reconciliation, Indigenous community ownership is important. And that way, with the community renewable energy, it can create economic development opportunities, self-sufficiency, asserting autonomy and self-determination, environmental benefits, and reducing the CO2 emission. With that, you can create supply management, distribution, and locally led, collectively owned and managed renewable energy projects. It's like a bottom-up energy initiatives. And that's the why energy transitions, well-being, and reconciliation. And how are we going to do this? We have this program available at the U of S. This is how we can target the communities, northern communities, Indigenous communities, through education, educating your people, educating your employees that are in the organization already, or you're looking to expand your knowledge, and this program will be really beneficial for this clean energy sector. We're only doing the September intake only, and it's a part-time online. Next slide. Our mission for the security stream is to empower a network of Northern Indigenous remote and career professionals to distance education and purpose-driven practical experience to lead sustainable community energy development. Next slide, please. For training with this energy security program is to lead the development of energy projects that provide renewable energy options and maximize social and economic benefits to local communities. It provides knowledge in renewable energy technology for energy transitions, skills and crucial tools for managing energy projects, policy and regulatory opportunities and barriers for advancing community renewable energy. Community economic analysis to determine the business case for renewable energy projects and best practices for holistic community energy project development. So this is the structure for the Masters of Energy Security. The beginning stage is the core courses. That's your first year, which includes Introduction to Sustainability, the art and practice of negotiations, systems thinking for sustainability, foundations of governments for sustainability, practical law for project development, and building understanding in the age of reconciliation. That's the first year. So the second year is the intermediate stage, which is the renewable energy and energy transitions, renewable energy systems, community economic analysis and renewable energy, and energy project finance, and the community energy planning. So the final stage is the community project or energy security project, where they get, the students have the opportunity to go out to communities to do a hands-on experience and projects, implement projects, and that it also helps with professional and technical skills development. So this program is delivered online to help students to balance work life and family. And it's a this September intake only. It's a part-time, 24 months, and I believe you get summer off. So 24 credits coursework and 6 credits of project placement. So that's the whole, part-time in the evenings while you have to work. Be with family. So the next slide, please. For employment prospects, the community energy planners in First Nation and Métis northern communities, project leaders and community coordinators in energy utilities and consulting firms, policy and program officers in Indigenous, provincial, and federal governments, and entrepreneurial opportunities are growing for renewable energy project developers. So there's also, you can take a certificate in this program if you want to test it out in case, if you don't want to take the full 2 years. There's a energy transition certificate that you can do, or the community energy planning, finance, governance, foundation, sustainability, and sustainability solutions. So that's pretty much it for the presentation, just an introduction to the program that we have here in Saskatoon. So if you have any questions, you can reach out to the grad committee or the sends@usas.ca. Her name's Ashley, and she's really good, and if you want to start your application, you can speak with her or myself. We extended our program application to end of this, June 30th, but we're still accepting applicants until August if you want to apply or if you have any questions. Masicho, thank you.
Thank you, Ronalda. So that was a brief introduction of the program that exists right now, of students that are going through the program. I am, like I said, Elena Gilmet, and I'm a recent PhD graduate and a curriculum development coordinator with the University of Saskatchewan. I live in Kenniston, Saskatchewan, with my husband and 4 children. I acknowledge that I live on Treaty 6 and Treaty 4 territories, and this land we share has long been home to the Cree, Saulteaux, Nakota, Lakota, and Dakota peoples, and the Métis. In January, I was hired to coordinate the curriculum development for the Masters of Energy Security program. I was given the opportunity to work with 10 Indigenous and non-Indigenous advisory members from across Canada. 3 of them are on this panel today with me, and there's one very special man that is also on the panel. He is our co-chair, and that is Guy Lonechild. He has been teaching me so many things, and it's been such an awesome relationship that we've built together, and I think that's why, we're here today to speak on what we are trying to do. This group is assisting me with developing the course content and learning outcomes that are aligned with the Indigenous community, industry, utility needs, and academic requirements. We hope that this co-developed program will provide new perceptions and capacity for energy transition in Northern and Indigenous communities, and will train a new generation of interdisciplinary professionals and energy practitioners to transform energy systems and promote sustainable energy patterns in Northern and Indigenous communities. Being informed by the values of Northern and Indigenous communities offers the program new insight and understandings to the multiple dimensions of sustainable energy security and honor nature's inherent ability to sustain life. By teaching and acknowledging Indigenous worldviews, we can introduce students to important and foundational perspectives to life that include the stories of Indigenous people's lives, their land, and their relationship to it. As a group, we are taking education outside of its historical roots within the Western worldview of energy security education and looking to the diversity of Indigenous worldviews for new visionaries and directions. The field of energy security can benefit deeply from the accumulated research, inspiration, and wisdom of Indigenous knowledge. Energy awareness and literacy education through the lens of Indigenous worldviews provides students the tools to question learnings and to include the knowledge and practical skills to live well in a place, as well as to develop the skills that are needed to regenerate and sustain our communities. This unique master's level curriculum will be designed to be flexible, and it promotes place-based education, where students gain the skills they need through direct experiences in nature and in their community. Students will gain and apply skills to identify community readiness, energy resources, and economic and community needs based on the community values. Further, learn to discover and support community goals and priorities and the alignment of other community energy plans. As we apply a lens of reconciliation and participate in this journey towards wisdom together, we are focusing on the core concepts of energy education that can be enriched by Indigenous understandings of storytelling, interconnectedness of all living things, nature and land-based experience, nurturing relationships, and transformational change. We hope to create a learning environment infused with Indigenous pedagogy that is committed to strengthening our relationship with Indigenous peoples. Indigenous ways of knowing will be respectfully integrated to promote lifelong learning. Through their stories, we can begin to understand the importance of only taking what we need and how to respectfully spend time on the land. We hope that students will be encouraged to take away their own messages about transformational change in lifestyle or attitude from these stories and teachings from our elders and Indigenous knowledge holders. Sacred understandings are a way our students can remember who they are, where they came from, and how they can move forward. I have learned from Elder Albert Marshall that indigenizing education requires us to engage in two-eyed seeing, which is the framework we are using to guide this curriculum development process. Two-eyed seeing requires us to learn, to see from one eye the strengths of Indigenous knowledges and ways of knowing, and from the other side, and from the other eye, we are able to see the strengths of the Western knowledges and ways of knowing. And using both eyes together for the benefit of all. It's a celebration of magic and beauty of this world, as we learn how to weave back and forth our culture's actions, values, and knowledges. We cognitively reconstruct our learning pathways to move beyond the existing borders. Two-eyed seeing respectfully asks that we bring together our different ways of knowing to motivate people and to use all our understandings so we can leave the world a better place and not compromise the opportunities for our youth through our own inaction. Neurons that fire together wire together. And through this curriculum development, we can introduce, reinforce, and practice Indigenous worldviews, creating new and stronger neuron pathways that make the heart, body, mind, and spirit work together. The curriculum development is guided by 7 main principles co-created by this advisory committee. These principles include learning outcomes that illuminate Indigenous worldviews and cultivate foundational skills and foundational knowledge that will empower individuals to become energy champions with the skills in project management, nurturing successful relationships, positive communication, and meaningful community engagement. An introduction course will be added to equip students with the skills they need to be successful in this program at the graduate level and provide time for students to build relationships with their peers. We hope that this program will cultivate thinking in individuals that comprehends complex systems, perspectives that widen empathy and nurture mindfulness, promote better techniques for gathering and sharing information, and that when students leave the program, they will gain new modes of cooperation that allow them to see the hidden patterns that connect human activity to the larger flow of nature. It has been an exciting journey this far, and I look forward to the opportunities ahead with this advisory and the students that enroll in the program and the generations forward. Together, we can build energy champions that can drive and coordinate the completion of energy-related initiatives within the community. Thank you. All right, I am going to now pass the mic over to Heather Bishop. Heather Bishop is what they call an energy champion. She is a wealth of knowledge. She brings so much to this advisory, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to work with her. I would now like to introduce you to Heather Bishop.
Thank you. Thanks, Elena. My name is Heather Bishop, as she mentioned, and I come to you from Cold Lake First Nations. Our nation is just across the border into Alberta, in northeast Alberta, Treaty 6. And I'm really grateful and thankful and blessed to be here with all of you here today. And I'm so excited to actually be at this resort. I've heard about it for many years, and I've really enjoyed my stay last night. You really set the bar for Indigenous economic development and pride and ownership in a pristine, beautiful culturally relevant resort. So kudos to Dakota, to the Whitecap First Nation. So I'll just introduce myself first as a committee member, because I was approached about a year and a half ago to sit on this committee by Greg Pulser. He's not able to be here. He's one of the professors in the program and is an advocate for the program. And so Elena works very closely with Greg, and he is just a bundle of energy. And for those that know him, he was the one that convinced me to be part of this really great group. I don't consider myself as an academic. I've worked in industry, mainly in oil and gas, for about the last 30 years. Worked in downtown Calgary for much of that time, out in the field in northern Alberta. And then in 2015, I went off on my own and started doing some consulting in Indigenous relations and Indigenous business development. So 2016, I was actually working on the Husky oil spill when they had that there in July of 2016. And just as we were kind of cleaning up all the files, many of us were kind of shutting the operation down. I got a phone call from a colleague at my nation and friend, and he said, "What are you doing? Do you have any time to come help us with economic development?" So I packed up my bag, and the next week started working for my nation. So it was really full circle for me to be able to work in industry and then come back and work for my nation. I take a lot of pride in that, and I'm really happy to see that that our nation, as well as many of the other nations in our area, have been able to thrive and survive in today's economy. So I'm also very honored to be part of a very astute group of individuals that bring a lot of skills, experience, and education to this committee. I felt quite humbled to be on the committee, and I hope that my experience and my nation's experience working in renewable energy and clean energy will add some value to the program and help define the curriculum. I've really enjoyed the conversations that we've had so far, and I really look forward to contributing some really strong knowledge base and experience that will help build these energy champions in our communities. And really honored to be sitting beside Melissa today, because she's going to be one of those people. We'll hear more about her story in a minute. So Cold Lake First Nations, as I said, is a Treaty 6 Denisovan Nation in northeast Alberta. We have a lot of close ties to the Saskatchewan Nations because we're only about 5 miles or 10 kilometers from the Saskatchewan border. Our traditional homelands actually straddle the border. We don't, the provinces were developed long after our people resided in our homelands that were eventually taken over by the establishment of the Cold Lake Air Weapons Range. Originally it was called the Primrose Weapons Range, but back in 1952 the federal government overtook those lands. It's 11,675 square kilometers that straddles the border of Alberta and Saskatchewan. It's very, very large, and it's right in the heart of Deneni, which is our traditional homelands. Our people all lived in that area, traveled those lands and waters throughout the course of the seasons, and we lived in a harmonious lifestyle until the establishment of the weapons range, when everybody was extracted from the weapons range, moved down to our reserve lands where we reside today in and around Cold Lake. We have 4 reserves. We have about 3,000 members, about half live on reserve, and we're always striving to attract our young people to go out, get your education, come back and live with our people and our families. Cold Lake, after 1952, our nation went into essentially a welfare state, as did many nations that were affected by the development of the Cold Lake Air Weapons Range. And we had to learn a new lifestyle, a new way of living, because our entire being was taken away from us. So we turned to what was happening on the landscape at the time, the settlement of the lands in the area, some agriculture, but many people actually went truly into welfare and poverty, and a number of all kinds of problems that come with that shortly ensued thereafter. We lived that way for many, many years. The promise of the 20-year agreement with Canada came and went, and the expectation was that the weapons range would be given up after a 20-year period. Didn't happen, and they're still there today. So we pursued a land claim process in the early 90s, and my aunt was actually a big part of the research behind that. So there was a lot of knowledge gathering from our families, interviews, research that went into going up against Canada and trying to settle a claim. That claim process took more than a decade, and it was a lot of effort, and we had a lot of no's in Ottawa, but eventually we did settle a settlement claim in 2002. After that, we were able to start to drive our path towards economic reconciliation. After the claim happened, we were able to designate some lands on the reserve for commercial purposes. We opened up a casino, which really started to help us understand business and understand how to be part of the local economy. And from there, we just grew. We started our flagship group of companies, Primco Dene. They own and operate about 15 different entities underneath their group of companies, and today they offer oil and gas, primarily oil and gas energy services, camps, catering, security, EMS, and a number of other types of rental divisions, pilings, construction-related activities. We're very proud of Primco Dene. From Primco Dene, we also partnered with the 6 neighboring First Nations in our area, in our tribal council, to form Seven Lakes Oil Field, which further explored into the energy services sector, but today very successfully employs more than 400 people. We've managed to retain about a 70 to 80% Indigenous workforce retention across all of our groups of companies. And we're very proud of that. We obviously support local First Nation and Métis communities and our workforce to help keep our people at home and work in our homelands. But we also employ from upwards of 70 different communities across Canada. And some of our work has taken us outside of our homelands. We've worked on pipeline projects and Bridge Line 3 and other major energy infrastructure projects in Western Canada. But wherever we go, we try to connect with local nations that want to branch off and learn from our experience in building our businesses and create those employment opportunities for them, plus on one-on-one business mentoring so that they can have a legacy afterwards, after these major projects, to build upon their own. So since 1990, or the late 1990s, early 2000s, it's really kind of when we got our start. We started Primco with a $100,000 loan from Cenovus Energy, their predecessor, which is Alberta Energy Corporation. That loan was paid off in a month or two really successfully, and that kind of started the ball rolling in our economic development endeavor and our journey today. And today we own and operate more than 30 different businesses in addition to Primco Dene, Seven Lakes Oil Field. We also have a casino and a hotel, so I'm taking some notes from my stay here today. We are proud to say that we were able to host a lot of other Indigenous communities that come to our community for sporting events and cultural events, or just even to do some duty-free shopping across the border from Saskatchewan into Alberta. So we are always welcoming of them. We have a commercial division. We have a Petro-Canada at our reserve lands. But I think it was Milton or maybe Albert that mentioned we have to diversify away from casinos and hotels and gas stations and C-stores. And so that's when we started looking outside of that and how can we diversify tourism is one area that we do want to continue to grow, especially with the recognition of Indigenous tourism branding in Canada to try to attract domestic, also international travelers. So we're just on the cusp of developing that out. We have a beautiful landscape around us in Cold Lake and the many lakes around us, and we're hoping to expand our tourism development out into the Cold Lake, the shores of Cold Lake, where our English Bay Reserve is located, and start to host things like longer-term or short-term accommodations. We're building a cultural center out there, so hopefully we'll be able to do some education awareness and host industry government groups, whomever partners that we're working with, to teach them more about our own culture, our own language, the history of our treaty people, and welcome them to our lands and enjoy the beautiful landscape. Renewable energy was kind of the next logical thing for us that we looked at when we started doing strategic planning, both from a nation perspective, but also from an economic development perspective, recognizing that we did see a lot of success, but we're very much tied to oil and gas. And if oil and gas goes away tomorrow, what are we going to do? How are we going to support those livelihoods and our families? So we used all those good skills that we built up building our businesses and started to look at what are the opportunities in renewable energy. And it was actually at the FNPA conference, I think in 2017 was the first conference that Kyle and I came to. Kyle is my colleague. He's out in the audience somewhere. But you can't build all this one person alone in a community, and I think there was a mention about having 2, if not 3 people as advocates in your community, because you need to lean on each other for that support. But Kyle is sort of my right hand, and he's been with us every step of the way, and we've done a lot of work together to educate our chief and councils, our leaderships, work with our elders, work with the community to really understand what the community wants to see, that longer term vision. We had something called the Circles of Livelihood after the Cold Lake Air Weapons Range. We went through our claims process, and there was 3 circles. One was the past, representing what life was like prior to the establishment of the weapons range, where we lived harmoniously, our families all worked in an interdependent manner and were self-sustaining. They lived off of the land in harmony with the lands and the waters, the seasons and the months of the year. After the establishment of the weapons range in 1952, everything turned into chaos, and there was no direction. There was no prosperity. It was a struggle just to survive. And then the future circle is kind of, where do we see our future 7 generations from now? What do we see for our children? And at the time, our elders were visionaries, I call them, because they set the stage and they set the blueprint for all of us to come, to look at economic resiliency, self-sufficiency, and we embolize that in everything that we do at our nation. So we came to this conference and we started to put together some strategic plans. We actually met our current development partner today, Elemental Energy. They're also in the crowd here, so it's kind of like old home week for us. But we used the opportunities that we had by being introduced to the First Nations Power Authority and the resources that they had to be able to better understand the renewable energy sector and what it would take for a First Nation to participate. We really had no preconceived notions, but little did we know that we were on a bit of a roller coaster ride. Round about the same time, the Alberta government put into place a number of programs to support and encourage Indigenous clean energy. And through those programs, we were able to get grant funding to pursue a number of different initiatives. I'll go through some of those initiatives in a minute, but it also kind of opened our eyes to opportunity around who's out there on the landscape in this world of renewable energy. And it's a very complicated web, actually, when you consider the regulatory environment, energy regulators, environmental regulators, the law itself, how development happens. There's also aspects of commercial viability when participating in renewable energy sectors, and really opening our eyes to the whole world of finance and justifying projects that are in development and the risks that those pose to potential lenders, wrapping our heads around what it will take for an Indigenous equity participant to convince lenders to lend to them, and to demonstrate the long-term benefits that might reap to a First Nation community, and as well as to the partner, but also to help achieve Canada, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, all the provinces' goals around getting to net zero. So our journey has been quite long. We through the province's programs, we also participated in a joint committee that the province established, where there was representation from different sectors of the Alberta government, as well as in First Nation Métis communities from around Alberta, and then a number of specialists and organizations that were able to support the mandate of allowing communities to better understand the sector, all of the components to it, be able to ask questions, and to start that notion of creating energy champions in their communities. And so with that was sort of the cusp of our learning exercise. We were able to complete a community energy plan. That was kind of our first undertaking, and that really allowed us to do a series of audits on our community. From there, we kind of identified what our energy consumption looked like at an administration level. We did a lot of education. We did a lot of community engagement with our elders, with our youth, and everybody in between, to really gauge the level of awareness out there. From the energy plan and the audit, there was a series of recommendations that we were actually able to put into our roadmap, and then carry out things like putting solar panels on administration buildings, on elders' homes, doing energy retrofits to some of our buildings. Many of our buildings on the reserve, like many reserves, are very old and aging and weren't built in the most energy efficient manner to begin with. So we're striving towards that net zero, but we need a lot of help. We also did a net zero strategy for the nation, and that will help us map out what those milestones look like for the next several decades in order to help us get to net zero. We constructed a passive house on the reserve. A passive house, if people are not aware, is a house that is built with all the most current technology to reduce absolutely all emissions possible and to be self-sufficient. It's now in the middle of our community and serves as a gathering place for our elders. We've done pre-feasibility work for commercial wind and solar potential on our reserve and in the general area of Cold Lake. Now, wind and solar, as you know, the values for both those energy sources are primarily in the southern part of Saskatchewan and Alberta. So while it's potentially economically viable, we learned that, if we want to really break even and have an economically sustainable project, we're going to have to look elsewhere. So we didn't lose hope, though. We also did a pre-feasibility study for a microgrid in our community as well. And as we understand more about the energy markets in Alberta and in other provinces, Alberta is actually probably one of the more friendly provinces to do energy projects in, because they're deregulated. It's still challenging for an Indigenous community to be able to meet all of the economic thresholds to be an energy producer and to be able to buy and sell energy onto the grid in your province. So that is a challenge that's currently out there in Canada, and I think all of the Indigenous energy champions and our partners all need to lobby those groups to change some of those standards and remove some of those barriers so our communities can actually entertain microgrids in a feasible manner. I think there's a handful of communities across the 650 plus First Nations in Canada that have succeeded in that, and that number needs to change. So since becoming a member of the FNPA and being introduced to people like Guy Lonechild, I want to call you my brother because you're everybody else's brother in the room here. We've been able to really expand our network, and we've met so many people in the industry, from government, from non-government organizations, the School of Environment and Sustainability. I think there's just such a vast connection that we can all have with each other to promote this concept of Indigenous, meaningful. Actually, there's a term in the federal government for meaningful Indigenous participation, which is a 25% equity stake minimum, but for really true reconciliation and to see our Indigenous communities be part of this energy transition. It's happening rapidly, and it's happening not just in Canada, but around the world. Through our relationship with Elemental Energy, we were eventually successful after several attempts at government procurement opportunities to actually get 2 projects off the ground, which we're really proud of. One is a 37 megawatt solar facility in Medicine Hat, Alberta, and that's a merchant project, but it has a battery component to it that we were successful in getting grant funding from Emissions Reduction Alberta, another organization that has a lens on Indigenous participation. So we're very successful, or we were very happy with that success, and we're actually going to construction here starting in July. And then the second project that we're working with Elemental on is a 150 megawatt solar project in southern Alberta, and that came to us through our relationship with Cenovus Energy. They're one of the major energy producers in the oil sands area in our homelands, and through that relationship we were able to negotiate a power purchase agreement along with Elemental, and we'll be building that hopefully sometime next year. So that too has been a great learning exercise for our nation. We've had to become very adept at things like understanding the regulation, how these projects come to be, the difference between a contracted project versus a merchant project, what that risk poses to potential lenders. We now have to go to the market, and thanks to the Alberta Indigenous Opportunity Corporation, the AIOC in Alberta, they're offering government loan guarantees to Indigenous communities so they can participate in the energy sector. They've broadened that mandate, and understand there's a similar program going on in Saskatchewan. So I commend the 2 provinces because they're only 2 of 4 provinces that are offering government loan guarantees for backstopping Indigenous investment. And hopefully Canada starts to look at something similar so that that benefit can be transferred across the rest of the country. We're becoming very good at being able to respond to quick responses and questions, and participate in negotiations, and understand complex financial models, and understanding who can we go to, and how can we approach attracting capital. As you know, First Nations have a difficult time doing that just based on our history, because we don't own the land, we don't have collateral, and so it makes it difficult for First Nations, for Indigenous businesses to be able to attract good lenders and competitive financing. So we continue to march that issue and work towards getting the best possible deal so we can secure meaningful ownership. This is a fast-moving world, this whole area of clean energy. And every day my phone rings or my email's buzzing with somebody wanting to talk to us about some other project. And I think that's because we've sort of went down this path and made ourselves available to being open to doing business in clean energy. And so we've had the luxury, I guess, of talking to lots of different proponents. And today, you know, we've entertained, excuse me, and applied our due diligence to a whole bunch of new areas including compressed air energy storage of renewables to take advantage of the market conditions in Alberta and storing energy for upwards of a week and then putting it back onto the grid at peak prices. There's a whole movement towards small modular nuclear reactor technology that we're really trying to understand, how that fits into clean energy and what are the environmental risks of that technology. We've also participated in well site decommissioning programs this past year through some grant funding that came through from Natural Resources Canada. So we had over 300 well sites on our reserve, and many of them have been abandoned and suspended. There's only actually 20 that are operating, so that leaves a whole lot of liability and legacy in the ground. So we're looking at those as opportunities to repurpose them, or in some cases, we're actually partnering with a company to find new ways to extract the oil in a more sustainable manner. So we're going to be producing our own oil for the first time instead of relying on partners to do that for us. We've also looked at renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel. We've been having discussions with the federal government and the Department of National Defense to see what their appetite is for entertaining these types of energy. We're looking at hydrogen production. We've recently been engaged with the 6 major oil sands producers in Alberta that comprise 20-some% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. They formed the Pathways Alliance, and they're going to be pursuing carbon capture and storage, and they're going to be collecting carbon from all of their major oil sands facilities and then transporting it down to the Cold Lake region in a pipeline and then storing it in the pore space beneath our lands. So we really want to understand, what does that mean to our community? We really have to rely very much so on the teachings of our elders for us to participate in a project like that. And we've told those CEOs, all of the nations in Alberta, that we're not here to be consulted. We're here to be part of this project, and we want to say in this project. So we're on the cusp of change, I think, and my hope is that we'll get there. I think this program, Elena had asked me to do a SWOT analysis, and I had to do my big story and my big circular view of things before I can actually break things down into a SWOT. But I understand the process, and we've done that a lot in our strategic planning. But I really wanted to highlight, I think, some of the skills that can come out of this program and that can be taught to people like me and Melissa, who's actually in the program right now. But things like project management, understanding the regulatory landscape, understanding environmental legislation, energy legislation, economic, financial literacy, the art of negotiating, proposal writing, advocacy. This doesn't just fall in your lap, it just doesn't happen. There's a constant need to advocate for this to happen, to develop partnerships, to develop your technical skills. All of these clean technologies are very, very highly researched and tested before they're ever implemented, and it takes a lot to stay on top of that, and it's a continual learning exercise. Planning projects, applying Indigenous knowledge and that Indigenous lens, worldview, to something very scientific and something that's usually very engineered, and it's not an easy concept to explain and to gather that meaningful feedback from your elders. Accessing funding, seeking out like-minded partners, whether that's other Indigenous communities, organizations like FNPA. There's lots of other knowledge-based organizations that do education programs and are willing to be partners in this journey with us. And then from a challenges standpoint, I think many of our communities still continue to face a lot of capacity problems, as well as our own community. Two of us can't stay on top of all of this, so we do really rely on those relationships that we've built. So hopefully there's a movement afoot with government, and we were actually consulted on a program that they are trying to build right now at the federal level with Indigenous Services Canada, the SPY program that FNPA was started with. They're looking at creating a program that will help build these energy advocates across Canada. And so hopefully my personal experience and the experience of my nation will help contribute to building something like that so all of our communities can participate. The resources that we've been able to garner are unlimited. It's hard to keep track of all of these things. Honestly, it's overwhelming at times, but it's exciting too, and I really thrive on it, and I hope to be able to create that enthusiasm across other communities. So what does our future look like? I think Indigenous communities, we need to have that fair access to an equitable participation in the clean economy. And for the betterment of our communities, I think those relationships that we have with industry and government will really help us get there. So in summary, from the circles of livelihood that I talked about that were derived from the teachings and the experiences of our elder, the concept of that was a livelihood for a livelihood, which means that as Canada and as industry shares in the wealth of our resources and our lands, so too shall we. And I think that's especially true for Indigenous participation in clean energy. So I thank you all today for listening to my story, and I'm really excited to continue my journey, and I'm actually hopeful that maybe I could be a student someday in the master's program, because there's some really smart people there that can teach us a lot. Hi.
Thank you, Heather. Did I not tell you that she is just a wealth of knowledge? I just love working with her. I'm so blessed. The next guest that I would like to introduce is Melissa Beatty. She has joined our advisory, and we are incredibly lucky to have her because she is a student in the SENS program right now, and she is doing the program. And so in order for me to learn, I can now ask her what his student experience is like. And our goal is to collect that student feedback to make the program the best it can be. Heather had mentioned that I had asked them to do a SWOT analysis. And during one of our development workshops, we began to discuss community engagement and the opportunities we could provide through education to support our students and engaging in that community. So we began the process of constructing a SWOT analysis, and it's a strategic planning technique to learn about the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threats of project planning. We would like to share this process with you. So as you're listening to Melissa, I encourage you to think about your own community, your own projects, and start to listen to the strengths and the weaknesses and the opportunities and the threats that are out there. And I hope that you will walk away taking some understanding of the process that we're going through in trying to build the curriculum in the right way. And here's Melissa.
Hi, good afternoon. Melissa Birini, dan stiga songi musumpat nagutse from Treaty 6 territory. My name is Melissa Biri. Tamaskat na oni stand in the Naskomon Minigi Biwi Summit Gayo that the big squan. I'm fluent in my language, not say when the Niganta big squan usi. You know, it helps me to speak in my language first before I can speak English. So I'm not very I don't speak English very well. And I prefer to speak in my language, but I know that so I have to translate. And that's how my mind works. That's how I learn. I have to translate, from what Kiwi agus Kanamaga from, the Western way, and it goes to English, mina isini da guys skidita man, nida ni skidita win. Isisagi pisio pigigoyan. So I translate that, and then, in turn, yusinista kapitano tegi skidita win. That's what I hope to bring to, the curriculum development with the university. Kagi summit, Greg was not here. Greg Pelzer, a professor that I knew from years back in Stamagi Summit about back in 2011 to, I think it was 2011 when I first met him in the Masters in Northern Governance and Development program with the university, and I took that back then. It was offered remotely. Ni ginagawa nagi iskanal magawa ni wedo igimdasa guksise yesagawataman. And of course I jumped at that opportunity because you could be at home, you didn't have to leave, you could just learn from your home. So I did that. Summit. I think it was last year, he called me up and he said, we have this Masters in Environmental Sustainability program. And I think you would be interested in from the university. And of course, for me, it was that's what I was taught. To always jump at the opportunity to learn. So of course I said yes. In environment and sustainability, I looked at it and I thought I know nothing about environment and sustainability when I looked at the language, the literacy. A year and a half into this program, and at the for the language that they speak, and then learning that and then translating it to my understanding, I realized, I do know, I just don't speak that language, and I'm just learning that language. I remember growing up, we were always outside. We lived off the land. I was always with my father because it was just I was his little tail, so I followed him around all over. He was a commercial fisherman. And of course, if you're going to follow me around, you're going to work, he said. So, and he put me to work. I think I was 10 years old when we went out. Because every summer we had to go to fish camp, speak up when when the school was closed, we went out to fish camp. Because that's how he provided for us. He put me to work and he said, okay, you're going to take the fish off the net. And I didn't do a very good job. In fact, he fired me from my first job. I was 10 when I got fired from my first job. He said, you sit in the middle of the boat and you'll clean the fish. You'll dress them and you clean them. I think you can do that. So, and he showed me how. You know, and he paid me. So I started that work ethic. Magamina ti iwap magisa do sagweskina nagatedi ti dogesina na patsitataske. Mina giwadogageminak, you know, but I watched and I observed how he would, you know, look after everything, and he was so careful in looking after the equipment, but the land to his manamaga, where we were at our fish camp. You know, we took care of it, and we lived off the land. But if it wasn't in the summer, it was the winter time. We were trapping. You know, I followed him around then too. So I learned to do that. I learned to, you know, live off the land. You know, to respect this land. And I'm very proud of that as you know, as a First Nation Nidoisco. You know, we were first on this land for a reason, and we were given that, you know, that responsibility, magamina, that inherent right and that inherent gift. You know, and I've heard Vice Chief Ali Berg tweet. Chief you know, he said the same thing. And, you know, that we're stewards of this land. So when I realized that, you know, I do know about environmental sustainability. I have been practicing it. It's just, it's a different language. You know, my brain works differently. You know, so it takes me a while to translate this information. Is two white seeing you know, these ladies, they talk about the two white seeing, you know, the framework of this. And you know, I live my life like that. You know, from my land and from my culture. To you know, go learn, you know, the Western ways. You know, you have to be open. You guys to be open to learning. You know, that's it. That we to and that's what he said to me. My late grandfather, Oscar Beatty, taught me that those values to, you know, to go out and seek an education, but, you know, not for to be misleading or you know, not for to be proud or but, you know, to help. And to share, you know, that's it, you know, that's part of our culture. And, you know, and one thing, that's the reason why I was attracted to this program and why I stayed with it. You know, I wasn't too sure if I was going to proceed, because you know, like I said, I didn't know anything about, I thought I knew nothing about about the environment and sustainability, but I was wrong. But anyway, I looked at that program, and I take a class here and there, and Matisa Itzkagwan, you know, that's in my spirit. You know, does it sit well with my spirit? Do they have the same values? You know, is it meaningful? And I found that it was very meaningful. And I'm very proud to, you know, to work with this group. There's mistakes, you know, these ladies that are up here with me. I'm learning a lot, but like I said, it's not easy. And I like what that person said about, you know, it takes more than one person kipiagun gatuskin, givitatuskin maugmiti tetnuak. You work with a lot of people, and you need that. You need that support that we tatuskimituak, that we tituak, and that is our culture, that we tituak. We do that as First Nations. But I find that we're stuck because of a lot of grievances and a lot of challenges. With Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation, we're over 11,000 members in our nation, and we're geographically widespread, and magamistegi way. Yadimak, hiwap magontit ni magido, igitimaga, mistegi timagistik. Uskip mat sagmina mistake in sona chiswitik. There's so many challenges and there's so many grievances, and I see that in my communities. We have 8 communities that are geographically widespread, like I said, and I see that because I live back home. Where I grew up from, I live there, so I see it, and I think that's the question that I ask. It's wonderful that we're learning about how to, learning the language of energy security. It's wonderful to learn that, and I say kudos to First Nations Power Authority that are leading the way for our people. They're trailblazing. Let's not forget that we need to look after our communities. We need to look after our people and our children. There's so many challenges there, and I see that, and I'm thinking, okay, how can we look after this land? How can we go back to, being stewards of this land like we were meant to be? If we can't, first look after ourselves, and I see a lot of hurt, and I see a lot of one of the people that were up here previously talked about, the leadership. They're trying to manage poverty. It should never be like that. But that's the reality, because there was no sharing. They come and extract, make money, and go and destroy destroy the land. They're clear cutting back in my territory. Their trap lines are no more. Hydro dams flooding our territories. They make money and then they leave, and then what's left? Can't live off the land anymore. And you can see the effects from that. When I look at Kisea, elders, and they talk about that. Our elders are talking about how it was back then, and how wonderful our land was, and it still is, and we can, get it back to that point when we work together. But what I bring me that to remind educators and the university, being on the, this committee, curriculum development, is that we have to bring it to our kids. Because as a student, that's what I learned. I didn't know that language. So we have to teach our kids this language. You don't wait till it's at the university level, but we have to teach our children this language. Somebody was up here talking about diversifying. Mother the casinos, gas stations, mother the and you know, we need to teach that to our kids, so it needs to be in our schools. We can't wait till it's at the university level. You know, that's why I asked my husband to come with me, Manak, because he's an educator. He works in the education system. You know, and I'm hoping, it's my hope, neither that he takes it back to our nation and you know, develops something, you know, to have this program within our schools, or, you know, elementary, Mina. You know, she was telling me that there was a lady that, you know, developed a program for elementary kids. So it needs to be there, but it needs to be within our culture, in our ways of knowing. You know, that's the responsibility we were given. And that means that we take it back and we teach our kids, so we're not, you know, we're not having to, that's for a lack of a better saying, I guess, you know, you can't teach how do you say that? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. You know, I would say, you guys like that's mistake, wait, let's not wait like till I'm, you know, like at my age, or I'm just learning here this language. We need to teach that language, you know, energy, sustainability language to our children. That you do have it. You have that knowledge. And first of all, that's the key thing, that healing, that we need to have this healing first. And a part of that is going back to our culture, you know, reconciliation. And you know, we have to go back, and the part of that is, you know, taking our rightful place as stewards of this land and knowing that we are, and not to have that thinking that we don't know. You know, I came into this program thinking I didn't know. You know, I didn't have any confidence. I didn't think I looked down on myself, because I thought, okay, there's these PhDs and there's, you know, all these engineers, and there's some mistake, you know, there's some mistake. You know, I don't know a lot, I thought, but, you know, I was wrong. That's right. But that's always my message, whenever I have a chance to speak, you know, our communities. We can't forget, you know, that's the reason why. And education is the way, magamina, you know, our culture, and you know, that's why I feel at home. And that's to be on the land, and you know, to be outside. You know, I feel at peace when I'm outside and I'm doing what I should be doing. It feels at home, it feels right, and nothing feels off. You know, there's no stress. So, you know, that's always my message. Let's not forget our children. Let's not forget our communities. You know, because especially right now, there's some mistake. There's so much going on right now, and you know, he's been some mistake Mistake not mistake I see that, you know, when there's an influx of money or something that comes in, and you saw that, you know, through COVID, you know, there was people that, I don't know how you say that, there's some mistake, you know, money came into the communities, and then, you know, what did you see? Well, I saw there was an increase in violence. I saw there was, you know, you saw the state of our communities. You know, and it's good to have, you know, economic development. It's good to have that. But we have to remember that, you know, the people that are going to be impacted from that. You know, that's why we need that healing first. You know, because if you bring in that, again, you bring in that economic development, you bring in, people are having money, and you bring in, all these things go up. So it's very important that we have to, have that healing first before we can be responsible in looking after, our community. You have to learn to look after yourself first. Look after your life first before you can, properly look after others. It's a simple, like when you're in an airport or in an airplane, you put the mask on yourself first before you can help others. That's one of my message, Nista. When I say, have this in our elementary programs, have it in our high schools, not just in the undergraduate and graduate level. And don't get me wrong, it's an honor and a privilege for me to be a part of it, and that's my message that I bring to the university and to the curriculum development group. We still got to make it meaningful. We have an opportunity here to do something great, that we tatos and to work together. Magagistawa po tagiskanal last week. Isumaga speaks tagiskanal last week. Minapegoni tagiskanal magawian. Like you two have to learn our language. If you want to talk about reconciliation, you have to learn our language and learn our ways. The same way I had to, learn your language and learn and learn. So it's, I think that's the only way we can do that and not forget. I know the history. We're not gonna forget that. But let's not get stuck in that. It's not a great place to work from. From anger or from that pain, maga. As a strength, when you go through something, it strengthens you, right? So let's take that strength and harness it and, work together. And I know we can do that, and the university is, is doing that, is allowing for that space. That's why I always go back to the University of Saskatchewan. I have an opportunity to go study here or study over there. I can apply to this university and take that program. But I always go back to the University of Saskatchewan because I find that, their values reflect mine. I work well with them, and they're very respectful. And, that's why I always go back. And this university and this program, this Master's in Environment Sustainability program, allows for that space, that safe space. Somebody was talking about that earlier, having that safe space to create these programs and to move ahead in environmental sustainability. And that's what this program offers. And, Elena had asked us to do the SWOT analysis on the strengths and our weaknesses and our opportunities and our, and I'm thinking, okay, what the heck am I gonna, my strengths, and I'm thinking, okay, well, the strength is that, the values, they reflect. They want to work with us, and I feel at home when I'm there at the university. I've always valued, academics, and always valued education because of my late grandfather and what he said to me before he passed. He said, there's 4 things. There's 4 things, and I'll tell you. He said, that go speaker, kituti mak. I speak tagiskin magrisin. He said you have to put your creator, Gimantu, Nigant in first, and then your family, then your education. Then you help your communities, you help where you're itaga. And you know, and when I first came into this program, like I said, I thought I didn't know anything, and I thought I didn't belong here. And then I remembered Digiskisian, Isiagisit Numbusumpan, Danigana Dakmantu, and I asked the Creator, I said, am I supposed to be here? I think I made a wrong turn somewhere, I'm like, what the heck am I doing here? I worked with child welfare for many years, and I worked I work for my council now back home. So I don't know what I'm doing here. I thought, that, I'm the one who's in charge here. You're there because I put you there. You have something meaningful to say. You need to teach them, what you have to say, it matters. She said, so it's not by accident, but I know there's a higher power, however you want to say, your beliefs. But I know there's somebody else that's, my Lord and Creator, puts me here. So I just go and I put again before I come up here, and I say a little prayer. I say mantu itin katate speaks gran. Before I come up here, I was sitting there, and I just had to have a little moment to, say a little prayer. So I say what is right, and I speak from my heart. And I didn't have anything prepared, or and I said, well, Lord, you'll help me anyway, so you'll lead the way. You are the first and the last, so stop with the money, and I'm very thankful for this opportunity to be here with these ladies. A big squag about energy security, and I guess my message here is, put it in our elementary schools as well. We have to teach them that language. Like I said, I had a hard time learning this language. I know my language. I'm fluent in my language. I know my language. I know how to live off the land, and we still practice that. My husband and I, we're still very active on, practicing our traditions and our culture. And we are blessed. I'm blessed to live by a lake, but I can't go drink out of that lake anymore. I heard this gentleman talking about that. You used to haul water, that you could drink it. And so we need to do something about that to learn about environment and sustainability, but also working with the university and other industry, of course, other industries, other sectors that are here. Like I said, you have to learn learn our language, learn our culture, to have that meaningful relationship. We will know whose heart is in it, and who's just meeting that little quota to say, hey, I do have a First Nations person in my office here, so I'm good. No, we know, because I don't know how you say this, we feel it in our spirit, and we know in our heart who's meaningful and who isn't. And let me tell you, if you're not, like he said, they're not going to work with you. So, I guess that's my message to, for those of you professionals that are here from the different industry, take that, I know it's a challenge, it's hard, it's really hard. It was hard for me as a student, living back home on my reserve. It's hard to learn, this language, and then having to translate it is even harder. To talk to my community, my leadership, the elders in our communities, and telling them about this program. And I think I'm the only student from PBC and to be in this program, and we're over 11,000 members. And it's part of my project, my research project, is to take this program back and talk about environmental sustainability with my nation. That's part of my work that I will be carrying out, but it's hard, and I need more people from my nation, anyways, to help me. But I am hopeful. I know where I am. I'm here for a reason, so I'm just doing nista intutaman. Intuto agmanto ese nista gaisi udaswasit manamaga. I'm just listening to where I fulfill my purpose, and hoping to in my nation. I'm very hopeful that we're as successful as Heather and her nation. I look up to her, and I'm thinking, wow, I need to learn from this lady. And I'm grateful to have that opportunity to work with them, and I'm grateful for Gaius and he's part of the curriculum development group, and he asked me to come and speak here, and I thought, why the heck is he asking me? I don't know nothing. I thought, but I'm very thankful for that. Thank you, and thank you to First Nations Power Authority. You're trailblazing, and it's a wonderful thing that you're doing, and I'm very proud to be a part of it. And with the university, I thank Elena for taking the lead here. And I always go into things that I'm unsure of. I don't know how it's gonna work. I don't know what I'm gonna say. I don't know. To be humble but I just know I'll speak from my heart, and I'll only talk about what I know. I'm not going to pretend to know. And I'll just show you who I am, and what it's been like for them being a student. I'm near the end, thank goodness. It's hard work, but it's a wonderful program. You get to, I say, like they say, it's all entirely online. So I was niginagi, and I was in my room, and taking classes through Zoom, but one of the recommendations I made, being a part of that curriculum is, you have to bring students together. You have to give them that opportunity to come together and to, tell their stories and to get to know one another. You can't all be just in the online world, I guess, through Zoom, especially when, coming from this COVID era, we all had to work from home. My office was in my room, and I switch it up, and then I go, okay, now I have to go attend a class. I put on a different hat as a student. So, so it's very vital, I say, to bring the students together. And I think they're making those changes where you have to bring them together, and you have to allow for that space for the students to tell their stories and to get to know one another. So we establish those relationships, That's where it starts, and in that this program allows that. It provides that. It provides that safe space. So I'm near, like I said, I'm nearing the end of the program. And you do get summers off, thank goodness. I was dragging my butt towards the last semester, that was in the economics class, and it was really, really tough, to be disciplined and to, switch on your laptop and then go to class, and you're talking about economics and sustainability, and I'm like, it's hard, but it's very manageable, and I'm very grateful for, to be a student and nearing the end, and you do get summers off. Keep that in there, don't take that away. You do need it. I guess that's just my message. Again, I'll end it before I start gabbing here. What's that? Okay. My message is, take it to our schools. Let's not wait till it's at the university level. Let's not forget, And this is not a means to an end. This is a tool that we tigwak. It's a resource for us. It helps us for those that want to work with us. We work together. We'll help one another. You're treading on territory that you haven't been on. Whereas we know what it's like. We know what it's like to feel like you don't know where you are. And, we can help with that. We have some experience in that, and we're not, we're not working from a place of anger or but we won't forget, but still we're not, we're people that we love to help. We love to work with others. And we sitwak, that's what I've always been taught that, and I know I'm repeating myself here, but I can't say that enough, that, let's not get stuck in being angry. I say that in Totimak, I say that to my people. I know we suffered a lot. Residential school. My mother went to residential school. But how did she overcome that? Well, she made it a point to teach us the not to lose our language. That was her priority, and I thank God for that. But she also said, it's poison for your spirit if you don't let that go. It's not to say that you're forgetting or you're not acknowledging. It's always going to be there. You can't erase it, but you need to, move from there. The wititwak, let's healing. Like I go back to that. It's healing, and let go of that hurt. Let go of that pain. From that anger, it's not a good place to work from, and it's just poison for. That's how I see it. That's how I believe that, and I try to live my life like that. If I come across something that isn't good for me, I don't allow it into matsiunik, whatever it may be, whatever, it doesn't sit right for you. You just don't let it penetrate. So, and I'm told them to finish off here. But anyway, that's my last message here, is to take care of yourselves, heal yourselves, work from here, make it meaningful, and we can work together. And, and I thank you guys for for listening to me and my story and who I am. And thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I always get lost in her wisdom and her language and her voice, and I just find you such an inspiring person. It is lunch, and we are cognizant of the time. We did start early, just as a little bit of our defense there, or did start late. But I do want to let you know we do have scholarships available, and we will be here. We're sitting at that table. Please come and ask us questions. If you want to talk about student recruitment or scholarship opportunities, we are here for the next 2 days, so please find us. Thank you.
All right. All right, thank you so much for that very inspiring presentation to all of you. And there's presentations here by the CEO of FNPA, Guy Lonechild, to all the presenters and to our moderator. All right, we thank you, Egose. You may make your way down the stage. All right, one more round of applause. For those diabetics, we got to get you some food into your systems. But before we move on to lunch, I just want to remind you there's a silent auction going on. There's some items on at that table to my far right, and I'm told bids will be open till 9 p.m. tonight. So please make a contribution if you can for a good cause, and that is the silent auction, and that will be unveiled here this evening at the banquet. So, kamit suna no etegwe hase kagi samuke. We already had prayer this morning, so I'm assuming we'll just move on with lunch here. We'd like to thank sponsor Enbridge for this luncheon. And it is buffet style, as you can see to my left. So in our culture, that means you, LJ, second elders and veterans from the previous conflicts. I don't see you out here from up here. Lights are a little bright. So meet Sotan, hey, how? Mosomak. If you see an elder that's somewhat not as mobile, I ask young people to step in and please serve them their meals. So, and we'll see you in about 45 minutes. Aho!
For millions of years, Mother Earth has provided her natural resources to the human race so that we may keep our homes warm, grow food to nourish our bodies, and have fresh water to drink. She willingly has given and given, and humans take and take from her. The population of the human race is at an all-time high. We are creating vast amounts of pollution to the earth that may be irreversible if we don't make the necessary changes now. It is our turn to give back to what she has given for us. We can do that by reusing our natural resources so that we can make clean energy. We must do our part to ensure that the future generations have a future they can look forward to.
Far too often in the past, First Nations have been shut out of the power industry generation. As we get to new technology, there's an opportunity for First Nations to become involved and to participate in the exciting opportunities generated by wind, solar, flare gas, as well as SMRs and hydrogen in the future. These new technologies will not only benefit our membership, but also create a more sustainable environment for our grandchildren and those yet to come.
We understand that a clean energy future needs to include Indigenous engagement and development. Through FNPA and through processes like the development of Canada's Action Plan on SMR technology, that we can help to build the bridges for the future. Bridges for the future that ensure that energy security, food security, and other important topics of discussion happening around the world today become a reality.
Reconciliation is an obligation of all First Nations, non-First Nations who call Saskatchewan and Canada home to take the 94 calls to action that our over 100 residential school survivors asked of us to make sure that the future generations do not have to go through what our current and past generations have been through. One of them is number 92, and that is call to action with economic development. First Nations people must and have to be a part of all growth in our province and in our country. It could be from renewable energy to frontline, but it has to do with economic development.
At FNPA, we believe that renewable energy is one of the keys to helping our First Nations achieve their economic goals and targets. Alberta has done a great job so far. REP Round 3 was a prime example of that with the Indigenous equity participation minimum requirement of 25%. We feel that's a launching pad for the future for our First Nations. Specifically, we believe with the current movement towards more tangible ESG goals, that is economic, social, and governance, that there's a real opportunity here to create synergistic partnerships between First Nations and industry in the province. At FNPA, we believe that wealth creation, ownership of wealth, is the key to unlocking our nation's futures. Wealth is the key to achieving all our health, education, and socioeconomic goals and targets. We strive to bring together partnerships that are synergistic and are long-lasting and are benefit to all parties involved.
Indigenous people have always had a relationship with the lands. A deep sense of respect is given. They only take what is needed so that others may share in the wealth that Mother Earth has given them. They believe there is a natural law when it comes to what they take from Mother Earth. Take care of her, and she will take care of them for as long as she can.
Hamida Gochapi. Ade Wakatranka Johanna Gaga Chehan. Dago Johanna Oni. Is there you habino. Dago Gityabi. Dago Gityabi no. Ade Wakatanga say check. Wachinga Eha. Tagani Johanna. Nina Wakatino. I hope habi wo. Makuchene Nina Wakatino. Dago Johanna Nina Wakatino. Ta odane. Ta Johanna Nina Wakat. Wamakaskana. Wamnuska. Dago Johanna Nina Wakatino. Aho pabi The meaning of that song is the Togashina Chea Waono Hona Machko. That means hear my voice, Creator, I'm crying. Help me, pity me. That's what the song says.
Reconciliation is about returning to the kind of relationship that we used to have, or to establish the kind of relationship that we mutually wanted at a certain point in our historical past. When we look at our relationship with the land as Indigenous people, we know that we have a special relationship with it. When I was a young lawyer, an elder once told me that when you have difficult decisions to make, go sit upon the lap of your mother, the earth, and she will help you make those decisions. Because of that special relationship, we only took what we needed from the land. We only exploited it to the extent that we needed the resources to be able to rely upon. And what that means today is that our relationship with the land is still a very strong part of what it is that we need to do.
We butchered them too, and I gave them to surrounding communities on our reserve and off reserve, and it was good. It was good to see the traditional way of doing this process of butchering them. And it was good to see what these other band members did from Gordon's. I gave them 2 hides when I did it, and they made a traditional drum out of it. Myself, I'm a traditional dancer, and a whistle carrier and a pipe carrier. And when they did that group of singers, and when they hit that drum, it hit me right away. It connected with my spirit, because those were my buffalo. They made a drum out of there. I didn't know how to feel. It was very emotional to see this group of singers to make a drum out of the hides that I gave them from my farm. So it was sort of like a chilling thing. It was a chills down my whole body. And that's the power of what we have here today. We don't realize that. Some people think, oh, they're just buffalo. They're not. It's something that we used way back. Our ancestors. We made our clothing from there. The ladies made their traditional dancing dresses. We made our moccasins out of there. We made our jackets. Lots of things that we see today in the museums. What they did with these animals.
In today's world, during COVID-19, we have many struggles. Indigenous communities are very vulnerable, and so we need to ensure that the strategies moving forward will involve partnerships that help to build wealth, that help to build structural opportunities around education, training, labor force development, and building wealth. Equity participation is just one way, but there are many ways that we can help to build these bridges, and we invite each and every one of you to be a part of the conversation regarding SMR technology, hydrogen, and other emerging technologies that provide promise and hope for a better future.
Today, our youth are more hungry than ever for change. They want to make sure that they're a part of the growth, a part of the change. Mother Earth is talking to us. Climate change is real. We must transition to a new model of renewable energy. Our youth have to be ready. We must educate them, and so that they can be a part of it, a part of the change, and to be prepared to take over those leadership roles.
Bringing in renewable energies for First Nations / Indigenous community, and it would be better for my generation and my generation's grandkids or kids, so we could have a brighter future. I don't want them to be living in smoke or polluted lakes. Well, they already are, but like, it's just really important to keep our world clean, because we're basically just kind of killing the earth by throwing garbage or throwing chemicals in the lakes. The land is really important. It's really important to us because we dance powwow, and what if we all of a sudden run out of food and then we have to start eating plants? The plants won't grow if we don't keep the whole world clean. And yeah, that's why it's so important to me.
Our forefathers depended on the natural resources in the environment, and they were connected to our ceremonies, our culture, the wind, the sun, and now with climate change and everything that's going on, it's time to reconnect. In my belief that, you know, we utilize the sun, we utilize the wind, which has no effect on our environment. And if we harness it, then we can save Mother Earth.
Mother Earth is desperately needing our help to reset her natural resources in a number of ways. To bring life to her once rich soils, to make her water fresh again, and to enable animals to roam freely to set the natural order of grazing. She will heal again, but it is up to us, starting now, to bring reusable and clean energy resources to the forefront of environmental reconciliation.
Okay, we're going to get started again real soon with the agenda, and it is almost top of the hour for, I guess, well, almost top of the hour, 1 o'clock. And this next presenter is a very good friend of mine. Her name is Angie Bruce. She's the Assistant Deputy Minister of Natural Resources Canada. And we're so pleased to have Angie here today to discuss Natural Resources Canada's commitment to a national framework on resource sharing. A framework on how to ensure that First Nations and Indigenous communities across Canada are sharing in the economic opportunities in the resource sector. And so we are extremely pleased and honored to have Angie with us today. And then immediately following the presentation, we have a meeting with First Nations leaders directly in the room across the hall from here. And so we would like to have and invite the First Nations leaders and their development corporations sit in on a conversation with ADM Bruce, facilitated by FNPA and NRCan. And so, Chief Terry Richardson, I know you've come a long, long way from New Brunswick. Your colleagues are still stuck in the airport, I think in Toronto. They will be here tonight. Chief Kyra Wilson from Manitoba did make it here, so please stand and be recognized as well. And we invite you and other leadership from across Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta to join us as well. So without further ado, please give a warm welcome to Angie Bruce, Natural Resources Canada.
All right. I know I'm interrupting your lunches today, and I thought I would be very brief, but then my staff gave me 20 pages to read to you. Well, I'll start off by saying I'm very excited to be here today. A good afternoon to everyone. When Guy calls you and tells you you have to be at this conference, you gotta come. There's nothing that you can say. So thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here to speak with you today. My name, of course, is Angie Bruce, and I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of Niquaywoshk at Natural Resources Canada, and my team is responsible for advancing the reconciliation agenda at Natural Resources and the energy sectors. The name Niquaywoshk is a new one for us. And only a few months ago, it was gifted to us by an elder-led naming ceremony. Its translation in Algonquin is sweetgrass. The name the elders gave us is to ground us and to reflect on the journey to help ensure equity and balance in our natural resource sector. The 3 braids of Niquaywoshk reminds us of our ancestors, our future generations, and the roles that public servants have to respect the past and prepare for the future. As a sector with NRCan, Niquaywoshk's aim is to be at the forefront of the federal government's reconciliation agenda. We want to achieve this through meaningful partnerships, nation-to-nation dialogues with our First Nations, Métis, and Inuit partners, and the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. I want to start by acknowledging the land that we are gathered here today, so Whitecap Dakota First Nation and the Treaty 6 territory. So we're in the room today because we know the strength of Indigenous leaders in the energy sector and the progress that can be made when we work together to address our shared priorities of transitioning to a net zero economy by 2050. And at the same time, current geopolitical tensions in our world shine a stark light on the importance of energy security to ensure everyone has access to secure, reliable, affordable, and sustainable forms of energy. Our climate and energy transition objectives need to be interlinked with our energy security goals, and that needs to be advanced hand in hand with people, workers, communities, being at the heart of this effort. If we are to be successful in this massive undertaking to transform our energy system, we know that achieving these objectives will need Indigenous skilled workers, and we need to foster new talents. We need Indigenous innovation and entrepreneurship, and we need Indigenous leadership, ownership, and participation across all energy sectors. Today, there are 2,000 Indigenous clean energy projects and 4,100 Indigenous workers in the sector. This represents a broad range of experiences, expertise, and skills that are needed to achieve our ambitious objectives. The average portion of Indigenous ownership in clean energy projects is 45%, which demonstrates the scale of innovation Indigenous peoples bring to the energy sector and the dedication to find better and cleaner sources of energy. These are all achievements that Indigenous people have attained despite the obstacles in their path. And that is why Canada is committed to addressing these obstacles, to bridge our common goals and facilitate Indigenous leadership in the natural resource and clean energy sectors. Because along with the clear climate and environmental benefits, there are massive economic opportunities to be realized from the clean energy transition. The global economy is changing, and changing rapidly. It is challenging in significant measures because science and climate change have told us unequivocally that we must change. This change is taking place in virtually every economy and every sector in every place around the world. And there are massive opportunities for Indigenous people to benefit economically from this change. At NRCan, we are focused on bridging Indigenous priorities for economic development in natural resource sector with the government's commitment to advance reconciliation. And also looking at that as a key priority to advance Indigenous ownership and participation in the net zero future, supporting Indigenous people to ensure that they are at the forefront of that change. With NRCan's connections to the land, the people, communities, and businesses across the country comes an opportunity and a responsibility for us to make a real and significant contribution to advancing reconciliation, especially economic reconciliation. We are making it a priority to build an inclusive and sustainable natural resource sector in Canada, one where Indigenous communities and workers are at the forefront of the net zero transition. Today, I'll walk you through just a few ways in which we are setting out to achieve this vision. In particular, we will focus on some of the opportunities available at NRCan to support Indigenous participation in the clean energy sector. NRCan is taking a holistic approach to ensuring Canada achieves its net zero by 2050 while ensuring energy security, and the key to this is programming for Indigenous peoples, communities, and in businesses to unlock opportunities associated with this transition. We are witnessing rapid growth in the global markets for critical minerals, clean technologies, and hydrogen. 7 trillion in total by 2050, among other key commodities. Couple that with Canada's $100 billion investment in climate action and clean growth, we have a large and time-sensitive opportunity to build a sustainable and inclusive natural resource sector. With the reliance of many communities on oil and gas or other high-emitting forms of energy, the low-carbon future should be viewed as a key opportunity. This is an opportunity to promote economic reconciliation and self-determination through supports for Indigenous communities and business to enter new and emerging markets as equal partners in the early stages of the net zero transition. That's why in our recent budget, we earmarked $11 billion to help Indigenous communities shape their future. We are invested in grants to support Indigenous participation in the Greening Homes program to help to provide communities access carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies, smart grids, and small modular reactors. We are working directly with communities through NRCan's Indigenous Partnerships Office and its Indigenous Natural Resource Partnership Program. This allows us to engage and partner directly with communities to advance economic objectives while providing funding to support community capacity and readiness to participate in all natural resource sectors. We are also working with Indigenous leadership to establish an Indigenous Advisory Council on small modular reactors. The FNPA, who is kindly hosting us today, is a founding partner on the council, which will lead broad community engagement and the implementation of Indigenous climate leadership. SMRs offers a tangible way to advance reconciliation through meaningful partnerships. By emphasizing local ownership, they could provide participating communities with the potential new source of revenue that spurs economic development and puts them at the forefront of the net zero future. This is why we helped create this council as part of Canada's SMR Action Plan last fall, to enable the coordinated Indigenous leadership role and voice across Canada. NRCan is also changing how we work with our federal partners to streamline and enhance access to Indigenous programming. On this, I am proud to highlight Canada's new Indigenous and Remote Communities Clean Energy Hub. This initiative is aimed at supporting Indigenous rural and remote communities transitioning away from the reliance on diesel fuel for heat and power to cleaner, more affordable options. These kinds of projects can help advance Indigenous-led climate action, support economic development and jobs, while reducing pollution and ensuring energy security. To support this work, Canada committed to $300 million over 6 years in the Strengthened Climate Plan to ensure Indigenous rural and remote communities that rely on diesel have the opportunity to be powered by clean energy by 2030. To make it easier for partners to access this funding, we are creating a single window between 3 government departments for funding. Federal departments will work together on every eligible project to bring the right resources to the table. We will also provide more flexible funding to ensure community-driven projects are prioritized at the center of supporting that network. We know we can't do this alone, so other organizations will need to play a role, such as the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, provincial and territorial governments, and private sector financial institutions. We also welcome Indigenous partnerships to the table through the establishment of this Indigenous Council. The Council will provide strategic guidance and advice on project development and selection, as well as a path to implementing on Indigenous climate leadership in this space. By working together, streamlining services, and supporting community leadership, it is our goal to see even more Indigenous-led, clean, reliable, and renewable energy projects across the country. We have listed the 4 programs included in this hub, which you can see on the slides. Clean Energy for Rural and Remote Communities, which seeks to promote a transition to a more sustainable and clean energy future, reducing reliance on diesel and other fossil fuels. Indigenous Off-Diesel Initiative, which uses innovative and flexible funding approaches to support Indigenous-led clean energy projects. CERNAC's Northern Responsible Energy Approach for Community Heat and Electricity, reducing diesel use for community heating and electricity in northern communities. And ISK's First Nations Infrastructure Fund intends to support on-reserve community infrastructure, and ISK's Strategic Partnership Initiative, which works to increase Indigenous participation in large, complex, and multi-year economic opportunities. Advancing the transition to the net zero economy through Indigenous leadership is central to the government's approach to tackling climate change. And now I'm just going to make a quick plug for the Clean Energy Hub. So if you are working in the clean energy sector to reduce diesel reliance in remote communities, I encourage you to reach out to the Hub to learn more about how they can support you. The Government of Canada has heard loud and clear that we need to do a better job of making resources more accessible to Indigenous communities who want to be leaders in the clean energy future. This initiative to streamline off-diesel program reflects what we heard. But we know there's way more work to be done. And Budget 2022 made significant investments towards this aim by committing over $103 million to NRCan for the development of the National Benefit Sharing Framework for Natural Resources, as well as the expansion of the Indigenous Partnerships Office and the Indigenous Natural Resource Partnership Program. The development of the National Benefit Sharing Framework is one of NRCan's key initiatives, and it will be done through the engagement of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. This framework aims to ensure that First Nations and Métis communities directly benefit from major projects in their territories, and that Inuit communities benefit from major projects in Inuit Nunangat. More broadly, this work will continue to support Indigenous self-determination, recognizing the distinct rights and priorities of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit rights bearers, and will advance economic reconciliation with Indigenous partners across the country. Through our discussions with our Indigenous partners, industry, and government, we hope to create tools to enhance Indigenous leadership in major resource and energy projects and increase the quantity and quality of benefits received by Indigenous businesses. We have an opportunity later this afternoon for us to meet with some of the Indigenous leadership as part of our scoping sessions, and we look forward to continuing the process and meeting with all of you as we go through this process. To that end, NRCan will be expanding its Indigenous Partnerships Office and Indigenous Natural Resource Partnership Program beyond the West Coast and beyond oil and gas. This expansion will allow NRCan to partner with Indigenous communities across Canada to support early and late-stage economic participation in projects. It will also ensure that communities have the support they need to address their long-term economic objectives. I'm excited about the potential of some of the mandate commitments and the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Acts as it changes the way we partner with Indigenous people. At NRCan, we feel progress has been made in bridging Indigenous priorities for economic development with government commitments to advancing Indigenous ownership and participation in the net zero future. But we also know that there is still significant work to be done. We cannot do this work without Indigenous partnerships, and partnerships that include actively supporting environmental, social, and economic objectives of the natural resource sectors. Events such as this forum hosted by FNPA are a key element of facilitating and furthering these discussions, and NRCan is pleased to be a sponsor. Let me say again, the world is changing, and Indigenous people are at the forefront of that change. I am energized, I am motivated on the possibilities and the opportunities that lie ahead of us, and I hope you are too. So before I end, I'm just going to introduce a couple of my key team members to support you get to know some of the changes, and they'll be here throughout the week. So I want to start by introducing Whitney Wolf. She's at the back of the room in the pink suit. She's beautiful over there. And Jennifer Pelly, who's sitting beside her, who's doing my PowerPoint slides. Whitney is located in Regina and is part of our engagement team. One of the things we're changing is instead of having all of our engagement people in Ottawa, because we know we need to be out in community, is to start having people in community and out in the different provinces. So Whitney is one of those wonderful staff that will be engaging and be able to support you in connecting into NRCan. Jennifer is our Director of Economic Reconciliation Policy, and she is actually leading the work on the National Benefit Sharing Framework. So she'll be leading on the engagement and on the process as we move forward. We're also joined today by Karishma, who is supporting the clean electricity standard for ECCC. So I don't know where you are. Okay, stand up, wave. So if you have any questions on the clean energy standard, she's here today to support you. With that, I would just say thank you for giving me your time throughout lunch today. I am very honored to be here, and Chimigwich. Thank you. Oh, and thank you for the beautiful gift. You've already given it to me.
Yeah, that's so nice, so nice. Show everybody your gift.
Oh yes, so I was gifted this skirt today. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so we're so proud to have given it to you.
Yes, thank you.
Always a dynamic speaker. Sure love the way she just presents herself as an Indigenous woman, and just at a very senior level. There's not very many leaders in government like you. So give her a round of applause. She, every day when we interact with her department, so professional. All of the staff that goes to support this this awesome lady is very much appreciated. So thank you very much for that. And so we will, yes, give her a round of applause. She works very, very hard. And so do many of you. Without the support and the guidance and the input and the feedback, FNPA wouldn't be where it is today without you. So give yourselves a round of applause just for that, just for being here today, braving the airports, being, being patient with us in our timing of our forum here today. And now, where are we at in terms of the agenda? Do we have the next moderator here? Is Francis Bradley the next moderator? John Desjarlais. Okay, John Desjarlais's up, and his panel. So John is another stellar individual, First Nations from Cumberland House Cree Nation, is that? Métis, the Métis community of Cumberland House. And John is a mechanical engineer? Yep. Mechanical engineer, and I'll let him speak about himself because no one else can do it better than him. Just a real rising star, and I think in our community. I asked John very humbly to take steward of this next panel because there's some important messages and teachings that I think that we can hear from today. So if we could, without further ado, Mr. John Desjarlais introducing his panelists.
Thank you, Guy. You're too kind. Mic's a little low there. We'll think we'll have to make do. But everyone can hear me fine, right? All right. Hello, my family, my friends and family. And so I want to I'll introduce our panel here right away. So Guy's right, nerd background, geek background, engineering, and very honored to be here. So I'm from Kaministigumanagusqak, the island of the big trees, spruce trees, Cumberland House, northeastern Saskatchewan, is where I call home. And my family, my father's from Treaty 4, so the Qu'Appelle Valley area. Strong affinity for the area in which my father is from, and my mother as well too. And so my mother's Nenau, Métis, Cree, Swampy dialect, and speaking, and so taught us some of the gifts of that language. So very fortunate. Guy also mentioned, engineering background. I'm also the president of the Association of Professional Engineers and Geoscientists, so the very first Indigenous president in the 100-plus year history of the association. So thank you. Absolutely. And I get to do a bunch of other cool things amongst being the general manager of Great Plains Contracting. So I'm very excited to bring our panel up here to talk about economic reconciliation in the energy infrastructure industry or projects. Guy knew this was something incredibly passionate about, understanding what economic reconciliation is, What does that look like within energy infrastructure projects? What does that look like, in my business in contracting and construction? I have a mining and energy industry background, 17 years in industrial operations. And so, what does that look like? So we have an excellent panel to be able to talk to that. First, I'd like to call up Mr. Barry Vickers from the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. Is Barry here? Next, we'll call up I've seen Sheldon, so he's here. Sheldon Watney from the Saskatchewan First Nation Center of Excellence. Come on up, Sheldon. We also have Carissa Browning from Enernex Partners. Oh, there's Barry. Barry's on his way up. Thank you, Barry. Yeah, that was Carissa Browning. Is Carissa here? I'm sure she'll make her way up as well, too. Okay, yeah. And we have Hilary Thatcher from the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Are they transit? So we got, you guys get to be very wordy with your answers today. Is it? There we go. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure there's a lot. Let's put someone on the spot. Hey. Thank you for joining our panel.
On the spot.
On the spot, eh? All right, and you're? Oh, Jean. Yes, Jean Ouellette. All right, so we'll jump right into it. We got 3 excellent panelists to speak to this. One of the first questions I think is worth tackling and understanding is what is economic reconciliation, and specifically what does it look like within the energy infrastructure industry or sector of projects? So someone want to jump on that? You want to go left to right?
Guess we'll go youngest to oldest then, eh? Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I want to certainly take some time to congratulate FNPA, Guy and his staff, as well as the board of directors. I have lots of thoughts on this in terms of economic reconciliation. As was mentioned, my name is Sheldon Watney. I'm from Red Pheasant First Nation here in Saskatchewan, Treaty 6. I'm also the president and CEO of the Saskatchewan First Nations Natural Resource Center of Excellence, which is an organization wholly owned by our 74 First Nations in Saskatchewan. So I get a good opportunity to, I guess, keep a pulse on many different things that are occurring across our province and across the nation. And I come from a background that's quite cultural and traditional. And I know each and every day in my role, I try and relate that to what does the path look like moving forward in terms of economic development, and how do we balance that, or how do we reconcile that with our traditional or our cultural or spiritual background, or who we are as Indian people, as First Nations people. And the term reconciliation, it can be utilized as a very broad term or a very specific term. But I always come back to, I guess, one of the teachings that I have is when we practice our traditions and culture, we always have to be conscious of impacts that we're making to the environment, or how we're trying to lessen the impacts so that our footprint is less as time goes on for future generations. And I always share this message when we get into conversations that as First Nations people, our ties to our lands, our waters, our inherent rights as we know them, when we make decisions to get involved in infrastructure projects, in oil and gas development, in potash, uranium, forestry, all of these different types of projects that mean jobs and opportunity and money in the bank, hopefully, for our nations and for ourselves and our people. But at the same time, we have to reconcile back to the Creator, to our spiritual ties, to our waters, to our land, in a spiritual way. And we do that through many of our ceremonies and many of our prayers and things like that. And so I wanted to share that as I start off today, because to me it's a very important starting point. We understand it as First Nations, and many of you here that maybe are non-First Nations are starting to learn, or maybe have been well immersed through your relationships with our people in our nations. But it's very important that reconciliation, we need to make that reconciliation ourselves as well, not just in the light of a project, but in a cultural or traditional sense, so that what we take, what we impact, we need to make sure that we're trying to even that out with the Creator, with the animals, with our waters, and the spirits that are tied to that. I wanted to share that here because I think it's such a very important component of where we are and where we're going into the future, that we can't forego that, because there's such an immense appetite for energy right now. There's an immense appetite for economic development, but when you enter a room among leadership or with leadership from our First Nations, it's very important that you're conscious that those are some of the decisions that they need to make individually or collectively as a group, and how they're going to reconcile that back. So I'll kind of leave my comments there for now. I think that sets the tone, and I'll get into more of the path forward in terms of the economic infrastructure piece of things as we move further in the conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Sheldon. Gene?
Actually, could I just use podium?
You sure can.
Let me bring it down just a little bit. Good afternoon. Definitely thrown into the mix of things, but definitely accept the challenge and welcome it with open arms. Quick introduction, Gene Ouellette from Mistwasin-Nehewak, which is about an hour, 15 minutes north of Saskatoon, part of Treaty 6 territory. I always refer to it as the heartbeat of Treaty 6. And the reason why I do that is that, I don't like, when you look at the history in that, when you look at economic reconciliation, when did it all start? Is there a date? To me, I think it's always been practiced since time immemorial. When we talk about consultation in this Canadian context, when did that start? And we got some lawyers in the room that are going to make reference to some Supreme Court decisions. But to me, when consultation had started, it was when the Canadian government was trying to roll out their telegraph wire across the prairies, going back in the 1870s. And it was Chief Mistwasin and Atakakuk that went out there and said, hey, what are you guys doing? You guys better come talk to us before you start doing all this. To me, that's when consultation actually started. And when you start looking at what's happening in this country, you put it in the context that you know. What is it that you know? When you come back into the communities and you bring all these different professionals, they all went to school for years for this and that. You know, I was sitting with the team, came from the University of Calgary, had early discussion with them, and listening to all their backgrounds, really, really interesting. But when you go into the Indigenous community, it's quite different. You think about Melissa Beattie when she was talking, her ability to switch between Cree and English, I can't even think that fast, let alone speak. And she knocked it out of the ballpark. But when you go out to the communities and you understand the terminology, the context that you're having a conversation in, it's pretty challenging. Because how many scientists, engineers are on First Nations payrolls? Not too many. How many lawyers? No, I won't go there, because I know there's going to be a few. But when you talk about some of the terminology that you go out into the communities with, you know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. How can that Indigenous community fully engage with your guys' team to get involved in these projects? I worked with the Saskatchewan Research Council for about 5 years. I went out to Cowicess and it was talked to them about wind energy and the wind mapping and looking at that Met Tower set up with anemometers. And we had to gather that data for 1 year to make a business case out of it. That was going back, I bet you, about 17 years, almost 18 years ago. What did I know about wind power? Absolutely nothing. But you know what? I worked with engineers, scientists, technicians, and I asked a lot of questions. If I didn't know something, I would ask those questions. The reason being is that if I'm going into the community and one of the old ones are asking me, Gene, what are you talking about? You're going to have to be able to respond in terminology that they might understand. And if you can't, you're going to have to go in greater detail. Another project I worked on was I was working as a consultant, and one of the First Nations in Alberta hired me to do a feasibility assessment on these unsolicited proposals that they're getting for coal bed methane. Coal bed what? They got 4 proposals. And so I told them, I said, you know what? I got no problem doing this. If you guys trust me, believe in me, let me take the reins from here. Gene, that's why we hired you. Being from Saskatchewan, how many experts do we have in oil and gas? Not too many, especially in the Alberta context. So I humbly took that contract, and I hired the Alberta Research Council at the time. I asked them, I said, how much would you guys charge to do a 3-day workshop on coal bed methane 101? Chief and council, all the elders, and a couple of their economic development leaders came out. We sat in that room for 3 days. And we started creating an understanding. It was the good, the bad, and the ugly. Why? The reason why I did that is that I had no skin in the game. And if you got no skin in the game, do as much as you can creating that awareness and hand the reins over to elected officials. That's their job. But equip them with resources that it takes for them to negotiate in a successful manner. After the 3 days, there was 4 companies. One of the companies said, Gene, we're not going down that path. All right, step aside. There was 3 of them. Cost was $15,000. 3 companies said, not a problem, let's do this. We did the workshop, and as I mentioned, and then all of a sudden, we went back and forth. We were all negotiating. And this was probably September, October. This went on for 2 months. These companies were flying me into Calgary from Saskatoon. And I was like, wow. They were whining and dining me. They took me to some hockey team. I forget the name of them. The kind of choke. No need to go there. But in any event, I don't like, again, I didn't want to make it look like I was being bought out. And what I did do is equip the First Nation with as much information. Push came to a shove. A couple of months later, it was first week of December. Oil and gas companies are getting upset saying, Gene, are we going to make a decision? I said, you know what? Let's have a meeting in Wetaskiwin, and you guys come up. It was a couple of weeks before Christmas, and all of a sudden the 3 companies came in there. They're all wearing their fancy suits. Chief and council were on the other side of the boardroom, and they sat there, and they're all sitting up high, and their chests were sticking out, looking at everybody in the eye. Chief and council was sat like this, heads down, weren't saying too much. And I was sitting beside Chief. I said, hey, Chief, request an in-camera session. What is that? Just ask for 10 minutes. I'd like to request an in-camera session for 10 minutes. And all of a sudden the companies, what did we do wrong? I said, nothing, guys, just leave the room. They leave the room, and all of a sudden Chief and Council are looking at me saying, Gene, what's going on? Well, what are you guys doing for Christmas? What do you mean, what are we doing for Christmas? Well, yeah, guess what? They're out there thinking what you guys are talking about, and they're nervous. You guys are a little bit nervous. Watch this. So they kind of looked at me like, okay, I see what's going on. Hey, yeah, and all of a sudden you could see the tension in the room break. And after 10 minutes, maybe it was 15, I go back out there, okay, guys, you guys could come in. And the dynamics that switched in that room was unbelievable. Chief and council were sitting straight up, chest pumped out. Oil and gas companies sat there with their heads down. And one of the guys says, Chief Counsel, have you guys made a decision on development of coal bed methane? Yes, we have. At this time, I was clueless. I did not know what the decision was. And then, well, Chief, what is it? And he kind of waited and looked around. You know what? Technology is only going to get better. And we're going to decide not to develop our coal bed methane. On the inside, I was like, yes, that's the best answer, because at the time, I don't think technology was there. But when you look at economic reconciliation, most times, so many of our Indigenous communities will sign that first offer. And when you look at practices of the past, Hudson's Bay Company, for example, sometimes their best offer was not the best offer. Another case in point, Tsuut'ina First Nation, when they were given that first agreement for that Stony Trail, did they sign it? No, they didn't. They waited. And they came back with an unbelievable offer. So good on them. You know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. Thing is, get to know. If you don't engage with somebody that's a trusty individual, that's going to build and develop that capacity. And ultimately, you don't have to sacrifice environment for economics or economics for environment. It's always that delicate balance. Stewards of the land, that's us. How can we do this the best way we know how? Engage with us early. Make sure that you guys bring some resources to the table for us to be engaged with. If you're going to do business, you need 3 different various capacities: financial, human, physical. And if we don't have that capacity, how can we be engaged with in a meaningful manner? You can't. Tables are too far apart from one another. You got to narrow that gap. Right now, I don't like, it's such an exciting time. When you talk about Indigenous economic development in this country, where were we 50 years ago, 25 years ago, 10 years ago, even last year? And you look at the Supreme Court decisions, who are they ruling in favor of us? Us. How do we connect all these dots? We've got all this opportunity. When you, I know that the provincial government in Alberta talked about if you're going to get involved in energy, 25% has to have Indigenous equity. And I'm thinking, that's not a bad start. But at the end of the day, I think we should be the ones driving it. So anyways, I know that we only have an hour and I could probably talk for another half, so I'll share the podium with my colleagues.
Thank you, Gene. So I have to admit, a little embarrassed. On social media, follow a lot of the leaders. More so before, I got to know Sheldon years ago through the University of Saskatchewan, and most recently got to work with him helping to develop or set up the Saskatchewan Indigenous Infrastructure Finance Corporation. I know $75 million is not enough. We advocated for more. We did the best we could, but they promised us this place to start. Similarly with Gene, watching a lot of the work that he did, but this is the first chance I got to put the head to the body. And so there's Gene in real life. Pleasure to meet you. I guess I've known him for a while, watching some of the amazing things that he's done. So next up we have Barry Vickers. Barry's going to have a presentation. I think he's going to queue up. Hoping, if not, then we'll...
Hoping Josh has that. Is this on?
Yeah. Yep.
Josh has got it on, yes. So yeah, I was hoping just to do a little bit of a presentation. I might not have changed the initial introduction there. Excuse me, but I want to talk a little bit about who I represent. I'm with the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. My name is Barry Vickers. I am the Director of Project Development at the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. We have, and maybe next slide, Josh, really formed in around 2015, really started to get some steam in around 2017, was started by a number of nations in northern BC, and I am also a member of a nation, Saikaz First Nation, which is about an hour's west of Prince George, BC. If everybody knows BC and Prince George. About 11 nations that were impacted by a natural gas pipeline in northern BC came together and really came to the First Nations Financial Management Board at the time and asked for their assistance in participation in the or what they were sort of being offered was participation in a major natural gas pipeline that was going through their territories. That was really sort of the impetus and the start really to the First Nations Major Projects Coalition. We now have 80 members throughout Canada. So we have projects all around Canada, Ontario, Newfoundland, as far as Newfoundland, Yukon territories, quite a few in BC, because that's where it was started. And maybe I'll just sort of next slide, Josh, just get into some of the principles sorry, I was expecting to maybe have the president slides in front of me. Next slide. Maybe I'll just move over here so I can. Hello. Yeah, so there's a diagram of the nations that we represent, and like I say, I'm director of project development, so I basically head up all the major projects for the coalition. Next slide. Yeah, so just sorry, I can't even read this, but yeah, so this just outlines some of the different services we provide. So we're providing legal service. We have lawyers law firms that we work with, and we help to provide legal services to some of the projects where where our assistance has been requested. We provide a lot of technical guidance to First Nations in projects. That includes, hiring engineers. I know Jean talked a little bit about engineers in some of these communities. Well, there aren't a lot of engineers out there in First Nations communities, unfortunately, and so we help to bring those type of services. As well, I think one of the things we're doing a lot of as well is trying to get nations to work together. So sometimes these projects are spanning natural gas projects, transmission line projects are spanning, or even mining projects are impacting a number of First Nations. So we're trying to help nations come together and work together as a collective to have a strong voice on some of these projects and put forward their position strongly with major project proponents. So aggregation services, we believe that nations working together are stronger when they do that. So maybe next slide. Sorry, I'm not able to read those. This is a list of some of the projects we're involved in. These are you can see the one column sort of outlines the number of nations that are impacted, but we're got a few projects in transmission line, hydroelectric transmission, hydroelectric generation projects, a mining projects or a few mining projects, and some may not be listed here, as well as LNG pipeline projects as well. Collectively, these projects represent about $17 billion in CapEx. So there's a lot at stake here for First Nations. And so I think just to the question of what does reconciliation mean, I think reconciliation means a fair share in the economic activity that is generated by these projects. And one of the ways to do that in our minds is to be owners in those projects. So we've advocated strongly for a meaningful equity position, and I stress meaningfully because a 10% equity position in our view is not meaningful. We think that in most cases First Nations should strive or look to achieve greater participation in some of these projects. And in a lot of these projects, we are achieving up to 50% equity participation by First Nations. And in some of the very large ones, projects that are in the tens of billions of dollars, of course, 10% represents a very, it may not seem a lot, but it actually represents quite a bit of economic participation because it's 10% of a $10 billion project, so it's $1 billion. But still, we still are looking to advocate for the most or to maximize that opportunity for First Nations. We are constrained, as everybody has probably seen, by the ability to finance some of these projects. So. And we've done a lot of work in that space, and when you go to the banks, the nations just don't have the balance sheets to support a $1 billion capital raise to participate even in the 10%. Sometimes can be very difficult. So just wanted to make that point. Next slide, Josh. Sorry, that was it. I think we may have missed a slide in there, but that's okay. But yeah, so economic reconciliation, in our view, means equity participation. It means meaningful equity participation. It means being involved in the contracting and the procurement side of those projects, and being making sure that we have the ability to participate in the construction and building of these projects. And that means training. It means getting prepared, or having the joint ventures or the partnerships in place so that you can meaningfully participate in these major projects. You know, I think Sheldon sort of built on this a little bit, and I have to agree. You know, it's also very environment for all our members that has been a very strong a principle, I guess, or has been very important to our nations. And so we are, you know, in terms of protection of the water, we are, you know, nations have in a lot of cases their own environmental laws. So they have a law on water, for instance, and we are bringing a very scientific approach to that, and are, you know, making sure that there are monitoring for contaminants in water down to the parts per million measurement to ensure that water stay clean from some of these projects. One of the projects we will be becoming involved in now is a lithium project. Well, you know, lithium is potentially, you know, has very could have very detrimental environmental effects. We want to make sure that these projects are done responsibly, and that, you know, when these things are done, that that they're cleaned up, that there are no environmental impacts that can affect our water, and by affecting our water, you could also affect our wildlife. So, you know, these are things that we want to protect. We do a lot of work in the environmental space, and really are sort of have developed what is called an environmental assessment standard. So Canada, provinces have developed their own environmental policies and standards. Well, we've developed our own as well, or guidance on that, so that First Nations can advocate in these projects for an environmental assessment standard that reflects their interests, their principles, and what's important to them. So that's, I think, a part of economic reconciliation as well. Yeah, so I think I'll just leave it at that for now. I think that probably answers the question. Thanks, John.
Thank you, Barry.
Sorry, I just wanted to say one last thing I wanted to say. And I also think that, you know, just coming to a beautiful facility like this, put on by, or built by the Whitecap Dakota First Nations, is a testament to reconciliation and what First Nations can do, and I congratulate them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we'll have Sheldon. He wanted to follow that up. I was just going to mention, though, we're already starting to hear some themes. There's some commonalities amongst the presenters, our panelists in their discussion. We're hearing things like sustainability. So economic reconciliation is sustainability. We're hearing that self-determination, meaningful participation, depth. And so we're starting to hear a lot of themes that come out of that. So economic reconciliation is about meaningful participation of Indigenous people on projects, about equity ownership. So it's about, you know, that end owner participation in energy projects. So it's, you know, it's exciting. We're starting to hear, what does this really look like? What does this mean for Indigenous people? With some great examples. Sheldon?
Thanks. Yeah, thank you very much, fellas. I should have took longer off the hop to speak, but some good sharings. And I think, you know, to echo a couple things, you know, if we move to the far end of the spectrum, certainly equity is on the top of the list for us. And you hear a lot of these, as John mentioned, you hear a lot about building capacity for First Nations, with First Nations, and I think reciprocally, there's a lot of capacity that needs to be built with industry and government as well in terms of understanding who we are. And not to put people on the spot, but how many of you have been on a First Nation? Raise your hand. Quite a bit. Awesome. Good job. I applaud you for your work. And I think that's a big key, is a lot of the times we come to the table and we as First Nations want to know more about what you know in terms of a project, regulations, legislation, if it's government. And then you want to know what we know. And so when we talk about reconciliation, it really is a relationship building exercise is what it is, to really get down to the grassroots of it. And we all have families, we all have backgrounds, and through a lot of these relationships, you learn more about each other. And I think it was mentioned earlier, there's a human component to it. Projects are important, but when we look back, and I mentioned, and I always try to make sure not to harp on it, but it was mentioned here as well that we really pay attention to changes around impacts to waters and our animals. And because animals and berries, they're very important to our ceremonies. So if you've ever been to a feast or other ceremonies, we use a lot of Saskatoon berries, we use a lot of rabbit, deer, moose. They're integral to who we are as First Nations people because we need them for our ceremony. So that's why it's such a strong proportion all the time from our elders and from our leadership. But as we do move forward into kind of, I guess more modern times and some of the work that we're doing that's relatable to you as industry and us as First Nations, is how can you welcome us in terms of participating in a relationship with your company. And many of you here are looking at developing an Indigenous inclusion strategy, ESG targets. Those are important instruments. They don't mean too much to us on a reserve, but yet they're important instruments for investment. They're important instruments for building out of infrastructure, those types of things. But our people don't know that. They're not connected to it. So it's important as we do move along this continuum of discussing ESG, that Indigenous component is IESG. It's not ESGI. That I can't stress that enough, because I get to travel to many different conferences and meet with many different leadership and businesses, and we want jobs and we want contracts, but equity, and as we get more involved, we want to be able to ensure that we have the proper opportunity to be responsible for our decisions. Because what happens is we may decide, sign off on a BCR and an agreement, and then it's the company takes it from there, and we're kind of passively involved. We have many of our companies that are here. MLTC, Pasqua Group is here as well. Nikanit, they're all doing great work here in our province, and they're continuing to build their own capacity to participate meaningfully and be true partners. And we're all moving towards this component of equity. I think another piece, another practical example, those of you that are especially in the mining, and some do it, but I think, in terms of the 43-101 and submissions and aspects around that, to ensure that our people are involved in that, and in the development of it, the approval and the submission. Those are important because we always need an opportunity to ensure that the process and the project is accountable to our people, not to have to go to court. But there are good examples and good relationships that are being built now. I don't mean to put a damper on it, but those are just some more practical examples for people to be involved. There's something that you can do today with our people to just become a little bit more involved in terms of that reconciliation process. So thank you, John.
Thank you, Sheldon. I'm just trying to be mindful of time here. How long do we have to go till we started a little late, right? It's 3 minutes to 2:15. We're gonna, yeah, let's do that. I think this panel has a few more things to say. We've heard some more great things, and there's some more things that are kind of deepening in terms of our understanding of economic reconciliation. Deep, meaningful participation, equity participation, but equitable participation. So we heard from our panelists that we want Indigenous people to meaningfully participate on these as partners, as key decision makers, as respected equals in the decision-making table. And that's economic reconciliation. Another thing I keep hearing from community is economic reconciliation should cost. It's an investment in the Indigenous community. Economic reconciliation is not marketing. It's not a diversification strategy. It's an investment by organizations who've recognized that they've participated in this economy for quite some time, got to grow, got to be where they got to be, off the lands and resources that, were taken from Indigenous people. So it's going to cost. It's going to cost time and energy. As Sheldon mentioned, it's going to take effort from people to understand Indigenous people and to help support and develop that capacity to achieve measures of economic reconciliation. So I'll jump off my soapbox a little bit and pass it back to our panelists, give Jean a chance to add a little color to that.
Just a little bit of color. I'm trying to understand where everybody's coming from. And when I look out into the audience, I look at a number of Indigenous communities. And much like a lot of the industry people here that are here today, we're all at different levels. As mentioned, that you have some of the have First Nations, but you also have the have not First Nations, at no fault to their own. The reason why I say that is that we all have to gain that understanding. And as Sheldon alluded to earlier, is that one of the biggest things that everything is based on is a relationship. You think about your own personal life and the relationships that you carry, whether it's with your spouse, your kids, your own parents, your siblings, grandparents, in-laws, and everything is based on a relationship. Exact same concept, even more important when it comes to Indigenous communities. Everybody says, hey, yeah, you got an Indigenous community, here's industry, there you guys go. When I worked on the Indigenous side, I always told corporations, I said, much like you guys, that we have to build a relationship. What if we don't even like each other? But a lot of industry, they expect us to have a joint venture, limited partnership. It's like getting married after the first date. Don't laugh, because look around the room, there's probably a few. But all joking aside, is that those are serious things. And when you think about the relationships, how do you build that relationship? In corporations, when you guys go to the communities, bring some money with you. You guys been at this game for how many years? Indigenous communities haven't. And this is my personal kind of pet peeve. If you're going to have Indigenous in the title, one of the prerequisites, guess what? That individual should be Indigenous. That's just my take, but I don't like it, because you look at, if Indigenous people are to reverse it, we would have business cards saying that we're non-Indigenous experts, our relations. And that's something that just doesn't happen today. Again, when you start looking at, on the Indigenous side, is that how can we champion economic development? Everybody, a few years ago, and nothing to take away from a Soyuz Indian band, what they've built is a model for success. But you know what? If you don't have vineyards in your backyard, well, you ain't going to do wine. About 25 years ago, Chief Darcy Bear, we were out here, probably somewhere in the back here, maybe on the 15th hole, and he told me, he says, Gino, one day this is going to be a championship golf course. And I was like, huh. As we look towards the river, and you see all these rolling hills and all that, and I was like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I could see it. And that was like 25 years ago. And when you look at those communities that have done something, look in your backyards. You don't have to go out there and create a widget that nobody else on the face of the planet has. Do an inventory of your assets, resources, And if it's your own people, how do you champion that? I don't know. But you're going to jump in both feet and give it all you got. Why? Because when you hear about, I'm not an expert in Cree, but Mistwasis, we changed our name from Mistwasis First Nation to Mistwasis Neheyawak. Do you guys know why we did that? We never called ourselves First Nation. We never called ourselves Indigenous, Native, Aboriginal. We never even called ourselves Cree. We called ourselves Neheyawak. And as an elder conveyed to me, he said, the loose translation is that we're the perfect people. And humble, might I add. That we're the perfect people, but in the context that you strive to be the best that you can with what you have. Your role as a provider, as a hunter, gatherer, even for some of the berry pickers out there, we need everybody. You strive to be the best that you can with what you have. I've talked to so many youth in that. I said, if you're the janitor and it's a summer job, be the best janitor that you can. Do it with pride, do it with a smile every day. And that pride, boom, we pick up on that. Look at some of us with gray hair, balding heads, some even bald heads. We all know that. We know when that young person, when they're a spark plug, let's let them shine. So that's something I think that, key messaging when you're going out to the communities, humble yourselves. And, Sheldon asking that question, how many people have been to an actual First Nation? What's sad is that even with some of the companies I work with, some of them have never been to a First Nation in this day and age. And again, when you look at the historical context of Indigenous people, where we were at 50 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, where are we going to be in a year? 5 year, 10 year, 50 years. Saskatchewan's going to be half Indigenous. So let's start planting those seeds, because guaranteed the return that we're going to get today is going to echo an eternity tomorrow. Thank you.
Gene. We have a, is this on?
Perfectly humble, perfectly humble. Next I'll give it to Barry. I think we still have a few more. Oh, and then we should actually open it up for questions. I'll give you a few moments and then we'll.
We have a question for Barry on Zoom. Christopher Peter asks, he's a civil engineer, an Indigenous civil engineer, and he wants to know how he and other Indigenous companies can work with you in BC.
Great to hear we have First Nations engineers. Happy to speak with you and see how we can make that happen. That's great. So if I could just sort of build on, I think, what Jean was talking about and what Sheldon stated further to reconcile. Oh, sorry, were we having more questions?
I think so. Yeah, take a couple minutes, but we'll jump right into
okay,
questions.
I'll just take a few seconds here then. Just to build on what Dave said, I think just on reconciliation, I should say that our experience has been industry does not come willingly in reconciliation, but I think the landscape is starting to change. I think it's an evolving, I guess, movement really within industry, within government. I think, a lot of companies now on some of the major projects we're seeing now are absolutely requiring that contractors, for instance, have First Nations participation before being awarded the contract. In some cases, these partnerships we develop with companies to bid on these contracts, to build them, we're dealing with companies that don't really understand reconciliation, and so we have to go through this process of really helping to define for them what it means. And what it doesn't mean is putting in a bid and then tacking on 10% to your bid and saying and saying First Nations, you go fight with the proponent for that 10%. That's not what reconciliation means. There's still a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of perspectives out there that we need to change. But it is, some really positive things, I think, on some of these projects, major projects we're involved in now. Proponents are not getting the financing for their project unless they have agreements with First Nations or impact benefits agreements. And so to me, that's a positive development. You want a project to go, and you want it to go in our territories, you need to come to an agreement with us. And I have to say, you know, my experience, and I've been in this business for a number of years, has been that First Nations are reasonable. And I keep coming back to all we're looking for is meaningful involvement and participation in projects. And I should also say, you know, so that means equity, I think. But in some cases, you know, these projects, and I've talked about 50%, First Nations can have 100% of these projects in the future. Once we've sort of developed that capacity, infrastructure, that commercial size where we can do these things. So ultimately, I hope in 20 years from now, we're talking about 100% ownership of these projects. But certainly, I think things are changing in Canada and in a positive way in terms of reconciliation.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, let's move to some questions. All right, young fellow down there, question?
Tansei kakyo, kitatskat nawal nanotabak, Miskakwin James Harper Nia Sagawino Namiskakigan Nihyo Askioche. Excuse me for being a terrible Cree speaker, I'm learning. My name is Miskakwin James Harper. I'm originally from Sturgeon Lake Cree Nation, Treaty 8 Territory, fellow Iron Ring wearer. And I just wanted to, I was hearing a lot from the panel, and I want to say hi, thank you so much for all the words. I was hearing a lot about capacity building. And I think, one of the things I heard about was industry capacity building as well on industry side. Part of my role at EnerStore is bringing energy storage projects to places like Saskatchewan. And right now we're working with Six Nations of the Grand River on a 50-50 development of one of the world's largest battery energy storage projects. And so part of my role at EnerStore, being Indigenous and Nihyo, is making sure that our organization is doing everything we possibly can to build that capacity within and make sure we do energy projects in a new and better way. The other thing I heard about was that for a lot of Indigenous folks within communities, there's a bit of a gap between understanding what clean energy is and what it's all about and the terminologies, and it can get a little bit overwhelming. So Indigenous Clean Energy is an organization that I'm proud to champion that is undergoing recruitment for the 2020 Catalyst program, which is a three times 1 week on-site intensive program next year. Free for Indigenous folks to participate and basically get to know and see clean energy projects in action and how to actually do them. And finally, the third thing I wanted to mention was there was talk about young people. In this very room, come September 8th to 11th, we are hosting 7Gen, the Indigenous Clean Energy Youth Summit, Dakota Whitecap. We're really happy to be hosting it here. And we would love to have everyone here be a part of that as well. We'll be hosting over 150 Indigenous youth from across what is known as Canada and empowering our young folks who are deeply, deeply passionate and have extraordinary visions for their communities. And we just need to make sure that there's little to no barriers for them to enter this space. So I encourage everyone to talk to me. Also, Danielle Keeler is in the audience, who will be doing a presentation tomorrow on her journey from her 7Gen conference all the way to becoming the first First Nations person to set foot on Antarctica. So, the impact of our work is very, very important. So I just wanted to mention a few sort of solutions, I guess, into there's a lot of work in this space happening, and it's very exciting. But thank you so much for your words. Appreciate it. Hi.
Naskamun. Say hello to our fourth panelist there. Excellent work being done. I think we have another question here.
Sure do. Is this working? I just wanted to start off with the issue or the thought of equity participation. In my past life, working worldwide, whether in Asia, Africa, Australia, Latin America, I saw different forms of that with highway building. And usually, without proper governance, it meant equity participation of a chosen few. And I think that's something we really got to think about, is governance of what equity participation means. Secondarily, what we didn't see was equity participation, although the local bands or communities did participate on the equity side. There were no goals or standards put in place for training to get the community to the level that they could run their own businesses and build their own highways. Secondarily, there was no employment goals put in place, just equity participation. And I'd just like to hear, and especially from Barry, what you're doing with that. Are there auditable requirements in your projects for hours of training or numbers of graduates, for labor and employment at all levels, from the labor to the professional level within your projects, besides equity participation?
Great question.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, good question. And so, yeah, it's not just about financial equity participation. We're doing a lot of work in this, in procurement and helping nations be involved in procurement. And I think this sort of comes back to the capacity, I think, issue or constraint, I guess, that we've talked about a little bit. You know, a lot of nations just don't have the capacity to take full advantage of the procurement in a lot of these major projects. So we're spending a lot of time really trying to make sure that the agreements that nations get into with contractors, with you know, medium-scale contractors, that they are passing on that contracting experience, that there is an opportunity to grow the equipment complement for First Nations, or the technical expertise to be able to run their own companies and to be able to grow their own companies, so that they don't need that joint venture or partnership next time to be a prime contractor on a building of an electrical transmission line or a pipeline, or building a process plant in a mine. Most communities just don't have that at this stage. So I think really that's been our emphasis. There has been a lot of work in employment and training, and we're just, I think our focus has just been that helping nations to make sure that they get into agreements, strong commitments on employment. One of the things we've seen is in a lot of major projects, nations are getting all of the lower level jobs, labor jobs, janitorial jobs, and you know, I know, Gene, it's, you know, you want to be a happy janitor, but you know, we want nations to be be the engineers on projects, the senior managers, the supervisors, the vice presidents in these projects. And so we're really working with companies to make sure that there are provisions and agreements that give the opportunity for nations to be able to take or to be put into more senior jobs. And in a lot of cases, we have people that can fulfill those positions. They're just not being given the opportunity. So it is evolving. There's a lot of work to do there. And we're starting to tackle it, but I think it starts first with commitments from industry and government to address these issues around employment and procurement. Thanks.
Thank you, Barry. Gene, did you want to add a little comments?
Yeah, just maybe a couple closing words is that, you know, when you look at equity, as Barry alluded to, is that you look at the capacity, I mentioned earlier, physical, financial, and human, that could all be translated into equity. And I don't like, when you looking at a multi-year project, a golden opportunity to go out there and saying, hey guys, this is what we're all gonna need. We're gonna need the vice president, we're gonna need engineers, we're gonna need scientists, technicians. Go start at the school. Melissa spoke to it earlier. Start at the school, grade school. Start them young. And you know what? I don't like, I've worked with engineering consulting companies in the past, and they said, Gene, how come there's not more Aboriginal engineers? Again, the comment that I made earlier about how many engineers or scientists are on First Nations payrolls. You know what you know, you don't know what you don't know. Engineer for me growing up was a person that drove the train, and he went like this, hoping that he was going to blow the whistle at you. So again, when you start looking at how can we get more engineers, is foreign language to so many people. So I don't like. I think what it does is presents a huge opportunity for both sides, Indigenous, non-Indigenous, for industry, for the Indigenous communities, to gain a better understanding of one another. And again, everything is based on relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Sheldon, closing comments?
Awesome. First, I want to commend that young fellow for coming on up and sharing your words, and you speak good Cree. Right on. Just keep it up. And I'd like to I'll come and talk to you a bit about your role with EnerStore as well. But that Indigenous Clean Energy Program, that Catalyst program has been great for our youth across the nation. And I know we have a couple, Jordan and Tyler from here in Saskatchewan that are well immersed in that program. So keep up the good work. I think just a kind of a final word, or I'll maybe let the elder veteran to share some words, and I'll go after you, Emil.
Tinig naskumit no niga no tiga ha. Eluima mitsit Melanie. Sa isa diga sa Melanie bidi ut tagayamet. Eluisa na tapigiskuit. Mamitsi na no tagapi. Epi tamoyagi un mga kaskanamago. First of all, thank you very much to the panel, and I want to acknowledge first of all Melanie Beattie for her presentation. It was actually, the word comes to mind, astounding to me to have somebody go up there and speak Cree, especially from my area. We are forest people, we are river people, we are lake people from where she comes from. And that whoever invited her I want to thank them. I want to thank the panel, and I think this is a great presentation by everyone. Why there are no engineers in the Aboriginal communities? Well, I think you have to look way back, and the word systemic racism comes into play. I went to Reginald School, and at that time, we were kicked out at grade 8. There was no opportunity to go to high school. We were force-fed someone else's values and beliefs at these institutions. And that's just a very, very short story. I come from Prince Albert, at least that's where I live now. And Prince Albert is a prison town. You got that Pine Grove across the river, and right across the road you have the youth facility. Upriver we have the federal prison. And West Hill we have the Men's Correctional Center. And if you were to do a survey in any of these institutions, by the way, these prisons are just an extension of the residential school system. We have a lot of work to do here. They are an extension of the residential school system. And if you were to do a survey in these prisons and these jails, you'd find that probably 4% of the people who are incarcerated don't have or only have a high school education or a GED grade 12. It all comes back from way back when Europeans first came here and when Canada was established and so on. So and most of the inmates are in jail or in prisons because of alcohol-related offenses. Same with the women. And why is that? We've got to ask ourselves that question. Why do our people end up in these prisons? Simply put, they are angry, they're ashamed, and they're in pain. And all this was instilled by the systemic, the government that was in place, every successive government throughout Canada's history has made little, if no effort, or very little effort to correct this problem. If we're going to have more engineers, more technicians in any big company, we're going to have to look at and address. And I think this is a good start here, don't get me wrong. We have to be committed. We have to admit. And when you talk about reconciliation, it can't be no reconciliation until there's truth. And we've got to face the truth. And truth is not easy to face. Truth can hurt. And then there's denial will come in sometimes. So I'm very happy to see everybody in here that's participating, and let's look inside here. Each one of us look inside here and see how we feel. Admit the truth and do something about it. I want to thank leadership. Mr. Wapas up there, and everybody else who organized this conference. Thank you very much.
Hey, tapoy, tinigi. I think just as my final comment is just that, you know, in terms of building a relationship so that everyone's comfortable, so that things like that can be shared. Because as we work to mix, I guess, business with culture and tradition, leadership, our elders, all of these things are intertwined into hopefully a positive business relationship. But as the elder mentioned, when leadership sits at a table, they're thinking about all of those things. They're thinking about the journey not only they've lived in their life, but that their people have. So they carry all these things that the elder had talked about and then expected to build trust in a relationship that potentially is a project that's exploiting the resources that we know we didn't give up through treaty. So it gets to be a very complex issue. So I share that as a word of understanding and advice to you, to give some thought to it and really focus on the journey. It's not just signing an agreement in black and white. It's how are you going to get to that point so that it's meaningful. And an important way of that is reduce the barriers within your business. Because we're very new, as Barry said, we're very new in procurement, equity. Some have a lot of experience, but a lot of our nations are very new. And it would have been nice to have the lady from the infrastructure bank here too, because there's government, industry, financial institutions, and First Nations. Remember, we're rights holders. We're not stakeholders. We have inherent rights before treaties were signed. We had our rights already before treaty. So make sure that that's a really important distinction, that you refer to nations, leadership, people as rights holders. Well, thank you. I think there might be one more question.
I think we're out of time. Do we have time for one? Short and sweet.
That's me.
Touche.
Ani wabanodan beneshi kwa indigenous cause chigging donjaba swakamakdede chigging her makwadodem. Sorry, being a little bit shy. I do want to spread a little hope out there that there are engineer technology people. I myself, I'm an electrical engineering technologist. I also have an instrumentation technician. And I came here because I'm working with a biomass development company, and I'm really happy to be able to finally use my education to help out our First Nation communities. And your question sounded like it was kind of pointed towards the First Nation communities if there was one on their payroll. And so I kind of sat back and, continued beating while I was listening. And then I figured, you know what, I should speak up and say that, yes, we are out here. There are very few. There are even fewer women. I've never met another woman that does what I do, but we're out here, so Ani.
Thank you. So the business I work for, Great Plains Contracting, we employ 5 Indigenous, so First Nation and Métis engineers and technologists. So we are out there. We're very deliberate in terms of recruiting, and just by virtue of the network we have, you can recruit them. Also train and develop them. Don't wait for them to show up. Invest in them. So Cameco Corporation, I'm an engineer because Cameco invested the dollars to put me through school. So invest in Indigenous people. They have the capacity and capability to succeed, so make that investment. Thanks.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I said lady because we got a helper here. Rebecca will present gifts for you on your way down there in respect for time. We are falling a little behind time. Agamina. As usual at these conferences, we're trying to cover so much information. We always get a little behind. We're not trying to be like Munya and by the clock, by the minute and second, but we are trying our very best. So with that, I just want to call a short break, a very short break. But before I do that, I want to thank our major sponsors, TC Energy and USNC. So I'd like to thank them. And let's again give our panelists here and John Desjarlais, moderator, a round of applause. Let's take 5 minutes, get your coffee, rest, bathroom break, and come right back, Semak. And also want to encourage our next moderator, Francis Bradley, Ken Hartwick, Troy King, and Claire Harris, if you're in the room, to make your way over here in about 5 minutes for a quick huddle. Aho.
We're going to start in 1 minute, folks. Okay, welcome back, folks. As you see on the screen, the title for this session is Striving for Reconciliation Through Net Zero by 2050 Transition. I'm Francis Bradley. I'm the President and CEO of Electricity Canada. It was previously known as the Canadian Electricity Association. Before we get into our panelists and their comments, I thought I'd just set the scene a little bit, specifically with respect to net zero and what net zero is and what it means for the electricity sector. So, a bit of a reality check. Okay, a bit of a reality check on the government's emissions reduction plan. The truth is, the climate plans, these are often more a set of sort of sectoral ambitions interspersed with some proposed government actions, rather than kind of a grounded, realistic, whole-of-government framework that would need to acknowledge the magnitude of the challenge that we're facing. Canada cannot build a low-carbon economy through subtraction alone. We're taking actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but whatever is removed needs to be replaced, and it needs to be replaced with something better. And this means that we're going to need to build. We're going to be building more, and we're also going to have to be building faster. And let's be clear, Canada must reduce emissions. However, to hit the targets that have been set, particularly set out in the emissions reduction plan, we need to get moving and we need to work together to make things happen, and we need to do so quickly. Unfortunately, there are some issues around this. In terms of the electricity sector, though, we are in a good place. Canada has the advantage of having one of the cleanest electricity grids in the world, with less than 20% of our power coming from fossil fuels. Since 2014, we've implemented performance standards on natural gas-fired electricity generation. We phased out coal generation. We've developed carbon pricing. We've offered other cost incentives. In fact, Electricity Canada members have unveiled a variety of net zero announcements over the past year, well ahead of even the government's net zero legislation. And you'll hear a little bit about that from some of our panelists. In some cases, companies have offered targets that are far in excess of the government's net zero 2050 goals. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is the electricity sector is kind of like the smart kid in class who keeps getting extra work in the study group. By the government's estimation, Canada will need 2 to 3 times the amount of electricity it produces now to decarbonize other sectors of the economy, and several of our members feel that it might actually take more than that when you factor in things like increasing digitization, AI, autonomous vehicles, and so on. Now, furthermore, the government wants the electricity sector itself to be net zero by the end of 2035. And that's 13 years, or 4,936 days. So 4,936 days from today, June 27th, to build a system to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions from our sector entirely, all the while expanding the electricity grid. And you know, that's not a lot of time. You can't just flick a switch and suddenly have a green electricity grid. when we move into the future, we're going to require an all of the approach, an all of the above approach. We had a discussion, some of us over dinner last night, and one of the folks at dinner asked a question about a specific technology and said, "Is that going to be the answer for our requirements to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions?" And my answer and the answer of some of my colleagues there was, that's one of, but it's actually going to take everything. It's going to take more hydro. It's going to take small modular reactors. It's going to take carbon capture. It's going to take wind and solar and more transmission and so on to be able to hit these targets. And, for example, a new hydroelectric facility, that can take up to 25 years to plan, to get approved, to get built. Transmission lines, the large power lines that bring electricity those long distances, they're hugely complicated to survey and hugely complicated to build. And even making sure that we get electricity infrastructure down into the distribution system ready on people's streets for the increased load, that's going to take years of investment. But it is a challenge to get things built, frankly, in this country. The World Bank recently ranked Canada 64th in the world for ease and speed of obtaining construction permits. So if we want to accomplish anything right now, Canada must transition away from all of these discussions about net zero and greenhouse gas reductions to action. And yet making that transition is going to be the hardest part. The situation has definitely improved since last year, when we had a government that had 3 different GHG targets in the same year in the same week for 2030. But the challenge ahead is huge. Now, maybe what I'll do is I'll transition there, and I'm going to move to our panelist, who will talk about certainly the targets that they have, but also in the context of reconciliation and partnerships, the partnerships that are going to be absolutely essential for us to be able to achieve this. And so we have 3 panelists today. You see we did see the names up earlier. We'll work from east to west, and so we'll start with Keith Cronkite, who is the president and CEO of New Brunswick Power. And thanks to flight delays, Keith is not with us here today, but he joins us from New Brunswick. And so we'll begin with Keith, and then we'll get back to the panelists who are here in person. So over to you, Keith.
Thank you, Francis. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, yep. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and apologize for not being there in person. As Francis mentioned, I tried 3 attempts yesterday, and the third time was not the charm. I couldn't get out of New Brunswick, so I'm pleased to be able to connect with you virtually here today. My preference obviously would have been there in person. I thought maybe what I'd do is start just to give you a little background on New Brunswick Power. As Francis mentioned, we're on the East Coast. In New Brunswick, neighboring Quebec and Nova Scotia and Prince Edward Island, and obviously Maine in the U.S. We're a company that generates, transmits through transmission and distribution electricity to customers. So we're the full service provider here in New Brunswick. Our generation mix is hydro, wind, natural gas, nuclear, heavy fuel oil, and coal. So we've got the spectrum pretty much covered. We do have strong interconnections with our neighbors, so Quebec, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, and ISO New England, so Maine in the U.S. Today, we serve New Brunswickers with 80% carbon-free electricity, and we're proud of that. As we know, as in many things, the last 15 to 20% is the hardest to solve. As part of our generation mix, and particularly with wind generation, we've recently completed 2 projects with First Nations, both 20 megawatt wind farms. Very pleased to say that they were completed on time as expected, and they're 51% owned by local communities here in New Brunswick. There's another project that's being completed in St. John with St. John Energy of approximately 42 megawatts with 51% ownership by First Nation community as well. So it's very pleased, I'll say, we're very pleased to have that progress in recent years here. First Nation communities are very, very interested in the energy sector, and we have regular dialogue with many communities on how we move this agenda forward and solve for our future needs. And Francis touched on that. Certainly for us, We have a no coal at 2030, so no coal beyond 2030 that we need to solve for, and net zero for the electricity sector by 2035 and the broader Canadian sector by 2050. You know, what's going to be required to solve for that is probably not a single solution. It's going to take multiple solutions, and that's going to be renewables such as wind and solar and battery storage. But we do know, and I monitor that on a daily basis, is that wind and solar will not solve for our future needs. We do need base load, reliable, in-market or in-area generation to solve for that future need. And we believe that nuclear is part of that solution. In fact, is the denominator in that solution as we move forward. Electrification, so we talk about that, and certainly there's challenges and opportunities that come with that. Electrification, and certainly that's been a topic right across Canada, is how do we electrify various systems, and what does that mean from a system growth or generation requirement point of view? One area I wanted to touch on that's obviously very important, and that's energy security. And certainly with global affairs going on in the UK and Europe, that has been brought to the forefront even more so in recent months. You know, we've had an example of a global situation and how that plays out, and that's the pandemic, and many of us are familiar with that. You know, we had trouble securing masks on the front end. We had trouble securing ventilators. We had trouble securing vaccine and being able to distribute that to all Canadians as part of that pandemic. So that's what I call an early warning sign. And energy security is the next topic. And certainly our experience of the past, we want to make sure that our Canadian citizens, all Canadian citizens, have access to reliable electricity. And certainly I think there's lessons learned in the pandemic as we move forward. So how do we solve for the future? And quite frankly, it's talking about all of the solutions that I mentioned earlier, that we will need all of those, and it's done through partnerships with various stakeholders and industry participants, but also equally as important is partnerships with First Nations. Employment, and that was, I think, one of the discussions in the earlier panels was around First Nations employment and meaningful employment with technical jobs, et cetera. And certainly here in New Brunswick, we have funding agreements, capacity funding agreements with the three communities, First Nation communities here in the province, to build that capacity, to participate in a more meaningful way as it relates to environmental assessments or learning about the projects and the communities participating in those. Certainly, supply chain is another area of opportunity. We had a small modular reactor supply chain event 2 weeks ago, and one of the local chiefs, Chief Terry Richardson from Tabino First Nation, was the opening speaker at the supply chain event. And I can tell you, if you weren't energized by his speech and opening comments, I don't know what it would take, because his community and the Mi'kmaq community are certainly leaning in, as well as the Maliseet communities here are leaning in on the energy file and wanting to participate and engage in energy projects moving forward. And we're certainly trying to set up that landscape for that participation to occur. So the opportunity in the future is bright, I believe, and partnerships will solve for that. And certainly I heard in previous discussions that that is certainly a key topic with communities and First Nation communities, and employment, a great resource base moving forward to engage with those young people and get them involved in the energy sector in a variety of different ways. And that's absolutely what we need moving forward. So Francis, I'm going to stop there and look forward to Ken and Troy's comments. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll keep marching from east to west. And Ken Hartwick, President and CEO of Ontario Power Generation. Ken.
Thanks, and I really appreciate the invite today and being able to talk to the group, obviously from an Ontario perspective, but I think it's it's something that brings a piece to all of us. So for Ontario Power Generation, very similar to Keith, we sort of have a little bit of everything. We're a nuclear operator, hydroelectric, solar, gas, biomass. About 50% of Ontario's electricity is provided by us. And then we own approximately 70 hydroelectric plants in the U.S., mostly Northeast, Midwest is sort of our footprint. Ontario did close out their coal plants in 2014. So again, with the ability to have nuclear and hydroelectric, it gave us the flexibility to do that. So as a company, that has been good. And I'd say, again, very similar to Keith, we have built 4 hydro facilities and a solar facility in the last 7 or 8 years, all of them with great First Nation partners. Most in the earlier topic around equity participation, all of them are around 35% range, in that area. So it's about $5 billion we've invested. But I think the important thing in those projects was the investment itself, which I think gives long-term sustainability to it, but also the comments around jobs, around development of people is equally as important, because building the skills, whether it's engineering, whether it is trades, is an important part of what we want to do, because I think it helps build the capacity to do more. And as Francis mentioned, I think as I got asked a couple of times about the industry and where it's, what it feels like. It's actually, I think, one of the first times in a long time the energy industry is cool again, because the energy transition we're going through, the need to grow on electrification, to grow the system, these types of things are bringing a lot of people back to the industry because the task is big. Climate change is big. And again, as I've listened to some of the conversations today, the respect for the land, the animals, the water that is so evident here, we just need to build that into all our thinking, because climate change is not going to get better. It's not going to go away unless we achieve some amazing things, all of us collectively, and those that are in each of the provinces that want to do the same thing, but it's not going to solve itself. And I think that's the challenge that should be exciting for everybody here, as to how do we work together in a very constructive way from company to nation, and to be able to achieve some of the things we want to do. And I agree entirely with Keith. It is all technologies. There is not an answer to this that is, we'll just do one thing and it'll be solved. It is all the technologies. And I'm sure throughout the course of the conversation, we'll talk a little bit about our nuclear project and what we're doing with our Williams Treaty, which is the group of First Nations that are involved in the project, and what we're doing there. But maybe I'll stop there to let Troy come up and give local perspective as well. But I look forward to the conversation.
Okay, and so next up will be Troy King from Sask Power. And Troy, I guess we should first off thank you for the lights. We're in Sask Power's service province, so thank you for keeping the lights on today. Appreciate that.
Well, thank me till the conference is over.
All right.
We'll make sure it lasts. So thank you, Francis. I'm glad we're finally getting to the good part of the country as we move east to west here. So good afternoon. My name is Troy King. I'm the interim CEO at Sask Power. That's my day job. My night job is the full-time CFO at Sask Power. I want to thank you for having me here today, and I'd like to acknowledge that we're here today on Treaty 6 territory, homeland of the Métis. I'd like to echo the acknowledgement that we're adding to the respect and honor that treaties were made and are committed to moving forward in partnership with Indigenous nations in the spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. It's my pleasure to be here on the panel today. I thought what I would start with is doing a little bit of background on Sask Power. I know we're here in Saskatchewan, and most of you are familiar with Sask Power, but you may not be familiar with exactly how we operate. So Sask Power dates back to 1929. And we are the primary supplier of electricity here in Saskatchewan. And as Keith mentioned, we're full service. We go from generation to transmission, distribution, right to delivery to the homes. So in Saskatchewan, we do not have access to great sources of renewable power, such as hydro. So the bulk of our generation here in Saskatchewan is coal and natural gas. That's the resource that we have here in Saskatchewan, and that's what we built up. So roughly 75% of our total generation comes from those two sources. So they're very key. The other thing that's unique about Saskatchewan here is we have one of the largest service areas in all of Canada. We have over 652,000 square kilometers of territory to serve, and roughly 550,000 customers. So to serve this small population, we have a tremendous amount of transmission and distribution wires throughout the province. Over 160,000 kilometers of wires we have throughout Saskatchewan. To put that in perspective, that's enough wire to wrap around the Earth 4 times. So when you combine the fact that we do not have a lot of, blessed with a lot of hydro, that we have an extremely large service territory, and we have a relatively small population, it means we have a lot of challenges in terms of cost and number of customers that can share in supporting the infrastructure here we have in Saskatchewan. Now, as we look to the future, new environmental regulations and increasing customer demand for renewable power will require SaskPower to make some shifts. So to meet that challenge, similar to what the other utilities have been speaking of today, we're looking at all options. For example, right now we have about 600 megawatts of renewable generation here in Saskatchewan, so wind and solar. As we move towards 2035, we're looking to increase that to about 3,000 megawatts. So a tremendous increase over this period of time. So essentially, we'll be looking to add new renewable generation each and every year as we move towards 2035. As you may have heard earlier this morning, we also announced that we're looking at SMR technology and specifically at the GE Hitachi version of SMRs. That one, we're just starting that work today. By 2029, we hope to make a decision on that and potentially could have one SMR unit in place by 2034. Now, SaskPower is committed to meaningful engagement with our Indigenous partners in the province of Saskatchewan, and I think we've got a good history that we've built here in Saskatchewan. So currently, SaskPower incorporates a mandatory Indigenous participation into its competitive procurements. That's helped SaskPower award $397 million to Indigenous vendors since 2014, so over 1,000 contracts, including $95 million last year alone. So roughly a quarter of that happened just in the last year, so we are certainly growing tremendously on that front. In addition to that procurement, we've had some recent success with Indigenous participation in our energy transition. So just to name a few of those, we have the Meadow Lake Tribal Council biomass facility. It's about 8 megawatts. It should be coming online this year. We have 2 10-megawatt solar projects with Indigenous partners that were advanced through FNPA. And with FNPA, we also have another biomass facility, flare gas facility that we expect to come on in the next couple of years. So these small projects are a great start, and certainly we're proud of what we have. But as we move forward, as I talked about getting up to 3,000 megawatts of renewable generation, we have to start thinking bigger. And we need to get Indigenous participation on some of our larger utility scale projects. So again, to that end, we've seen some success. So right now, we've most recently, our next utility scale wind facility is a 200 megawatt facility. It's in a partnership that we have with RES Canada and Cowasys. That one, we're just finishing up negotiations on that one, and we expect it to be online in a couple of years. And then of April of this year, we announced that we'll be holding a competition to find a vendor to build a 100 megawatt facility, solar facility near Estevan. And in that project, we're targeting a minimum of 30% Indigenous participation in that project. Now, on the topic of small modular reactors, renewable generation are great options, such as wind and solar, that they provide a great source of energy. However, they're considered intermittent power because they can't be relied on 24/7. We can't call on them when it's cold or when it's extremely hot. So SAS Power has to supplement this intermittent generation with other sources of what we call base load. So base load is power that we can rely on and we can call on at any time of day, any time of year. So to that end, as I mentioned, we are investigating the potential for SMRs here in Saskatchewan. SMRs are one of the few clean or non-emitting baseload generation options available to us here in Saskatchewan. It's an exciting announcement for the organization as they have the potential to provide non-emitting baseload generation for decades to come. The ultimate decision on whether to build an SMR won't take place, as I mentioned, until 2029. But between now and then, there's a lot of work that we have to do. And most significantly, it's engagement work that needs to take place between now and 2029. So there will be vast opportunities for consultations with the citizens of Saskatchewan, with customers, with vendors, and of course with Indigenous right holders. In fact, we've actually already started on some of our engagement. Last fall, again, we partnered with FNPA, who delivered 7 early engagement sessions throughout the province, and over 47 bands were represented at these sessions. And then in February this year, we partnered with the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan to deliver 2 virtual early engagement events, and we had over 200 participants at those. Something we heard in these early engagement sessions was the importance of protecting Mother Earth as we build the future power system. We also heard that Indigenous participation as equity partners in future projects, workforce training, and supply opportunities were key. So at SAS Power, we've talked a little bit about that move towards 2035. Francis talked about the need to move to a net zero here in Canada. Yes, Canada as a country has a very clean electricity system. However, here in Saskatchewan, as I mentioned before, we're not blessed with that same level of cleanness. We're basically built largely on coal and gas generation. So to that end, this challenge is probably greater here in Saskatchewan than it is maybe in any other jurisdiction in Canada. It essentially took us 93 years to build the grid that we have today. And our plans are by 2035, we're looking to replace about 75% of our generation in just 12 years. So 93 years to build it, we're going to replace 75% of it in 12 years. And even at that, we're still going to have emissions. We expect we'll still be in that 4 to 6 million tons per year in terms of emissions. However, this transition also presents great opportunity to develop new skilled workforce here in Saskatchewan and a potential increase in jobs through the construction phases of these projects. This is an exciting time in the energy sector, and moving toward net zero means building a sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you. I'll turn it back to Francis.
Okay, thank you very much to the three of you. We do have microphones on the floor. Please make use of them. This is, believe me, it's a unique opportunity. You have presidents and CEOs from companies that supply electricity to almost half of Canadians that you have access to. So we'll begin with the question over here.
Yeah, hi, Chief Terry Richardson from Pabineau First Nation in New Brunswick. I just got a question. One of the big problems I think you have in getting the information out there in the employment opportunities, if you were to go out and ask just a general person in general, never mind going into a First Nation community, but just go into anywhere to say, what's a nuclear operator? What's a nuclear technician? A lot of people don't know what that is. So I think there's an education level thing that has to be done with the industry to ensure that people know what those employment opportunities are and what the job curtails, because I don't think that's being passed out there. So that's just something I was curious if there's a plan to do that.
Sorry, first of all, I think your comment's a good one. The one thing I know for sure is if ever someone from nuclear explains anything, it's way too complex. And, I can tell you our experience. So we have about 6,000 people that work at our 2 nuclear stations just on the east side of Toronto. Our biggest hiring source right now is from GM Canada. So they're mechanics, technicians, out of the auto industry largely, and into the nuclear industry. So they don't actually, having the nuclear tag is not even necessary. You're looking for people with the skills that can come into a plant, really any plant. And then the other part is just trained. So no, I think your point is a really good one. It's sometimes simplifying something gets you a way better answer than using more acronyms, which seldom does.
Yeah, please.
That's an excellent question, and it's certainly something here in Saskatchewan. It's probably going to be a bigger challenge than it is in Ontario because this is a brand new industry for us. To that end, when we're planning our SMR project and looking ahead, there's a group called the SMR Secretariat, or I think they may have changed their name to the SMR Unit within the province of Saskatchewan. They're looking specifically at the workforce needs. They're looking at training, they're looking at the education, they're looking at setting up supply chain. So there's a lot of work to be done. We don't have experience even at SaskPower with nuclear. It's something that we're partnering with OPG. We're going to rely heavily on that partnership to transfer knowledge to us. But I think one of the exciting things about the SMR file here in Saskatchewan is that it's a chance for everyone, including Indigenous communities, to get in at the ground level. We haven't developed those supply chains. We haven't developed those relationships with vendors. There's not 10, 20, 30 vendors that are already doing this work and have been doing it for years. It's wide open. And so I think it's really a good opportunity to get in on the ground level for anyone, particularly Indigenous partners.
And Keith, did you have something? Keith, did you have something that you wanted to add, given that you're also currently an operator of nuclear facilities today?
Yeah, absolutely, and thanks, Francis, and good to see you there, Chief Terry. You obviously have better luck than me getting out. I'll come at it threefold. I agree with Ken and Troy's comments. We've partnered with the Department of Education here in New Brunswick around the Center of Excellence for Energy. And the goal there is to reach into the school, the middle age or middle school programs to provide more meaningful information around energy and the electricity sector. And it's important that for all youth, that we're starting the conversation earlier and encouraging students to pursue the math and the science and that type of curriculum to better equip our youth with the skill sets that would be a precursor to getting into the electricity sector. The other part is, and we've had discussions with the community colleges in having a broader participation, and actually my VP of HR just recently joined my team from the community colleges, and one of the conversations I've had with her is around getting more and having more First Nations participate in the community college programs, and how can we partner differently moving forward. So it's really, it's a multi-pronged approach in order to make sure that the pipeline is full and robust with opportunities for youth to make those type of career choices. And I'll say, talk about the energy sector, talk about the electricity sector, and then we can hone in on the nuclear sector as part of that. It's part of that, I'll say, trifecta of the energy sector, and making sure that we've got a robust pipeline. And those that are interested in nuclear have the ability to focus more in that area, let's say. But the key start is getting the youth engaged, getting the pipeline and the funnel full as far as energy sector, electricity sector, and then focus on the nuclear sector as an output of that as well.
Next question.
Hi. My question is in regards to the sort of coordination between what the federal government is investing in and sort of what opportunities are at the provinces. So we know that ADM Angie Bruce came up and talked about several billions of dollars available for First Nations to do trials, but also project funding, and there would be additional funding through the Canada Infrastructure Bank. My question is, how do we ensure that if those funds are available, that they line up with the procurement timeline of what you guys are facing with? So I'll take Sask Power, right? You're going to go from 6,000 megawatts of solar to 3,000. How do we ensure that the money that the federal government is still there when you're ready to issue or go to tender for those PPAs, right? Because there's no point in having that money available today, and then when you're ready in 5 years from now, the federal government say, well, actually, we don't have any because the money lapsed and we took it back to pay off the debt. And I mean, I'm asking a very tough question, but I guess how do we ensure that there's that continued prioritization, that there is alignment between Crown corporations, private power generators, and the federal government? Thank you.
Coordination between federal, provincial governments, Crown corporations, investor-owned companies, the simple stuff.
Yeah, thank you. That's a fantastic question, and it's an ongoing challenge that we have working with Canada. When you start dealing with the federal government, you realize how big it is, how many different departments they have, how many different programs they have, and how many people you have to talk to try and figure out what's happening. We're quickly finding that we need to have a permanent resource just to try and keep track of all the different programs that the federal government has in place and try and coordinate the discussions with them. So we really can't necessarily secure the financing for the next 12 years and the next 2,400 megawatts of renewables that we're going to build today. It's going to be really an ongoing relationship. But one of the challenges we do find is we want to be creative in our partnership. So for example, when we're building renewables, it's often not Sask Power that's building them. So like the example I talked about, the Beckevar facility, the new 200 megawatt wind project, that's a partnership between a third party, RES Canada, and they're in a joint venture with Cowessess First Nation. So we're not really involved in it, but we want to make sure that the funding is available to those entities, and that Sask Power is able to take advantage of that, and it's passed on to our customers. So it certainly is complex. We're talking with the federal government about ways that we can run our procurements so that we can award projects, the funding can be made available, and ensure that it benefits Saskatchewan. One of the other challenges we do have too is there is a roadblock in the federal government and Crown corporations, and a lot of the funding that they have is not intended for Crown corporations. It's intended for the private sector. And we've seen a lot of that. The Infrastructure Bank of Canada has been very difficult for us to deal with. Their programs are not designed for a Crown corporation, and it has something to do with government to government passing money. However, at the end of the day, we still need those same sort of programs. We still need access to it, and that's why, as I mentioned before, we've got to get creative in the way that we find access to that money through third parties.
Yeah, maybe just to add a little bit to it is that if you go to the most recent climate goals, so targets of 2035 for us to achieve certain things, I think the timeline to do the things that we're talking about here in the conference today and over the next day is totally unrealistic. So, the ability to build a new hydro station, if it's 2022, there's no chance it's done by 35. Now, having said that, which sounds really pessimistic, so does someone spend the money somewhere else before you get around to doing it? I think that risk always exists. But I think what this audience and then our First Nation partners and rights holders in Ontario and elsewhere can be a driver to this, as far as can we advance projects the right way with right holders, with partners, to drive the timelines to help us achieve our climate goals. But in absence of us doing anything or trying to do anything different, we're just going to miss them all. And it is really evident. You can't build anything in Canada if you don't have the appropriate amount of time and the right people. So really it's back to, I'm more encouraged by the First Nation partners that I deal with in Ontario. We see this, and that's why they're going to be partners. That's why we are going to partner to solve the problem. But I often think I would never leave, no offense to anyone from government, I'd never leave the government to solve my problems. That's something we collectively have to rally around and solve, and government, I think, then will come along with us as part of that.
So Keith, the question was about the challenges of ensuring coordination, federal, provincial, with the companies. You're in the throes of, and there may not be as much familiarity here because we're in Western Canada right now, but you've been in the throes of discussions and negotiations for a number of years now on something called the Atlantic Loop. Any insights that you'd be able to share, any progress in terms of trying to improve our ability to coordinate amongst different levels of government?
Yeah, thanks, Francis. And I think that's a great example. Certainly, you know, the federal government and has, as part of their commentary, has been very supportive of interconnections, transmission interconnections to help reduce carbon emissions. Certainly in Atlantic Canada, not unlike Troy and Saskatchewan, Atlantic Canada, we've got about 1,600 megawatts of coal, 500 here and about 1,100 in Nova Scotia. That 2030 is a date that isn't moving. The federal government on that particular conversation has been leaning in from the perspective of really championing the file from NRCan's perspective, and has brought various different departments and agencies to the table with the 3 provincial governments, the 3 utilities, supported by PEI and Newfoundland as part of this dialogue as well. And so it is a large coordinated effort. And my message back to the federal government has been, how can we replicate this on the small modular reactor file? We've got the template, we've got all of the parties leaning in. How can we replicate that on the small modular reactor file and bring this to the fruition in a timely fashion or in a faster fashion? I agree with Ken's comments and Troy's. It's a tall order by 2035 to hit these goals. If we don't start, we won't get there, but we need a well-coordinated effort. And I think the template with the Atlantic Loop is there for us to replicate on small modular reactors, for example.
Okay. We have another question here.
Given all of you have talked about the shutting down of the coal-fired power plants, how exactly do you plan on retraining the employees at that stage, and also like incorporating fresh employees coming in at that position, in new positions as well? And where does the Indigenous community fit into that? And do your companies have plans to like retrain and like incorporate Indigenous communities, or is that something that's still being actively like thought out?
I'd like to start with what's sometimes referred to as just transition. Do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, so first off, for Saskatchewan, we have about 1,400 megawatts of coal left, of conventional coal left that we have to transition. We're still finalizing our plans on what we want to do with those facilities. We have basically, you know, a few choices on them. You can't continue to run them as is. So we can convert them to carbon capture on coal, or you convert them to potentially to natural gas, and then maybe later add carbon capture on that. So we're still working through that. However, you know, there is a potential that some of those won't be open at 2030, and we're working on our plans of what happens there. In terms of Indigenous communities or Indigenous employment, it's probably an area where we are the weakest in those plants in the south. So they're in Estevan and in Cornack. And I don't have the exact stats, but we'd probably have our lowest percentage of Indigenous employment there. So in terms of transitioning those individuals on the coal side, there's not a lot of opportunity there. But as I mentioned before, I think where that opportunity comes is through the renewables, and it comes through SMRs. We certainly have a potential, a lot of growth in those two areas, and that's where I would see it more in that than in coal.
And maybe in our case, because we transitioned off of coal in 2014, so we actually didn't have any layoffs. Everyone was redeployed into one of our other plants. Now that some of that's luck. When you're big enough, you have the ability to do that. If you're a smaller utility, that's a lot harder. So for us, everyone got redeployed. Anyone who would move, moved. And then to this point over here was just got retrained with, out of a coal plant into a nuclear plant, into a hydro plant, into some other facility. So that was good. On your hiring one, which on the Indigenous side, which I think also is an important point. So we put out our reconciliation action plan a year ago, thereabouts, and put in there targets for hiring, targets for spending with Indigenous companies, targets for partnerships. And we did that for a reason, that we wanted to start to put out markers that we'll report against every year, and then people can congratulate us or criticize us with having achieved those. And I think that's the important part, the old adage, what you measure, you do. And we wanted to get very aggressive in putting out targets. And ultimately, if we miss them by a bit, it'll still be a great success. And we just thought, put the targets out. And so the people part is important because I think it builds capacity in a whole bunch of different areas. When you have people who develop the skills, go back to their communities, the capacity starts to feed itself. But I think all three of us are very focused on this.
And I would just add, Ken, good comments there. And we shut down a couple of plants in the last 10 years, and we've done it without layoffs. And so let's be clear, we still need the electricity out of those facilities or replacement for that. And that's going to take resources. And I think your point on the employment aspect is correct. And I would add that, more meaningful and deliberate partnerships with our community colleges and other institutions to provide a broader workforce inclusive of First Nations is an area of focus, absolutely.
All right. Hi, my name is Shivani Chatalia with Enerstore Incorporated. So I'm with an energy storage company, and I wanted to ask about, you've talked about SMRs, I think, quite a bit, and the role for renewables. Also wanted to ask about energy storage, and I think in particular, when we're talking about transitioning off of coal in Ontario, that's already been done, and I think our learnings from Ontario, we're seeing that energy storage can play a really important role in terms of reducing the cost of the system, providing the reliability and resilience that we need. We're developing a 250 megawatt, 1,000 megawatt hour energy storage facility in Ontario. That's a 50-50 partnership with Six Nations of the Grand River Development Corporation, and can provide savings to ratepayers today. And so that's in a province where the transition off coal has already happened and new gas plants were built. I was wondering, especially for Saskatchewan and New Brunswick, if you can speak to the role of energy storage, especially in terms of being able to reduce the need for building new natural gas and being able to make this transition with clean technologies and in a way that also empowers Indigenous nations to participate in those projects.
Is this on? Okay. Yeah, storage is absolutely an important part of our future and cleaning up our grid. Right now, we're starting with our first small project. It's going to be a 20 megawatt battery that we're looking to build. On that site, we can expand it up to 80 megawatts. We're also looking at another site south of Regina with a battery similar to the size that you're talking about in Ontario. As we mentioned before, as we move to a clean energy future, it's going to be all technologies that are going to be required, not just one. Batteries can certainly be helpful, but as you know, batteries provide short-term capacity. So at least with the technology that we have today, so you get 1 to 4 hours of value out of them. Here in Saskatchewan, Our winters are long. Sun doesn't shine much, and we can go long periods without wind. So ultimately, we think batteries can help us with some of our peaking plants in terms of shaving the amount of gas that we have to build, that we have to run just for a few hours a year. But in terms of base load, that technology is still coming. So it's certainly something that we will be looking to solve some of the problem, but it's not really going to be a significant part until that technology evolves to allow us to store energy for days.
Keith, did you want to comment?
You know, Troy covered it well. The comment I guess I would make is that, yeah, when we talk about needing all the solutions, storage is in that. Whether it's battery storage, compressed air energy storage, etc., all of those solutions we do see evolving and becoming economic over time. The point on the base load, and Canada predominantly is a winter system, or certainly when we recognize we don't have electricity is in the winter, perhaps more than the summer. The duration is key, and not unlike an electric vehicle where there's range anxiety, well, there's storage anxiety when it comes to the winter periods and having it for the appropriate amount of time. There is days, I see it on our system, where there is no wind generation, for example, or our solar regime is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. in January and February. So all part of the package, all part of the solutions, but we do need that base load generation. We do need renewables, and we do need storage.
And maybe just adding to it a little bit is you also think about, and this was on the earlier panel about lithium. So if Canada were to just do solar and batteries as a way to bring firm up what we need in the country, it requires all the lithium that is currently mined in the world. So this is just Canada. We're 37, 38 million people. China has a few people, India has some people, Europe has some people, the US has some people. And we have to be really, really careful on, I love these technologies, but the mining, the smelting, and the manufacturing has to be done to a standard that everybody in this room wants us to do in Canada. It cannot be done to a standard that is right now. So all these technologies are great. And by the way, when you do that, the cost will be 40, 50% more. It will be better as a country and better as a world. But electricity prices are not going down. It's really bad news for everybody. They are only going to go up as every country around the world goes in this direction. And I just think as Canadians and as the nations that are part of us, we need to be thinking like, how do we do what's best for the world and how we do it and the practices, and not just I get something in a box, it caused a bunch of damage elsewhere, but it's really environmentally friendly here. Like that to me is the wrong way to do everything. It's the wrong way to do nuclear, wrong way to do natural gas, wrong way to do solar, wind, batteries, etc. So it's, but there's a right way to do it, and I think the people in this room are going to be the ones that lead doing it the right way.
Okay, final question over here before we ask the panel to wrap up.
Thanks, everyone. My name's Jeff Bonham. I'm here with Fluor Canada. And we are part of the SMR action plan and are sort of really believe in SMRs as being part of that generation stack that we're going to need in order to meet that dual challenge of expanding our generation capacity while meeting our net zero targets for 2050. And when I take a look at it from an opportunity perspective, and I look at my hometown of St. John, New Brunswick, and what's happening with ARC and Moltex there and MB Power, it's very exciting. I had the chance to participate in a rights holder event in the Miramichi not too long ago, and it was the buzz is palpable, and so I think that we're on the cusp of something really great here. There's a number of advantages with SMRs, versus traditional nuclear, and I guess now that we've sort of made the transition from a technology selection perspective from a number of your companies, and you're starting to actually move into project deployment, is there any sort of talk or conversation amongst your companies around sort of tackling the social license part of really sort of deployment of new nuclear in Canada?
Keith, do you want to start off and then we'll come here? So social license?
Absolutely. I think Well, first off, I'm very proud of the relationships that we've built with the communities around our Point Lepreau generating station. There's been excellent community engagement and involvement, and I think that's certainly for us is a good example of what good looks like. When it comes to, so you build off that success, first off. Secondly, informing and engagement earlier. So we talk about, early engagement with First Nations and early engagement with communities around the various aspects of not only electricity, but in particular with nuclear, and helping to better understand all of the attributes and the positive aspects associated with nuclear. The one thing we didn't touch on today was as OPG and Bruce Power are very active in isotopes, et cetera, the benefits that are driven by that, and understanding that there are, issues or challenges with all forms of energy, and you just can't hone in on nuclear, and making sure that there's a clear understanding and being, I'll say, proud to and lean in on those conversations with communities that have questions, and being accessible and going to the communities to share information as we move forward on this journey to solve for the climate crisis that's going on is all part of that. So we're active and proud of the progress we have here in New Brunswick.
Sure, and maybe just to touch a little bit, to add to what Keith said, part of, I think, building the social license is the education and communication of it, which, again, to my earlier comments, we need to simplify. I'll give you an example. On Friday, we have an Indigenous Circle at OPG. It was a 30-year anniversary, and this is the group that helps bring in and ensure that we remain focused on hiring Indigenous people into all parts, trades, engineering, finance, et cetera. And I was approached by one of the chiefs who said, why isn't your material that you're putting out about our new nuclear site coming out in the local language and dialect? Why is it coming out in English? And you sort of have one of those moments that was so simple. How could we not think of that? And so again, it's part of the social license, I think, is talking to people the way they learn. And I heard that a few times in a couple of the panels, as far as everyone learns differently, everyone thinks differently, and so we just have to adapt to that. And if we have great partners with us, and we have great advisors on our new sort of on the nuclear side that are around the federal group on this, Guy being one of them, who this is the type of advice we want to get is, listen a lot, talk a little, and I find that a lot of the social issues disappear the minute you stop talking.
So again, another great question. I think one of the unique challenges that we have in Saskatchewan that's maybe different than New Brunswick and Ontario is that technology is new for Saskatchewan. They've already established it. So I think our journey on the social license may be even larger than what those two jurisdictions have to go through. I think that, when we talk about that license, and that's what's going to start today with our announcement on the technology. In a few months, we should be talking about siting, and then we're going to really start heavily into our engagement process over the next 7 years, and that's part of the licensing process to get approval to proceed. And so that will be a huge part of what we're going to be doing. And when we talk to others who have done it before, when we talk to those who have expertise in this, one of the things that we hear constantly is that you have to be transparent in your messaging. And that should sound obvious, that you need to be transparent. But we live in a bit of a political world where you're always, there's a lot of messaging. A lot of meetings I have, we talk about messaging, how to message this. And sometimes when you get too much into the messaging, you're not being transparent. And I think that's key, is developing those relationships with communities and ensuring that you have that transparency. And from my understanding, it's not just to the day that we get approval to construct. It's not to the day that we start operating. It's really to the entire life cycle of the SMR assets that you will be participating in this engagement.
Okay.
Okay, final thoughts. Actually, I'll start with Keith. We'll work west to east. So final thoughts on this question. Cast your mind forward to 2035. So it's 2035. You're looking back at our experience over the last 13 years. What will successful reconciliation look like?
So I think, Francis, you were going to start with Troy. Yeah.
Yeah, he was looking at me, but he said your name. So, yeah. First of all, in 2035, I hope that we are able to power this province, that we have we've figured out this solution and have the clean energy, and have come to a successful negotiation with Canada as to what a clean future means here in Saskatchewan. In terms of reconciliation, I look at it on a few fronts. One, I talked about the procurement that we're doing today, and I would like to see that we proceed with that going forward. $95 million last year, it equates to about 12% of our total Saskatchewan spend here in the province. And the one thing that's most encouraging to me is that well over 50% of that is through competitive bids, that it's become self-sustaining, that the Indigenous vendors that we're working with are now beating out other entities and they're winning these on their own. For the other percent that are not competitively bid, we know we're negotiating with them and we're getting fair pricing. And that's not unusual. We do that with many of our other vendors. So I find a lot of encouragement on that. As I mentioned before, as we move on this journey on the renewable side, we'd like to see all of our renewables have significant Indigenous ownership. Right now we're targeting 30%, but we'd love it as we go forward to see it be greater. And we'd like to see that participation spread throughout the province. We'd like to see all communities that want to participate have that ability. And finally, on the SMR front, I think on the employment side, on the supply chain side, even on the equity ownership side, there's a lot of potential there. As I mentioned, we're on the ground floor. I think it's a great time for Indigenous companies and communities to get involved in this. They're not behind it by any means. They're right at the forefront of this. And to me, success would be that they're involved at all parts of the SMR file as we go towards 2035.
Yeah, real quick, because I agree with what Troy said, that it's by 35 we've solved the climate thing. We know we have a clear path in Canada, and we've led elsewhere in the world, so we can see a path to deal with what I think is the threat to the world. And along the way, it would be meeting our reconciliation action plan, and real success would be someone in this room up on the stage in the OPG chair in my job. So I'm looking for volunteers.
Keith, over to you.
You got to top that one. Well, this is kind of like one of those back to the future questions. What I would say is in 2035, when we look back, what a ride it was. We recognize that individually we could not solve for this, but through partnerships inclusive of First Nations, we could. That partnerships in 2035 with First Nations is not new, it's business as usual. And look at where we have gotten to over that period of time. And as Ken has said, we solved the climate crisis. So thank you for the opportunity today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Guy, thank you. You weren't here at the beginning, but you're here at the end. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate here. I really appreciate it.
As Francis exited, he says, great partnership, thank you very much. So really do appreciate him and everyone else who've made the trek out today. Really good leadership. I know that's what Indigenous people and communities deserve, is the CEOs and the leaders at your various utilities across Canada just take the initiative to tell government this is what we need. And in sharing some 18 holes, or almost 18 holes, 16 holes with Ken yesterday, we really did get a full appreciation for what it takes to tell government, not for government to tell us how to live our lives or this or that. That just does not work. And so if we have meaningful partnerships with utilities, SAS Power, New Brunswick Power, OPG, BC Hydro, and the list goes on and on. Thanks very much for your leadership, gentlemen. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you. And thank you to Cannon, Bill, and many others at Terrestrial Energy who continue to blaze a trail for SMR development in Canada. I think Canada's only Canadian-owned company that's pursuing this opportunity. They pointed me to a very important UN study. I think it was the UN study on Clean Energy Commission, and I would encourage all of you to pick up that publication to look at some of the challenges that we have with technologies, whether that be carbon capture, utilization and storage, and others. But the particles that we are releasing into the environment, into the air, is concerning. It is warming the planet. And so that's a very informative study. I would just point you in that direction, just if you wanted a quick read around what's happening at the United Nations level. So, Mr. Chair, Milt, back to you. Thank you.
All right, folks, we are now zeroing in on our last but not least panel for day one. Do we have Noel Voikin in the room, Sean Willie, Jim Boucher, Jim Ward, and Jill Baker, according to my latest agenda? We got a couple changes. Okay.
Let me turn this off. Thomas, and who all are we missing? And we are missing. Paula, we got. I think we are good. All right. All right, so I think everybody noticed we have a few juggling with the panel here. I wanted to thank everybody on the panel for joining us today. Jill's the only original member. Everybody else has been delayed in flights or other issues. All right, so starting off, I'm Noel Voikin. I am the project lead for the Indigenous Advisory Council on the Small Modular Reactor Action Plan. So just a little bit on my background. I spent about half my career in utilities and about half my career in the nuclear industry. Most recently, I was the Chief Executive Officer of the Northwest Territories Power Corporation. Last 8 months, I've been working with First Nations Power Authority, in particular on the Indigenous Advisory Council. So, today we're going to talk about Indigenous participation in small modular reactor technology. So the first thing I'm going to do is get each panel member to introduce themselves, since I don't know everybody's background now. So we'll start off with Thomas.
Hello? All right. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thomas Bendra. I'm the president and CEO of FHQ Developments. I want to thank Guy and team at First Nations Power Authority for putting on the conference. I'm a former board member and very proud of the direction that the organization is going in. For myself, FHQ Developments is the development corporation for the File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council, located in Treaty 4 territory across southern Saskatchewan. we're involved in several businesses across many different industries, and of course, now making a play into the renewable energy sector as potential equity partners. And I do want to give a quick shout out to my partners from NR Store. They're also here, Shivani and James. They came out from Ontario and looking at a large battery storage facility amongst many other projects. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Hi, Kwe Nin Deluisi Paula, Ak Nin Delewin Narawatnik. Hello, my name is Paula, and I'm from Narawatnig, also known as Ilgrium First Nation in New Brunswick, which is Mi'kmaq and Wolastoqey territory. I work with North Shore Mi'kmaq District Council in community development and have been a member of our energy team for almost 3 years now, working toward gaining equity opportunities and SMR technology development, supply chain opportunities. I also have over 10 years of experience in Indigenous economic development and community engagement, as well as I own my own business in event planning. And if that wasn't enough, I also work as a travel agent part-time and have 3 kids. Within NSMDC, our energy team is also looking to develop capacity among our communities, and especially with our youth, who are the fastest growing segment of the population in Canada, growing more than 4 times faster than any other group across Canada. We want to train them, uplift them, give them the skills to succeed in the upcoming nuclear industry, which has the possibility to turn New Brunswick into a have province rather than a have-not province. There are opportunities to work together to open doors to funding sources that other non-Indigenous businesses don't have access to. We have the future workforce in our backyard. There's no need to look elsewhere. Build up what we have, invest in our youth for the next 7 generations. This is important because we also have 7 of the poorest postal codes in all of Canada. 6 of those are First Nations in New Brunswick. This has to change. We need to bring the right opportunities to bring our First Nations out of poverty and into prosperity. Economic reconciliation needs to turn into economic reconciliation. So far, the government has said a lot of promising words without acting upon them. It's time to take charge and make changes for Indigenous people across the country to prosper, guide the narrative on cleaner energy. That is cleaner energy because, as my friend Chief Emily Wheatung has said, there is no truly clean energy. There's cleaner than the alternatives, such as coal, diesel, and other finite resources, but there are still environmental repercussions we need to account for when making a decision on what type of technology to choose and how it will affect our traditions and impact Mother Earth. There is no net zero without nuclear, and there is no nuclear without Indigenous inclusion. There is also no medical isotopes without nuclear, and that is an important factor that many seem to forget. This is a life-saving byproduct of these technologies that we can't turn away from, as we see an increase in cancer and illness across the country. Possibilities are endless when we create meaningful partnerships with Indigenous organizations, communities, and people. All you have to do is ask, reach out, be respectful, and there is never a time that is too early to engage.
I got to follow that. Hi, everyone. I'm Jill Baker. I'm a Vice President of Operations with the Canadian Nuclear Association. Start off, I want to thank Guy for including me in the panel today. It's a real pleasure and a privilege to be here with all of you. I am from Ottawa, grew up though in Western Canada, so it's great to be back in the West. My background is a jack of all trades and a master of none. I seem to have commitment issues in sticking with any particular organization, so it makes me very capable of talking about a lot of different things. So today, I'm very happy to be here to talk about the potential of SMRs and what that means in terms of engagement and partnership with First Nations and Indigenous peoples across Canada. My background's working with the government of Alberta, NRCan, Environment Canada, a think tank with the feds, and then I moved into working with the nonprofits, Golder Associates here in Saskatchewan, working on a few mines up north that are under development. And in all of that work, I'm actually an impact assessment specialist that's heavily involved in working with Indigenous communities for the last 25 years, whether it's oil sands, diamond mines, offshore, and now SMRs. So happy to contribute where I can in the discussion, and again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Good afternoon. I'm Desiree Landry Parker, and I'm the Director of the Nuclear Sector for Creative Fire. I'm very last-minute addition. I was just kidnapped off the floor, so forgive me, but I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Guy, for doing that. But I'm really happy to be on this panel with some great ladies, and Thomas, of course, he's going to be outnumbered here by these women. But in my role at Creative Fire, we look at Indigenous engagement, specifically in the nuclear sector, and really promote those best practices. Another piece that we look at is really the promotion of Indigenous people in the workforce, particularly in this sector, and particularly Indigenous women. So I'm thrilled to be up here with some of these Indigenous women. My background, I am Métis. I'm a PhD candidate at Johnson Shoyama Graduate School for Public Policy, and also an instructor at Yukon College, or Yukon University now. And just, like a lot of the people up here, I have 2 kids at home, and I hope that we can have some really great conversations today about what Indigenous engagement, specifically in SMRs, means.
No? Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, I'll let you guys keep the mic. So what I'll do is I'll just provide a few opening comments, and then I'll pass it to the panel for some questions. All right, Canada is acting towards reconciliation with Indigenous people. Aboriginal and treaty rights have been affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution. In 2021, Canada enacted Bill C-15, which aligns federal laws with the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples in Canada. This statute requires transformative change in the Crown's relationship with Indigenous peoples. The Government of Canada also established the 10 principles respecting the Government of Canada's relationship with Indigenous peoples. It really provides the expected culture and behavior with respect to these statutes. These principles provide a starting point for the Crown to engage in partnership and shows the intent for a significant move away from the status quo. These principles are intended to catalyze a fundamental change in the relationship and take the necessary steps to build meaning into the relationship with Indigenous peoples. A move towards true reconciliation will require commitment by all orders of government, industry, and Canadians to the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership with Indigenous peoples. Free, fair, and informed consent is a specific right that pertains to Indigenous rights holders, which is recognized in the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It provides the right for Indigenous rights holders to give or withhold consent to a project that may affect them or their territories. FPIC provides a framework for Indigenous rights holders to negotiate the conditions under which a particular project will be designed, implemented, monitored, and evaluated. To meet the intent of FPIC, Indigenous rights holders expect early, often, and meaningful engagement. This is something I've heard a number of Indigenous leaders say to me in the time I've been working with the Indigenous Advisory Council. And I think the actual sentence can be attributed to my friend Guy Lonechild. FPIC anticipates right holders will be engaged in projects as they are conceived, and that engagement will continue until the project is fully decommissioned. In some cases, like SMR projects, communities may not have the capacity to be meaningfully engaged. This means that capacity development may be required before a project can even be discussed. Canada's Truth and Reconciliation Commission provides guidance to industry and governments. Call to Action 92 states, "We call upon the corporate sector in Canada to adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a reconciliation framework and apply its principles, norms, and standards to corporate policy and core operational activities involving Indigenous peoples and their lands and resources." This includes the following points: commit to meaningful consultation, building respectful relationships, and obtaining the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples before proceeding with economic development projects. Ensure that Aboriginal peoples have equitable access to jobs, training, and education opportunities, and that Aboriginal communities gain long-term sustainable benefits from economic development projects. And provide education for management and staff on the history of Aboriginal peoples, including the history and legacy of residential schools, the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, treaties and Aboriginal rights, Indigenous law, and Aboriginal-Crown relations. SMR projects represent a potential long-term stable investment opportunity which could create wealth and long-term prosperity for Indigenous nations. Additionally, equity participation could benefit SMR projects by integrating Indigenous knowledge, teachings, values, use of land, oral traditions, and worldviews into the monitoring, regulation, compliance, mitigation, remediation, and performance for the life cycle of SMR development and deployment in Canada. So with that, I'm going to throw it open to a couple of questions on the panel. We'll start with Thomas. How do you see modular or small modular reactor development in Canada fits into the broader reconciliation goals with Indigenous peoples?
All right, there was a lot in there to start. You know, if we're looking at, you know, Indigenous participation in this particular sector, and you look at any industry, you look at mining, you look at oil and gas, there's a lot of lessons to be learned from the relationships that have been built between our communities and in those industries. So, you know, when we take a look at nuclear, it's no different. There is a lot of considerations, there is a lot of opportunity that we need to take advantage of learning and understanding the risks and the rewards of being a part of that industry. And I think, you know, what it takes for this industry to really build those relationships is you got to start now. If Saskatchewan is going to start looking at nuclear, you know, how are you getting into our classrooms? How are you connecting with our life speakers and our community leadership about the opportunities within the industry and how these particular projects are going to be managed and maintained over the lifespan of those assets? What does life look like before and after these projects? You know, we look at our people have been here for, you know, thousands and thousands of years, and we plan to be here for thousands and thousands of years more. So, you know, we really need to understand these projects fully, and once we are able to understand, then we can begin the process of negotiation. And when I take a look at the industries or the businesses that we're involved in, you know, we take a step back in our partnership with organizations, and we look at three things. One is governance. So what does the governance, what does the ownership of that particular project or company look like? What ownership stake are we going to take? What is the, how are we going to control as Indigenous nations from a board perspective? Because then we can set and write rules and help be a part of policy development. We can help control some of the effects around environmental concerns that may be coming from our communities. And now, you know, instead of just having an advisory committee, we actually have a say from a board level on what those policies and how they should be shaped for the benefit of our communities and the benefit of our own mother, our land, and being able to take care of it in that way. In other aspects around governance is, you know, the beneficiaries. How are we going to manage the relationship with the beneficiaries within those territories? And beyond those territories, because these projects do affect multiple nations and multiple citizens within those territories. You look at capacity development, you know, mentioned education and looking at those aspects. So how are we actually going to build capacity in the industry? How do we start with our young people? How are we developing and training and making sure that they understand what their participation could look like, and not making it something that's so scary to say, I'm going to be a nuclear physicist. You know, how do we make those types of roles seem obtainable and not to be on a pedestal for our young people who don't have mentors that are in the industry? And then you look at the reinvestment. What does the reinvestment look like from the ownership level, from procurement, And from the community perspective, how do we continuously reinvest from those, from this particular industry? So we always, that's kind of the formula that we use when we look at, you know, new companies, new industries. You know, it's those tough questions that we ask our partners all the time about our participation. And so when we look at SMRs, that's, I guess, no different than how we would treat that particular industry. So thanks.
So like I mentioned earlier, there is no, it's never too early to engage with Indigenous communities. But in saying that, don't go straight to the leadership, don't go straight to the chiefs. They've got a lot on their plate. They may not even have the time. The right people that you really should go to are like EDOs and ETOs. They're the ones that are boots on the ground with our youth, with our entrepreneurs. They're making connections within communities, with other businesses. They're the ones that are great to connect with. And as mentioned earlier too, like there is no nuclear without Indigenous inclusion. And that's just a fact with anything to do with resources in Canada or with land or with water. It's just a reality. We have seen the conflicts that have risen across the country over fights over resources with project developments. In New Brunswick, there was a huge conflict in Elsipogtog with the natural gas pipeline that they were trying to build. If we don't want something to happen, it's not going to happen. Early engagement is the best thing that you can do. Go to the right people, have meaningful consultation, invest in our youth, invest in the future, invest in our communities. Don't just try and check a box. That's never going to go over well. Just make sure that you're being respectful and do your background research.
I just wanted to add to that. I think that those are some really great points, and specifically in the nuclear sector, I liked how you said the word opportunity, because that's really what this is. There's many examples of conflict in the past, many examples of development where we maybe haven't done things quite right. And with SMR specifically, we have that opportunity to change that narrative and actually do things the right way. And specifically with FPIC, this is one of those things where it isn't a suggestion or an expectation even, it's a requirement. And our communities are sovereign nations, and they will require that free and prior informed consent as part of that engagement. It's getting out early, talking to the right people, as Paula noted, and making sure that, you know, the minute you start thinking about that project, you're talking to these people and involving them in the decisions and how we move forward. That engagement is about planning it together. So you have to plan what that process looks like with the communities, not for them.
Thanks, everyone. Building on that theme, everybody talked a bit about, Paula talked a bit about early engagement and capacity building. Desiree and Thomas talked a little bit about the consultation parts of it. So building on that theme, how would you suggest that, let's start with Jill this time. How would you suggest that SMR proponents start the process to engage Indigenous communities, including developing the required capacity to meet the intent of FPIC? Oops,
there we go. I think as someone on the panel just before us had mentioned, there's going to be a very different level of understanding of what nuclear is, let alone SMRs. And so I think as a basis, any discussion that any company along the supply chain may have has to go in with an understanding of what does the community know. And if you don't know, you should figure that out at least a little bit before you start engaging with whatever community you're working with. And then having that basic understanding of who you may be speaking with and maybe partnering with, years down the road, you have to go in with what I would call a principle-based approach. So we've talked about, and a few of the panels before today have already talked about it, is you start with respect, you have a principle of transparency, and I think one of the previous panelists mentioned that when things become messaged too much, you lose that transparency. So I would say be very transparent in the language that you're using. Be very So as an I'm going to take a step back. As an impact assessment practitioner for many years, I was a translator. I would talk to the scientists, I would talk to the community members, I'd talk to the government leaders, and my job was to translate what they were all talking about to each other, because you either have nuclear physicists trying to explain to, you know, a deputy minister what the implications are. And that goes through to the communities, is you need to be able to talk a language that everyone speaks. And that's when I say transparency. That's really what I mean, is understand the people that you're talking to and actually have a conversation, have a discussion. If it's sitting down at the kitchen table as a beginning point and having conversations, but not just speaking at people, like someone again said earlier, stop talking and start listening. And so there's a good portion of that principles-based discussion is you have a lot to learn going into communities where you think you're going to be telling people what they need to know, but you need to know a lot about that community before you really start engaging. It's a two-way dialogue, and if you hope it's going to go into something that looks like a partnership, you have to build a relationship, which is where I'm going to next. Is these are business partnerships for sure, but they're not the same as corporate, you know, Calgary or downtown Toronto. These are relationships that, and in the SMR and the nuclear space, and many of the other sectors in Canada, like mining, you're talking about a 30, 40-year relationship. So you want to get off on the right foot, and that's about trust, transparency, building those relations, understanding each other, understanding who's in the room. So that would be the basics of it.
I think, Jill, you were right with, you know, education is key. A lot of our communities don't know a whole lot about the nuclear industry or any of the technologies. So educating them on what they are, how they work, the pros, the cons, transparency, all of it. That's a good place to start. And again, do your research on the community. And sometimes it may not be the community that you go to. I work for a tribal council. We represent 7 communities. Many of our communities are under 200 members. So they don't have the capacity to speak to anybody. They're filling multiple roles. So we can step in place and have that capacity for them, and then go to them with the information and then make a decision from there. So again, that's where your research comes into play.
I guess, you know, one of the things you know, you really need to think about in any business, in any business model, and when you're trying to get the support around a certain idea, you need to know what the vision is of the organization. I mean, if we're looking at Saskatchewan, you know, what is Sask Power's vision overall in their long-term commitment around energy? I get that we're a bit dictated to in terms of, you know, policies that have been developed, great, but you know, there's following what policy is telling us we need to do and incorporating it into the vision of the organization. And I think that's something that is a bit lacking when we think about, you know, our participation as Indigenous communities. And you know, we're talking about renewables right now, and you know, there's a lot of moving targets when it comes to, you know, where we think we're supposed to be. And so now we're adding in SMRs into the mix, and you know, what is that going to look like? How does that fit the overall vision of the province's energy goals? You know, being able to see the end of where we're trying to go will help us better understand as community members and as nations as to, you know, how do we see ourselves fitting into that vision overall within the organization, and what type of partnerships need to be created, what type of investments we need to be able to make, what type of capacity we need to be able to develop, so that you know, we're not developing these things in and not seeing some of the returns. Because I look at some of the projects that we've been involved with over time, and we invest a great deal of time, resource, and money into trying to participate and trying to work with the organization, but you know, sometimes we come up short, and so there's lessons learned. But if there was more clear perspective on where we're going, I think that would definitely help us make better decisions, make more informed decisions, and set us up for greater success so that we can bring more of our nations in on the journey with us as we develop our knowledge and understanding in these industries. And I look forward to really seeing what the vision is of SMRs as it relates to the overall vision in this province. And I think once I start to understand that, I think I can begin to start understanding what pathway our development corporation will play in that model. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like. I know we have a new CEO coming in, so hopefully he can paint a beautiful picture for us. So thanks.
Just to add to that, I think that, it is really important to have that defined path and also defined expectations. And one thing I know Ken just on the panel before us talked about OPG's Reconciliation Action Plan and, making sure that the utilities have something that is tangible where there are clear guidelines, clear expectations and metrics. So I think he said, they can either praise us for it or yell at us for it. That's really what is needed, something that we can see and actually measure up against. Do we, how do we identify those lessons that we're learning or where we can improve, where are the gaps? And that's one really good way of starting that. But again, you need that defined path first.
Maybe we'll give Paula the mic now. All right, building on that theme again, what steps do you recommend industry take to develop meaningful relationship with Indigenous communities who may be impacted by SMR development?
I think it's all been said already, but early engagement, early contact, even if it's just a concept, it is never too early to engage with Indigenous communities and leadership and our employees and our communities, educate them on what you're trying to do, be transparent about it, be respectful, make sure you know about their cultures and their traditions, and come at them in a meaningful way. Look up their mission and vision statements so that you know what their community stands for, what they strive for. There is a lot, it sounds like a lot, but if you want that meaningful connection, then you got to put the work in.
Tom, anything to add to that?
I guess, some of the things that, as industry you need to consider when you do come to a nation, and we experience this quite a bit, I've been CEO now for the past 5.5 years. And when I look at, early relationships with organizations that would, come into our boardroom, they would come in with their expectations and, have everything written out. Here's the agreement we want you to sign. We want you to be a partner. And, we took the time to step back and say, what do we want? What do we want as an organization? What do we want to build? How do we want to be seen? How do we want to create sustainability in our businesses? And so, when companies come to us now and they have their agreements or service agreements and have their expectations already laid out on paper, we push that aside and we say, well, no, this is what we expect. These are the things that we know will help to create greater impact for us over the long term. Yes, it requires a great deal of patience because we're building a relationship, we're building capacity, we're building sustainability in these companies and in these projects. So it's important for you as a partner to understand that we have our expectations as well. And I need to know that I can hold you to account. If we are going to be partners, I need to be able to hold you to account to the commitments that we've agreed to. And I need it in black and white. I need it on paper. And we're going to go through that process of making sure our lawyers are well prepped for those agreements. But at the end of the day, if we have a disagreement, we absolutely have the ways and means of dealing with conflict, because we're not always going to agree, and there's a ton of different issues we're going to deal with. But understand that there is process and that there is benchmarks that we've set within our relationship that we expect of our partners. And so, think about that before going in. Make sure you're building appropriate relationships, know who you're actually meeting with, understand the sophistication that may come with that, as some nations will have significant concerns that they would like addressed. So be prepared for that, or at least be willing to listen before you slide that piece of paper in front of them and say to, sign off on this agreement and get that, check the box process going. Take that time to listen and understand first. So, yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Tom. All right, we'll move on to a slightly different topic now. We'll maybe let Desiree start this time. What role do you see for industry, government, and educational institutions to ensure Indigenous youth are able to take advantage of employment opportunities in SMR construction, operation, and maintenance?
How long do you guys have? I think that this is so incredibly important, and I know, panels before us and even this panel have alluded to this, but the reality is if we want to see the timelines that are being proposed in terms of SMR development across Canada, we need to start training now. So this has to happen. We should be in the high schools, entering, I think Paula, you said it, the curriculum, getting in there, but also looking at the opportunities we have, because being a non-nuclear province, we don't necessarily have the post-secondary training that is required. So how do we bridge that gap, and how do we make partnerships with our friends in Ontario who do have some of this programming? How do we leverage our partnerships with other utilities and some of the training programs that they have there to really get people involved? But again, I heard someone earlier say, I don't really even know what this means. That's where you start. Let's talk about what it means to be in the nuclear industry and all the different pieces, because it's not just, being in operations. There's so many different pieces, and as we move through, I think this panel's Indigenous participation, well, there's so many pieces to participation. It's not just the SMR itself and its operations, but it's, through now up until construction, and there's so many opportunities, not only for our communities and our youth and our Indigenous businesses, and really showing, we say partnership a lot, and it's kind of a buzzword. What does that mean, and what does a partnership look like? And there's the opportunity for larger businesses to partner with smaller businesses, and even to mentor with our youth. So again, I know in my introduction I talked a lot about, getting more Indigenous women involved in this sector. That's really important to me. I have a 12-year-old daughter at home, and she's passionate, let me tell you, but sassy and everything. But it is about starting this young and really, talking to them. What does this mean? What does nuclear mean? And actually today, probably as we speak, she's giving a presentation to her grade 6 class on exactly this, and how nuclear is a form of clean energy. So, this is one of those things where we have to get that message out there and have them start talking about it, because that's where the change is going to come from, those 12-year-olds who are extremely passionate about this.
Paul, would you like to comment on that? Oh, sorry.
All right. So I was just going to give you one example of, although Desiree said you're not a nuclear province, you are a uranium province, and that's for sure, which is a part of the supply chain that's so incredibly important. And just to give you an example of a small thing that can be done, but very impactful, is an experience I've had recently, the last few years, working with the uranium mine in northern Saskatchewan, where we were out doing community engagement monthly. Very, very involved with 4 different First Nations in the north, Indigenous communities in the north. And one of the things we decided was we had put together these groups that we would meet with communities once a month, but we weren't able to get the diversity of voices that we really wanted. So we decided with the communities that we would hold a special engagement session just for the youth. And we spent an entire day listening and talking and asking lots of questions and trying to figure out, and like high school level is what the kind of youth that we're talking about a very specific project that we were working on in the north. And you learned a lot, even though they may not have necessarily known a lot of depth of the uranium sector. They had an awful lot of interest because they know that project's potentially coming their way, And they wanted to know, what does it mean for them? What does it mean for their communities? What does it mean for their culture? And so not just putting it formally into the education system, which I completely support, but if you happen to be a private sector organization that's working anywhere along the nuclear supply chain, and you have the potential to go into the communities and talk and listen to the youth, take the opportunity, because you'll probably hear some things that you may not have expected, but you'll learn from.
I have a lot to say about this. So for one, just like Desiree, my daughter, she's 13, she also is very passionate about nuclear. And she had an opportunity to do a project on absolutely anything this year, and she chose Chernobyl and the misconceptions behind it and how it has created this, like, I guess, a fear around the world because of it. And in saying that, we also at North Shore, at NSMDC, we have started to work with our youth, starting at the middle school level, with creating curriculum in a summer camp format. So this summer we actually have the Bright Futures Energy Camp coming to our community. We have about 50 youth that are going to be participating from the ages of 9 to 13 or 14. And they'll get an overview of basically the energy sector as a whole, including nuclear. So that's one thing that we have. I've also had the privilege of working with FNPA and the Nuclear Innovation Institute on creating curriculum for, right now it's a pilot project in Ontario. So they're doing curriculum with middle school level, and it's a like brand new curriculum that will show them how the energy sector works and how nuclear works, how power gets from the reactor through the grid and to your home. It really opens their eyes and their minds up to all of this stuff, and hopefully they'll be able to want to choose this career path. We're also building up our youth in other ways, such as entrepreneurship and leadership. We're doing leadership courses to help build their skills so they're confident enough to go after these opportunities when the time comes. And entrepreneurship, like an introductory to entrepreneurship, because we want them to have the jobs or create the jobs for the future. Be a part of the supply chain, be a part of like any spin-off businesses that might come with the SMR development and opportunities. There is never too early of a time to start educating our children. We can start with kindergarten. Just give them a basic knowledge. NII has a cute little book that's like, it's about like gas, and it's like ducks and farting, and my 5-year-old absolutely loves it. So again, there's just never too early of a time to introduce them to it. So that's like, let's get this going across the country, get it added to curriculum. If not, then start doing these summer camps in your own communities. And if you want to reach out to me and get some information on how to do that, then feel free. You can come see me and I'll give you my information.
I just wanted to say, so the next conference, our daughters will be up here presenting maybe. I think that's a good idea. But I did just want to add, you made me think of something, and that was about visibility as well. So, as Indigenous people in this field, we also have a responsibility to be visible so that people know that there's this place. And I look into some of the people here, Thomas, John earlier, you guys are popping up on my LinkedIn all the time. That's great. That's what we want to see. Paula, we want to see that out there, because the more visibility we have, the more we can have those conversations. And I remember recently being in a northern remote community and having a grade 12 girl come up to me and say, hey, you're from the university, right? And I said, I am. She said, how'd you do that? I was like, what do you mean? Well, she wanted to know how to apply to university. And so, I showed her. And then when she came down to Saskatoon, I gave her my cell number, and she phoned me and she said, I don't know where to start. And I said, okay, let's go, let's check it out. And so, getting her set up with the right people, the right connections, how to, look for where to look for housing and all of those pieces. That is also part of our responsibility, and showing them that, there's so many different pieces in this sector. It's not just, no offense to the engineers, it's not just engineering. There are these other things. My background is in obviously public policy and Indigenous studies and entrepreneurship. Sociology. So, you can enter this space from almost any field. So just showing that that is there and there's space for Indigenous people to hold leadership positions in there.
I guess, when you look at this from a industry, government, and education perspective, my wife's a teacher, so I know if I don't put up selfless plug for teachers in here and investing in education, I might get smacked upside the head. So I think, from a provincial perspective, we've seen some interesting things happening over the past while, and we're less and less funding on the education front and expected to do more, and then we expect our kids to, go on and take responsibility in these roles in leading these industries from our own home base here and developing our own talent, but it takes investment. It takes investment as well, and I see this from a lot of our private sector partners. We had a STEM Day event a few weeks ago with our kids in school. 1,800 kids got a chance to try out a robotics kit, and we partnered with our partners K+S for getting those kits out to the schools just for our kids to start interacting, and that's just a little investment from the industry that's helping to create interest and opportunity in new industries for them. So it does take investment both from industry, from government. Needs to if we're not going to fund in general, be very specific then on the type of outcomes we expect our kids to meet for the industries that we are involved with, because we know financially as a province we're going to benefit from taxes and royalties from these projects, and so why not reinvest that into our kids? And then when we look at the educational institutions, always putting a plug for educational institutions and post-secondary institutions is to be flexible. Be flexible in how we teach, in how our young people are going to learn. It's not our academic processes that we've had for over 100 years needs to advance, and we need to see these new technologies. We need to see greater flexibility in how we change curriculum and how we get our young people to be excited about new skill sets being built. Investment from all three of those sectors. So, thanks.
Thanks. So our last question, then maybe we'll throw a couple open to the audience. How do you see equity participation could occur for Indigenous peoples in SMR projects? Maybe we'll start with Thomas, since you have the mic.
I guess whoever's going to be the customer, you can set those parameters. If you're expecting First Nations to have significant equity participation, we can do it. We can figure it out. We're very, very resourceful. I look at the projects that we're working on, and what seems a little scary, and I know I scare the crap out of my board sometimes, but we can figure it out. There is ways and means for our participation, our equity participation, and there is strategies that we've actually created as a DevCorp for these renewable energy projects that we are going to be investing in. Where we will share opportunity with other nations. We'll share opportunity directly with our own nations and with nations across Saskatchewan through a model that allows us to lead as a DevCorp, and then we will sell our interests back to nations so that they have access to these projects and assets that are 25 to 40 years. So that's multi-generational wealth that will go back to communities, and they'll be able to participate, and hopefully they'll be able to use that to invest in the things that they deem important to their sovereignty and to their growth as a nation. So, yeah, it's ultimately the customers can set those parameters, but I want to make sure that if we do knock it out of the park, you need to give us some extra points for that, and that would be appreciated in those bid processes. So, thanks.
Well, equity participation is definitely important. In New Brunswick, we're looking at various models of equity participation in the SMR technology and ownership for our First Nations into the technology, as well as within supply chain opportunities. We haven't found the right answer yet. There are a number of possibilities. We're seeking methods that have worked across the country for other people. But one of the things that we have brought up is that any federal investment that is made into these technologies should be on behalf of First Nations equity. So if the government is investing dollars into these companies, a portion of that should be set aside as equity coming from the First Nations and our Indigenous communities, because that money ultimately was created from extracting our resources, using our land. So why not invest back in our Indigenous communities?
They keep handing me the mic, I'll just keep talking. I think that, these are all really great points, and I don't have a whole lot to add other than the conversations have to take place. We talk about the importance of Indigenous energy sovereignty, and that really does mean local control over energy in their own communities. And so those conversations have to occur at some point to talk about what does that look like, what does the model look like. There's multiple different models out there, and again, we don't know which model is going to work for who until we have those conversations. So, that's really the big takeaway I have is just start, when you're starting that early engagement, start those conversations about what that model should look like.
Thanks, everyone. Do we have a time for a couple of questions from the audience? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hi. My name is Don DeRoger. I'm a chemical board of director, and I deal a lot with the uranium mine in northern Saskatchewan, and we operate the mines in northern Saskatchewan. But I want to share something that happened years ago in northern Saskatchewan, and how we got involved, and how the First Nations and the Métis and the northern administration got involved in the uranium mine. And as of today, we know that over 50% of the workforce is Indigenous, and the supply chain and that provides service to the industry is 80% Indigenous. And so it's a successful model. So when I hear about the SMRs coming into Saskatchewan, they're doing a lot of investigation right now, and it sounds like they're going to have it confirmed, and construction of an SMR in 2031 or 2030 or 2031, and in full operation by 2032 or 2033. So I want to take you back to the 1970s in northern Saskatchewan. When the proponents came to the north, they said they were looking at 4 new mines that they want to build, and it was set up with the federal provincial panel that went to all the communities in the north to engage on what their feelings are about the new uranium mines that's coming into northern Saskatchewan. So they met with all the communities, and they came up with some recommendations. They came up with quite a few recommendations, but in 1977 and 1978, when they did the hearings in all the communities, they came out with 4 main recommendations. So these 4 new mines is Key Lake, McLean Lake, McArthur River, and Cigar Lake. So Key Lake was constructed in the 80s, MacArthur in the 90s, along with McLean Lake. And just recently, in 2013, Cigar Lake was into operation. So the North knew that these mines are coming, and they wanted to find a way to participate and get involved. So the 4 recommendations that they came up with, the first one, which is very crucial, was to ensure that the environment is protected, that the wildlife, the fish, the birds are all able to survive, and the impact is a very minimal impact when they go ahead with these operations. The second recommendation was to ensure that we have accessible to employment opportunities for our First Nations communities in the North. And like today, we're at 50% plus. And the third one was to ensure that the northern companies, the Aboriginal Indigenous companies, will find a way to participate and provide service to the industry. And we're at 85% of that participation to date. So the fourth recommendation, which is very crucial, he talked about when everything is all done, when you're done your producing and you got no more ore to produce, you need to do a reclamation. Make sure to get it back as close as you can to the way it was before you construct it. So those are models that happen in the North. And when I see the SMRs coming in the South, I think they need to go to the First Nations communities in the South, all the communities, and get to hear from them exactly what they want, how they want to participate, and how they can get involved. In the North, you have what you call the surface and the subsurface lease agreement with the province, a proponent, and with the province. And in there, it says that you have to maximize northern employment, you have to maximize northern Aboriginal business. Are those policies going to be included in the SMRs when they go ahead with to include and have inclusion with Indigenous? Those need to be answered before they even construct. So you have some time. It's 2022 right now, and they're talking about 2030 or 2031 to construct. So you got 8 or 9 years to put your policies in place to have First Nations inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Would any council members like to add any thoughts?
Hey, thanks for sharing. I think all of us, I'm speaking for all of us here, but we couldn't agree more. The 4 pieces that were identified when the mines did start in the North are really the ones that we need to be focusing on as being really important. And you highlighted a really great point. How do we do that? Well, we talk to those communities in the South. So I don't know if anyone.
I'm just going to say, Sean Willie was supposed to be up here, and he would have been the perfect person to talk about all of that, but he could make it. Anybody else?
Maybe I can just add one piece to that as well. The right people are in the room with SAS Power, with OPG today to hear that advice. I think that's excellent advice, Elder. Is there any other question? Oh, sorry. Looks like we're getting the hook. One question left? Ah, there we go. Oh, 2 questions.
Nuclear energy is good for us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear very well.
Nuclear energy is good for us.
Thank you. Eric, did you have a question?
Thanks, Felipe.
Thank you so much.
So thanks, Eric McGoey from Global First Power and Ontario Power Generation. I just wanted to say, first of all, amazing panel. I know that a bunch of you are pinch hitting, and you did a fantastic job. It's great to see the next generation up there leading. That's really exciting for us to see. I was thinking throughout the day that in some ways, the unfortunate thing about a conference like this is the people that really need to hear these messages aren't necessarily in the room. And the people who are in the room often, already get it. So I guess my question is, if you had to dig a little bit deeper and be a little bit more provocative and say, okay, we know you're here because you get it, but here's something that you still don't quite get, and we need you to just work a little bit harder. And you didn't say it because you were being polite, but now you can say, well, Eric made me say it. Is there anything else that you want to tell us?
Paula did allude to it a little bit earlier, but my big takeaway always is that SMRs will not go forward without Indigenous support. So you have to get out there. You have to, everything that we're saying, and again, we are a little bit preaching to the converted here, but you have to do it. There's no way around it. There's no shortcut, and it's no longer checking a box or anything like that. It will not happen. It will not be successful without that. And I mean, to be honest, we need that. We need that form of power. We need it to be clean, emission-free, and ability to handle what our future holds for Felipe and all of our passionate girls here that we have at home.
I guess my answer to that would be prepared to have uncomfortable conversations and honest conversations, and that goes around whatever makes you uncomfortable in this space. And I say that because we started off this morning's conversation, someone was up here and talking about what I believe was their true fear of nuclear and uranium as it translates into something that's very unhealthy for humans. But I think that it behooves us all to have a little bit of, take a little bit of time to have conversations to educate all of ourselves about what SMRs are and what that means, because as what's pointed out, it's not Chernobyl, it's not Fukushima, it's not the fear-based story that many people may think because they know nothing about nuclear, let alone SMRs. So I would say have the courage to have conversations with people that maybe scare you, but do it with open ears and open eyes, and be prepared to maybe change your position. And there's some really good, I'll say videos or webinars or whatever about some fairly staunch environmentalists who have gone 180 on nuclear, not necessarily in Canada, but globally, and to listen to them talk about why they've changed. And I kind of include myself in that. I mean, I am from an environmental background, and I was never anti-nuclear ever, but I just was agnostic. I didn't know much about it. And then when climate, like for me 15 years ago, when I was working on the climate policy and realizing this is the challenge of our generation and those generations probably after us, looking for solutions, I zoned in on nuclear as others have pointed out in the panels before us today. We have a responsibility to provide baseload that is going to be there 24/7. It's not going to add to the climate crisis that we're already dealing with. Somehow it's got to be affordable, and I'm not sure how we circle that that last one. But yeah, I guess that's my advice. And if I was to give advice and say something up here that wasn't scripted, it would be open up your minds to the possibility of SMRs. If you know nothing about them, start poking around and learning a little bit, and have conversations where you can with people that know a little bit. And I think you might be quite surprised about how we think, there is no net zero without nuclear, because once you start to learn a little bit, I think you'll want to learn a lot more.
Yeah, so it's basically all been said. There is no nuclear without Indigenous inclusion. So it's just got to happen. But also there is more to nuclear than just energy. There is like I mentioned in my introduction, the medical isotopes. There's the byproducts like hydrogen and other things like that we also have the opportunity to look into and benefit from. So there's just more to it. There's the power it gives to the communities that do invest and have that equity. So it's more than just energy.
Right. I guess what I would add would be for as many people that are here supporting, there are still those out there that see Indigenous engagement as an annoyance, and that they have to go and put in the extra mile to make sure that Indigenous people are participating in these projects. So I would encourage those that are in this room and that are virtually chiming in, be our allies. Help stand up for us when we're not at that table. That's the greatest thing that you could do for us to help move this forward. And if you help educate some other people out there that this is an investment in our community, because our nations are community centric, right? Where we don't do this work, we don't do the jobs that we're doing for our nations to benefit ourselves. This is purely to see our community thrive. So, make sure that they understand that perspective, that this is the community overall at heart, and that means not just our Indigenous communities, but our entire community as a whole. So, thanks.
Just in closing then, I just want to thank everybody on this panel as well. It's difficult to stand up in front and speak in front of a large audience with zero preparation, and I think the panel did an excellent job.
What a great job they did. And the lack of preparation is it's on my shoulders. Noel did a fabulous job, as he always does, for the FNPA, and his number of years of experience in the nuclear sector and the utility sector doesn't go unknown, or unappreciated, I should say. And to Desiree Landry Parker, who accompanied me to the UK as well, and we're probably pretty tired, but we're here and we're still enthusiastic and smiling and participating. So, yeah. So Mr. MC had to step away, so I will close for this portion of the agenda. We have talked a lot about the various technologies. We haven't talked enough about wind. I know the Beardies and Okimausis First Nation and many others are pursuing opportunities. We're going to hear about that tomorrow. That will be on the agenda in terms of opportunities with Saskatchewan Power Corporation, wind, solar, battery storage, and the list of opportunities that do exist, not just here in Saskatchewan, but also in Alberta. And so some of the industry members that do belong to FNPA have brought us proposals. We're very excited about working towards some of those proposals and meeting and engaging in matchmaking, if you will, with Indigenous communities and project-specific opportunities in various regions of Western Canada, as well as Ontario. I'm quite frankly, I'm very, very happy to say that our Ontario counterparts and industry members and OPG have been very, and Francis Bradley, another one from the Canadian Electricity Association, I guess it's Electricity Canada now, but have been extremely supportive of FNPA as an Indigenous-led organization. I want to continue to say just a big thank you to all of you that have participated today, Jill Baker from the CNA, and all of the Advisory Council support and the commitment that you're going to be making to Indigenous reconciliation action planning. And it's about action. It's about making a difference in the lives of communities and young people who need a vision, need something to aspire to. So you as mentors and you as support people need to be there, and we'll stand with you shoulder to shoulder, as our veterans have, and fighting for the freedom of lands and resources and territories that we all enjoy. So again, a big thank you for day one. This is the close of day one. Thank you to the CEOs of the 3 utility companies. To our board of directors, I would be remiss to not thank them for sticking around. Mr. John Desjardins, who did a fabulous job today, Angie Bruce, and many others who participated. So I think the next couple of hours or or so, 1 hour, 1 hour exactly, we will meet back in this room. We will set up for the Chairman's Gala at 6 o'clock. And we invite you to come and enjoy an honoring of the veterans, and as well as enjoy some good music from Alonzo Wang. I know Board of Directors and us, we had an opportunity to listen to Alonzo in Vancouver last July, was it, Paul? July, we had our strategic planning session. And so maybe a bit of a homework for tonight. Think about how you can add to this long-term vision of including Indigenous and economic prosperity with industry partners, and what a long-term marriage, if you will, or a commitment to Indigenous economic reconciliation looks like. What I'm asking you to do is to think about the components of a long-term plan for Indigenous communities in Canada, and maybe how FNPA and other institutions that are capital providers, industry partners can play a meaningful role in that long-term vision, because that's really ultimately what it's going to take. 2032, 2035, and 2040 is not all that far away, folks. So again, we've got some very, very talented planners, consultants. We're going to hear from Carrie Howlett Consulting tomorrow about some of the added benefits that Indigenous-led projects and how that's leading the way for greater participation and a win-win-win scenario for many of you that are vendors in the nuclear space or renewable energy providers. And so this is what meaningful engagement is all about in terms of Indigenous-led projects. So again, once again, thank you to our elders, our pipe ceremony, those who are out there that are participating in the ceremonies across Canada, in our territories. Thank them for all of the things that they do in terms of keeping our people strong and themselves strong. So again, thanks again, and we'll see you in about an hour. I guess we need to be totally out of this room pretty quickly.